The following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Carry on.
It's hot and vacant today in Las Vegas. Hope you're staying super cool out there. Let's go to line 4 where we have Frodan. What's poppin'?
Hey, am I on? Am I on? What?
Big news coming into the station. Yes, there have been multiple sightings of Santa Claus right here in the city. Enjoy the holidays, everyone.
Let's see here. Who's been naughty and who's been nice?
Hey, Santa. Do you know where Frodan is?
No, I sent him to the North Pole.
Yeehaw! Happy holidays, everyone!
Happy holidays from Santa and happy holidays from us at WSOE. I'm excited to welcome you guys to WSOE Online number 4. It's Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We're coming out of Vegas. It's hot, but it could be cold where you are, and everywhere else, the competition is going to be rising. Again, awesome to be back with Hearthstone. This time, Hearthstone Battlegrounds, a little bit different from the card game you might be familiar with. These faces, though, not so different. I'm FDOT, and we found Frodan. We tracked him down, and here he is. And next to him, one of the best in the business, it's Admirable. Guys, thank you for having me. Glad to have you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, FDOT. I'm really excited to be here. It's nice to take a break from delivering presents to all the good children around the world. But I'm really excited to be casting a Battlegrounds event right after the 19.2 patch. And of course, doing it with my good buddy Nathan. It feels like ages since we last casted together, Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, this whole year has felt like ages. Am I right? I mean, I'm happy to be here casting Battlegrounds for this because auto battlers have really captured my attention in a very particular way. And with Hearthstone, it's got mechanics that I'm already familiar with when I'm coming into the game. So I'm really excited to see how the qualified players can take on the invited players here for this tournament.
Ooh, excuse me. I hope none of our players choke because this is going to be a little bit different. We've got a little bit different as far as the gameplay is concerned with Battlegrounds and our tournament. So this is how everything's going to be working out. We've got 8 teams here. 4 of them we invited and 4 of them had to fight their way through qualifiers. Then we're going to mash them all together and they're all going to play out. Now, if you wind up at number 1, you take home 10 points. And if you're at the bottom, you still get 1 point. And it's all about, quite obviously, racking up those points and seeing who can wind up all the way on top.
All right, our first team is Dinosaur featuring sjow and SirSalty. Then we have FollowUs featuring RDU and Simi, Happy Cow with Slysssa and Victor, and of course, Solary with Vinz and Oliech.
And our qualified teams, Dream, Kavan, Purpul Eggs, and of course, YEPBoat.
I love that last one. YEPBoat. We'll see how they work out. I know a couple of names here, even from the qualified side. So that's a lot of fun here. As we said, though, players going to be playing for more than just bragging rights. This is a big deal tournament, and so there's big deal money on the line. $10,000 lined up here. Number 1 team is going to take half of that at 5 Gs. Then, of course, $2,400 for second place, $16 for third, and then $1,000 still for number 4. So a lot of money on the line here. Teams coming all the way out, Admirable.
Yeah, this is really one of the first big open tournaments that's taken place for Battlegrounds, and I think the WSOE has really shown that that's something that they're about, is having these qualified players and some invited players as well to really showcase their skills and see what it's all about. I think this is a really important one here because players take the game very seriously when it's just ladder points involved. You put a big hunk of cash on the line, players are going to take it even more seriously.
Well, the players aren't the only ones that can walk away as winners this weekend. You as well in chat, thanks to our new WSOE sponsor, Papa John's. Shout out to them. Just type the code WSOE25 in chat right now, and that'll enter you to win a Papa John's prize pack. The first bundle we've got, that's a t-shirt, a hoodie, a bandana, and a $15 gift certificate. You got to get that pizza. So go ahead and start spamming WSOE25 and stay tuned till the end of today's show. That's when we're going to announce the winner for the Papa John's t-shirt, hoodie, bandana, and the gift card. But all that aside, right now, you can order and save 25% off a regular menu price order by using code WSOE25. So if you're at home and you still want to win, you absolutely can do that. Papa John's always changing things up, just like Hearthstone. We've got a new patch coming in here, 19.2.
Yeah, that's right. And we got new cards with it. This is a really big injection of power through neutral cards, as well as a couple of big things for tribes like the Big Fernal. But one of the cards that we want to focus on, Elisha the Immortal, Divine Shield Reborn. It's got a lot going on, so I want to see what these neutral minions can do.
And I want to see what these new heroes can do. We're talking the old gods have corrupted the hero pool at this point. Azoth, Yashiraj, and Cthulhu all added to the pool now. And this is a big deal because this is something that these players haven't had a lot of time to practice with. So in the short time they had, how have they come up with ways to innovate with these heroes? And how have they found ways to, select them over things that you would conventionally think could be more powerful? If you've discovered something else someone else hasn't, that can give you an edge.
Yep, that's right. And of course, we have turn 4 spells that have entered the Dark Moon Fair. Every 4 turns, there's going to be a new power that you can give to either your hero or to your minions. We'll tell you all about it once we're in the game.
And balance changes, of course. Heroes have gotten buffs, and these are 2 very big ones in my opinion. Zephyrus is the first one with 3 wishes down from 4 gold to 3 gold. That means that finding that triple is now on curve. It's costing you exactly the same as if you had found it naturally. You don't have to pseudo roll for it as the cost would have indicated before. And also with patches, the pirate party that's coming in now, with it moving from 4 to 3 cost, that means that first pirate you buy is actually generating gold and generating tempo for you, which is a very big deal. You couple that with some of the changes that we've introduced with the spells and with some of the new neutral cards, and that means pirates get a big pickup in their power level, because in the previous patch they were a bit weak.
That's always the fun part of watching the auto battlers kind of work out which tribe, which team is going to be like up and down, and seeing pirates kind of step in here. That's exciting. We'll see who winds up with those pirates. But now I'm going to ask you guys who's going to get the booty. No other questions, just straight up and down prediction time. I'm going right to you, Froden.
The first team that jumps out to me, it seems pretty obvious. It's Happy Cow, featuring Twlevewinshs, Victor, as well as Slysssa, 2 people who have been tearing it up. Slyssa's been killing 19.2 patch, hitting number 1 pretty early, kind of, growing her stream in the process. But many people underestimate her, and I think she is still one of the most accomplished Battlegrounds tournament performers going back to the Blizzard Invitationals. And of course, Victor's just a stud, so you can't really bet against this team.
I'm going with Solary in this one. I'm all about the tried and true. I don't need data. I don't need ladder points. But I need players who have shown consistency and dedication throughout. And with Oliech and Vinz, it seems like these 2 are streaming around the clock. And whether it's been from open tournaments during the Hearthstone Championship playoff phase, whether it's been in ladder or whether it's been in Battlegrounds, the 2 of these have been very consistent throughout. And they're also European players. And as everybody knows, when it comes to auto battlers, the European players are just always the best.
I feel that. It's going to be exciting watching these teams. Not just these 2 teams, but there's a ton of other squads out here. Real quick, Froden, is there anybody that you're looking at maybe outside of your prediction before we jump in?
I think that the other 2 invited teams are also really good, with Team Dinosaur Show. She's one of the most consistent players. And, I'm really looking forward to see some of the open players challenge them, because I think that Nathan's right. There's a lot of really good players, but they're also from different regions that you don't expect. So I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 of these open teams also make it through the groups and also challenge some of these invited established stars.
I think that's one of the big deals here, especially with the patch, like the hot patch, right? You get people coming in that you might not expect, able to kind of supersede those that have been stuck in and dug in and expected to be the winners. But this is the fun part. No expectations as we jump into playoff group letter A. Froden and AutumnWater, y'all have the cast? Ready, set, go.
All right, thank you very much, F. Game number 1 here, WSOE for online Hearthstone Battlegrounds. It's going to be a good one here with the new patch. RDU starting things off with his teammate Simi, as we're going to be playing Group A. For people who don't know, we have 6 games for each group today, and we're going to find out who is going to advance to tomorrow's championship group. RDU already with a spicy take with Arana Starseeker here. That's kind of gone through a couple of changes. Nathan, do you like this pick here?
I think with Starseeker here, there's 2 big things that come into mind when it comes to changes, which is number 1, we have stronger, I'd say, Tavern 4 minions with some of the demon tribe that's in there with Big Fernal. And then number 2 is if you get to 5 and you're going into 6, that finding Elystra is a big deal. But furthermore, it's the turn 4 spells, as you had mentioned earlier. On turns 4, 8, 12, and 16, you would get opted a spell that greatly supports what you are doing in this spot. And what that means is you don't necessarily have to spend as much gold leveling. A lot of it is just about spending as much gold, getting as strong as you can. I think this pick is interesting. I'm still skeptical about it, but I'm curious to see what RDU can do with it, because he's one of the strongest in the world.
Definitely. RDU gets, memed on from both sides. He's an established Hearthstone Grandmaster, one of the most winning players in competitive Hearthstone history, and also a top-level Battlegrounds. But it seems like both people both sides like to make fun of him a little bit. RDU's, constructed fans are like, oh, you're just a Battleground streamer. Some people say, oh, he's a Battleground streamer. It's like, you're just playing for fun. You're not really like hardcore competitive like the other people. And they couldn't be more wrong. Radu is one of the most fierce competitors that I've ever met in the entire industry, back when he was just a 16-year-old, doing really well in the DreamHack Bucharest finals, back when competitive Hearthstone first began. It's a pleasure to watch him get to this stage again, as, again, the Arana is definitely not necessarily the pick that you always want to go for compared to some of these other heroes in Tavern, but I really want to see if those refreshes are going to pay off big with more options in the later game.
The only thing I can think of is just how many times you have to prove yourself for people to, respect what you're doing. He's become a grandmaster. He's one of the top ladder players in Battlegrounds. Like, what more do you have to do at this point? Like, my gosh, it's what, 7 years this guy's been competing now? Come on, give him a break.
All right, well,
we're going not a good-looking one here.
It's not a really good looking shop here, and so when you're a runner, you got to think about what you can get away with in terms of the rolling, because a lot of times you do actually want to get those options, but you don't want to take too much damage and fall behind on tempo. And it looks like RDU is going to go for some of this early rolling to improve his board, which I don't disagree with, because the options otherwise look so poor, and he does have 2 gold for the Elemental.
Yeah, I think he's just going to end up cashing it in here. Spawn's a bit too good, and I think that Imprisoner is offering you a lot of capability here. Once you move into Tavern 3, this is a support for Soul Juggler, as well as just it's a Death Rattle minion, and it's just reasonably sized. At this point, RDU's thinking just mostly about mitigating his damage, and I think the next couple of turns are really going to set in solid where he views his place in this lobby. That's really a big part of Battlegrounds. Where do you sit in the lobby? What have you been offered, and what can you make of it? It's so much less about like, I need to get first in this one. How do I get first in this one? How do I make sure that I always get first? It's really not about that. It's about seizing opportunities as they arise. Depending on what you're offered is going to dictate everything.
Yep. All right, and here you can see turn 4, the Dark Moon Fair prizes have arrived. Spells that buff your board or impact your hero or do other things that give you a nice little boost. In this case, RDU offered choice of tempo through Might of Stormwind or being given gold opportunities. And with Arana Starseeker, your next 3 refreshes cost 0. There's a lot of good synergy. So a lot of things, people usually jump to the tempo. Can I build up my best board to take the least amount of damage and also get the most opportunities to Tavern tier up? But with Arana, it makes me hesitate just a little bit to think about it. RD says, you know what, I can't fall too far behind. I'm going to get more chances to refresh later on. And I think that's good discipline, because it's really easy to get baited by that kind of stuff and fall too far behind and just die.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was thinking about, talking about RDU's, Starseeker hero power, rolling 7 times and it fills up, or rolling 5 times, and it fills up your board. That's something that I have often been captured by, is just trying to play to what my hero power strength is, other than just what I'm offered in front of me. Since I've been playing in this new patch, I've almost never passed Might of Stormwind. I've literally almost never done it. With that one situation and seeing the 3 rolls for free, that pretty much unlocks your hero power right away. I'm kind of curious about how that would have interacted, but I'm glad to see his discipline there and just take it slow. Here, though, on SirSalty's side with Millhouse, this is where choices start to get really tough now. you are looking at being able to triple up right away to try to discover something big for this mill house. But a lot of it just depends on who you end up queuing to. Always first and foremost in this 2v2 event, look to see if you're playing against your teammate. If you're playing against your teammate, you can organize your turns and try to make sure that you're mitigating the damage that either one of you will take. But in this spot for SirSalty, there's an easy opportunity to level up here. There's an easy opportunity to triple through. And then depending on whether or not you should roll. You're on Tavern 3, and the rest of these minions, they're quite weak to offer. The Elemental, that one's kind of a free roll. But should you be rolling here? That's a good question.
Well, offered some pretty decent choices. SirSalty picks up the Majordomo Executus with the Elemental, looking for a good target to buff up, preferably something with Divine Shield. Finds okay choices.
Well, you take
Not
the free
really
gold.
anything particularly good. Yeah, exactly.
Majordomo with the droplet. It's going to be 2 more points. And just stop right there. You say that's good enough. And there's the key early to mid game organize. Biggest to smallest.
Yeah, a lot of people always ask, what's the best way to organize when you're first kind of learning the game, and it really is just about trying to kill as many units as possible. Think about how much damage is going to ramp up in that mid stage of the game, and so being able to kill as much as you can early is really important. So usually you put your highest impact minions first. And you can see right now that SirSalty didn't really have to worry about attack order because his opponent doesn't really have too much going on. It looks like it's Simi from Team FollowUs, who did find the great Akazamorak hero power. That's right, Akazamorak and the Secrets are back into the hero pool, and now costing only 1 mana, and with Ice Block, being a really powerful way to mitigate any kind of death, and the way damage has ramped up, it's really given Akazamorak a ton of consistency to the point where Akazamorak is one of the best heroes in the game, statistically, if you look at some of the publicly available data sites out there.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how big of a hero difference it makes, like when you change from 1 gold to 2 gold on your hero power. It's shown in the past for Battlegrounds that it's an enormous difference. I think with Akazamorak going from 2 gold to 1 gold is that's like the world. Like, how many times do you end your turn with 1 gold left? You're like, I guess I'll roll and maybe I'll freeze it. Like, it doesn't really accomplish too much. You throw in the ability to grab an ice block for that last final point of gold, like that's like the whole game sometimes.
Yeah, totally. And it doesn't even have to necessarily be just Ice Block. There's still some really high impact secrets. Splitting Image, with kind of the way a lot of those late game battles work, if you have an Elystra, for example, can sometimes be the difference maker and clutch out the proper trades that you're looking for. Speaking of clutching things out, Hapabear next turn with Maev's hero power is going to get a triple Elemental opportunity and have an opportunity to tech and really go for a big power spike. But she has to try to mitigate as much damage that she can take because she's going up against SirSalty, and this is usually the strongest point that Millhouse gets online. And this looks like it's going to be a ton of damage potentially, Nathan.
Oh, okay. Phew.
Right.
At least something
though.
here, but Hapabear, with Maiev. I mean, this is a very common situation just in Battlegrounds, and it's also a common situation with it's a common situation with Maiev, where you're hunting down a bunch of triples to find a big spike later on. Hapabear's usual instinct in that situation will be to move to Tavern Tier 5 and then try and discover some of the Tavern 6 minions to have major power spikes. You just saw at the bottom there, she went to Tavern 5. And so right here, this will dictate the rest of the game. Is she going to be able to live this turn? And then furthermore, is this going to be worth it on the payoff? There's 2 minions here that are offered that could be big potential. She goes with Kaligos in this one. I don't blame her for that, but there's no dragons currently offered up. So you have to fish now for a second triple that you've been setting this up for and see if you can supplant this second Kaligos. So now if Hapabear can stay alive, she could be set to win the game despite how much damage she's taken already.
Yeah, that's if, though, right? 10 health feels like nothing. The chances of you surviving more than 1 hit is pretty low, given that there's a lot of powerful tempo heroes available right now. But, a very nice set of dragons could really put her in contention for that top 2 spot. And remember, you're combining your scores with your teammate in the same lobby. So Hapabear and jkirek are going to be looking for opportunities that way. And the fact that, she's going up against her teammate, you can see that jkirek probably didn't even fill up the board purposefully just to try to weaken the board and give a highest chance of success for Hapabear to survive. That being said, doesn't want to take too much damage either, and these Kaligos are going to deal a lot, 6 damage apiece if they survive.
Yeah, so this was set up nicely
okay.
from them. Again, kind of queuing into each other with your teammate. They set this up for, it's 11 damage, but it's a lot better than Hapabear being eliminated in this spot. And with 2 Caligos, again, she's in a very good spot, I think, to secure somewhere in the neighborhood of 1st or 2nd place with this.
Wow, okay, interesting. So another Discover opportunity. Wants to just find minions to buff, perhaps a Battle Cry minion, perhaps a really good dragon.
That's quite the army.
And Hapabear just picking up all the Battle Cries that she can find. Just gets a Razor Gore as an opportunity to grow and get that dragon train rolling. Usually you want around 4 dragons, you can get a couple of utility stuff with it, but in this case, Hapabear can't really bargain because she's down to just 1 life effectively, just down to 10 HP, so she's going to try to buff. The question usually becomes, what do you want to end on, right? There's some pretty good quality stuff here, finding a Deadly Spore to potentially end on as well, getting that poison online. And Hapabear also even has this Battle Master, so she's going to have to decide what she really wants to finish her turn of Battle Cries on.
Yeah, I mean, this turn is massive. I mean, we're talking, this was, somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 stats added to board just so far. And it's going to get even bigger from this point. Yeah, I would say with Caligos, if you happen to have a pair of Caligos, 2 dragons is almost certainly enough to get the ball rolling here. And she hasn't even had time to completely finish her turn. Like, more could have been done here, but you are limited by time to some constraints. This board right now is absolutely massive. And if you're an Omu spot on the other side there with MrIncredible and YEPBoat, wow, he's got 2 Caligos as well. What's going on?
I mean, he's MrIncredible. He's done the same thing, except he's got more dragons. He's got an Amalgadon to even build off of and eventually give it poisonous and other different effects. And so Hapabear looked like she was getting online, but is she going to take too much damage?
Nope,
and the last
dead.
blow is dealt. She is out in 8th place.
That is unreal to think that in that spot that your board was not strong enough. Like, that is unbelievable that you've run into somebody that strong. But if it's going to be somebody, it's going to be someone with the champion Omu, in this case, MrIncredible. They got the 2 Caligos and they found an Amalgadon to start powering through this. I thought that Hapabear's board was like nigh invincible at that point. This is even stronger. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and the fact that he's also on tier 5 and not tier 6 and has all these tier 6 units is indicative of, one, the tempo of the game has really sped up, and you have to be careful because you feel like you're strong, but your opponents can also be just high rolling as much as you are and getting a really big power spike. So MrIncredible, we know this game plan, we know the strategy. Let's find out what's happening over in Team FollowUs. Simi goes for Discover, still on tier 4, and this tier 4 Discover into a 5 is a real big nod for Simi to recognize what position she's in, which is she feels like maybe she's trying to scrap together a top 4. A lot of times, if you don't feel like you're going to win, you can identify it pretty early on. Try instead to figure out ways that you can preserve your HP, and instead of spending so much of your turn trying to level up to go for even more powerful scaling units, just try to pick up whatever you can afford right now. So this is a great move from Simi, and she's got a golden gold grubber along with 2 other golden minions, so that's a lot of stat buffs per turn. Is it enough to stabilize, though, against MrIncredible, who we know has that double Caligos build? And that's going to be really tough because MrIncredible looked like he was fully online and scaling to a top 2.
Yeah, I mean, this board is like miniature compared to what MrIncredible had going on. You're going to hope that's a nice block tucked underneath the secret. I mean, just look at the difference right now. Like, you get 2 Caligos that early, and again, you heard how excited I was just from Hapabear's side. For all intents and purposes, it should have been powerful.
Oh,
but that's kind of how auto battlers work. So auto battlers, they're not about just what's powerful. They're all about context. How powerful are your opponents by comparison? Sometimes weaker boards than this are massive. It just all depends on what's going on. And here, it's just unfortunate to see you have a golden gold grubber with 3 gold minions online. Just not enough this time.
It's not enough. The Caligos just gives too much stats. You said like 45 stats just from a turn. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg of what you're capable of. Look at Home's damage, 27. And it looks like Simi's the next victim of MrIncredible, who comes from the open bracket, already eliminating 1 invited player and 1 open player from this lobby. As he's looking at the SirSalty, who's in first place with Millhouse. Now, Millhouse in first place with 37 life, with dragons available. Usually you're starting to panic a little bit too, but if you look at SirSalty, he's got a little mix of everything here, playing a menagerie build with a golden not Malagos, with a golden Mal'Ganis, and really trying to build a strong demon core while splashing in other synergies. And so Millhouse looks like he's well positioned, but when I look at MrIncredible's board, I'm thinking that SirSalty might take a big chunk of HP loss here.
Yeah, it's just he's outpaced everybody at this point, and this is a very common scenario with somebody in a Battlegrounds lobby who has, quote unquote, high rolled. That's exactly what this was. But high rolling is a mixture of your experience, and it's a mixture of your luck as well. It's not just one or the other, it's both of them combined. Very rarely you can find somebody with a board like this who has just done everything wrong. Like you have to do everything right and get a little bit lucky for this to happen, and that's just winning tournaments in a nutshell.
Yeah, very much so. Speaking of tournament show here, one of the most experienced tournament players in the entire esports space, having a very big, deep competitive background in Blizzard games. But it looks like he's going up against a really tough board. It depends on how this poisoned Murloc Tycaller attacks and finds the crafting Cyclone. A really big snipe there, but I still don't think it's enough for him to stabilize. There's just too much stats from the elementals from the Irana Starseeker on RDU side.
Yeah, it almost any way you slice this, I think sjow was done this turn. Just too many stats on the other side, like you said. Light Fang is, this is a very late Light Fang by all measures. And so when you get that late Light Fang, it's kind of what I'm talking about. The difference between playing for your spot in the lobby and trying to play for first. A lot of times, you just got to recognize where you're at and accept it.
MrIncredible was just a little bit of a lag spike there, but looks like everything's okay. Finds the Toxin for the Amalgadon, as
when 4950 is not enough. Tack on some poisonous as well.
It's more also the fact that if you can find a way to taunt it up, but giving it Divine Shield is a little bit trickier, given the lack of mechs in the lobby. But you still have other ways to do it if you're able to be clever, or you even get it off of Spell Discover.
Yeah, they're in a team battle right now, so a lot of this is trying to figure out a way to manage Alucard staying alive without MrIncredible sacrificing their side of the game. And so that's a very difficult problem at this stage. There's so many numbers and so many factors in play, but how do you even come close to calculating that? Honestly, they may just not be able to do it. But with a Golden Light Fang, you are trying to find a way to do it. Honestly, I'm curious if MrIncredible could literally just sell off one of their big units and try and make it happen.
It's true, and he's picking up Deadly Spores to maybe just kill off units, but the problem is that you're no longer in an HP preservation scenario. You can kill off everything but one unit, but you're still going to guarantee die at that point. It is win or tie as the best case scenario, so looks like Alucard is shooting for the fences, and I'm looking at it. It's not enough. It might be able to come down to one unit at best, but it does not seem like that's going to be the case. And so Alucard is probably going to fight himself here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to run into your teammate while they're so large here, but the good news is that you're locking up at least a 5th place and still one in contention for it. Your goal in I'd say in a typical game of Battlegrounds is to make top 4. When you have one player who is in 5th and another who is in shape to win the game, I think that's a pretty successful lobby.
All right, well, turn 12, we get some spells. You can discover a new hero power. Fill your hand with bananas, which is the King Mukla hero power. The banana that you get, just give a minion +1/+1. And when you think about it, you just get ability to give +10/+10 however you want. And when you can use it to capitalize on things like Divine Shield or your taunts, or even just other things you want to keep alive, maybe get it outside of any zap range if you're just trying to tech against your opponent or things like that nature. There's some real nice stuff that you can do with it. So it was one of the powers where I wasn't sure how good it was, and then watching it in practice a couple times, it ended up blowing me away with how good those bananas are, even though there's some other really good stuff like discovering a new hero power, which also I think has been growing on me too.
Yeah, the bananas too, it's also important to note that there are a number of big bananas that you can get in the mix. So they're not all +1/+1. Some of them are +2/+2, and I've gotten upwards of 5 of the big bananas in a single hand. So there are some factors with that as well. I'd say the biggest one is it's able to buff neutral minions, which is a very difficult thing to do in general. But in this particular scenario, it offers you a possibility to do it. Obviously, it's negligible for RDU. It's just stick the bananas on the biggest thing that you need to lift.
Right. At least 10 +10/+10. You can see there is one of those big bananas, but it doesn't seem like RDU got all his bananas off in time, did he? The recruit phase is ending. He ended with one banana in hand. Hopefully that's
an intentional call. No, he intentionally did that.
Okay.
This is already you were talking about. Never made a mistake in his life.
I don't think it's going to make a
Big
difference. A lot of times it
there.
does not, but you want to maximize your chances regardless of it. And that is a big attack Mal'Ganis, but almost no health, so going to be able to finish off SirSalty as RDU trying to make a comeback as Arana Starseer gets the 11 exacties kill on the Millhouse.
The best Z's, the exact Z's. MrIncredible found a Nadina in hand to end the turn on as well. This is a common thing with that last buff slot. It's just finding the right tech card to fit in. Nadine is the perfect one, and you see this is actually a backup Nadina as well. So that first Nadine is going to get sold out. He's going to cycle through a bunch of battle cries, and then he's going to end up on another Nadina here. This is the absolutely ideal spot.
Yep, very much so. You can see just how well
He's going to go to second Nadina, excuse me.
MrIncredible is in the situation. Yeah, second Nadina is totally fine as well. You could use it to just kind of play it later in the fight, kind of stagger those divine shields. The golden Nadina is definitely a little bit more on the meme side, but also sometimes you just take it, especially if you can get a discover, that's really key.
I like where you're going with this.
And just maximizing the stats here. I looked at RDU's board. I'm having a hard time imagining how RDU beat this board because it's just so meaty. But hey, maybe RDU's going to surprise us at the very end.
This is one of those, for me, you get a you just don't sort of things. This is going to take a miracle. Like you have to be able to offset 5 divine shields. Then you have to be able to offset the size, which means a lot of poison minions. And at some point in there, you have to offset a second wave of divine shields.
Right.
That is an extremely tall order for a couple of turns.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that maybe you could mitigate it, but it's not usually worth it, right? Like some people are like, oh, what if I just play a really weak taunt minion so that way Nadine doesn't kill herself? It's like, but at the same time, you become that much weaker. So the trade-offs aren't usually worth it in that spot. And so it's exactly what you said. I'm looking at it and say, RDU, great job getting the second place. Let's move on to game 2. But, maybe there's some crazy things that happen with some divine shield placements, maybe some really bad attacks happen for MrIncredible, but I'm pegging him as like a 90% favorite heading into this favorite, or maybe even more.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's actually 100%. Something to note about this, though, is that for RDU, this is actually like a really commonplace thing for him so far in tournaments, is to just have high consistent finishes. RDU has got some tournament wins under his belt, but for the most part, RDU mostly just has extremely consistent finishes throughout. When he's facing down situations that are not good for him, he has tended to come out in a better situation than most players would have. That's what makes him an all-star and one of the best that's out there. He's extremely consistent at doing better than average.
All right, well, there you go. MrIncredible from the open bracket alongside Alucard for Team YEPBoat, able to take that lobby and get that first game win. We're going to take a few minutes, and when we come back, we're going to have game 2 here at WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds is brought to you by goPuff, order in seconds, delivered in minutes, and by Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza.
Of Holly, and for some of us, a couple of victories as well. Here on the Battlegrounds, we've seen MrIncredible stand up tall. Some of the players that we expected to do well, well, they did well, and some of the qualifying teams also stood strong, which I think is always very cool. YEPBoat, between the two of them, go ahead and combine for 14 total points. FollowUs, Dinosaur, and Dream with 10, 9.5, and 7.5, just like that. So some smooth Hearthstone action already here, guys. Very excited to look after game number 1 into game number 2. Froden, give me your thoughts about our first time through.
I think it looked like a pretty straightforward game from what you can expect if you're hopping onto ranked right now or just playing Battlegrounds. And overall, we've seen some pretty solid play. A couple of issues where it looks like some players may have been moving a little slow, right? Like maybe there's some crossover, a little bit of lag. But either way, the only small thing that I have to say is if you're struggling with that, getting that last banana or getting that last hero power sell-in, just pick up the pace a little bit, and then it will be no complaints and smooth sailing from there.
That's the big thing, is just keeping it clean. You got to get your stuff there. Yeah, exactly, right?
For me, I'm just already regretting my pick. Golly, I knew I should have picked YEPBoat. Listen to their name. Their name is perfect. How did I not go with the boat team?
Well, you can go with the boat team this time around. Game number 2 coming at you. Froden and Admirable, take us away again.
Thank you very much, F. Game number 2 here at Group A, which doesn't feature either of the teams that Nathan and I picked to win it, so we could technically pick a Group A winner, Nathan. You could say it's Team YEPBoat. As we are taking a look at some of the heroes around the tavern. RDU already stuck again with a situation where he doesn't have any overtly top-tier heroes based off conventional logic, but is there anything else that he can think about? He's going to go with AFK, a hero that, Nathan, I know you've been telling me a lot and saying that you've been feeling like AFK has gotten a lot better recently.
Yeah, I'd say that with the introduction of the spells into the patch, something that's happened is it's actually managed to close the gap a little bit. Players spike a bit harder, but the difference is that in that mid-game situation, the gap's a little bit closer. Like, everyone gets more powerful, but when you add more stuff into the mix and everybody's getting it, what it means is it closes the gaps of the minions you're finding. AFK has this big deficit early on. She gets a bit of a big spike, but the Tavern 3 minions, depending on what tribes are in the pool, they're not always the best. But I'd say with that spell that's introduced into there, she's got a lot more flexibility and a lot more strength that's potentially seeded in that very key turn. It seems like I theorize about this every single patch when AFK is there, but I think it's probably a little bit stronger than the Ysera in there, which I think would be the more conventional pick of those options he's offered.
Yep, definitely there. We're hopping on board with Simi, RDU's teammate. She's playing Alucard, a really high-tempo hero, being able to give Divine Shield, Wind Fury, and Taunt to the leftmost minion. Immediately freezes on turn 1 for a triple of the Scavenging Hyena. And these kinds of early game board states, when I watch a lot of streamers and I encounter it myself, I always feel like these early game triples are bait. But it looks like Simi's going to really prioritize them because situationally they could be super powerful, especially if the conditions are met. So, Simi, she thought about it. She ends up debating if she's going to freeze this round number 2 here, Nathan. What's going on in her head?
I think a big part of it here is what appears in that third slot. When you freeze, Bob's going to fill up the tavern with the remaining slots that you'd already purchased out. If a token had showed up in this slot, say like a Elemental or a Murloc, Tide Caller, Tide Hunter, I always get those two mixed up, or Alleycat in this instance, she would be freezing this again. The intention of it would be to buy the token generator, sell off the extra token you get, and then buy one of those Scavenging Hyenas to keep your tempo up to pace. In this case, because she doesn't have that token, you're entering a 5 gold turn. It's not worth it to freeze those up and try for it. You needed a token to fill that up, and so that was an opportunity freeze is what that was.
Yep, very much so. Perhaps, banking on an opportunity to get fortunate there. But you can see this turn 3 really crucial that you're often having, 2 minions that you feel like are really good. And if you had frozen those 3 hyenas, you'd be stuck in a pretty awkward situation. Looks like
wow, pretty nice turn here.
Yeah, finds the double dragon and finding an opportunity to get some big stats. Going up against Forestborn Omu, who's played by Team Dream, who really needs to make up for that unfortunate 8th place from Hapabear. That looked like a really good board from her, but she just didn't get enough time to get online. So hopefully Team Dream can pull it around for game.
Yeah, still can't believe that Hapabear was 8th place in that last one. Double Caligos ran into the other Double Caligos player who also has an Amalgadon. Like, that's a game number 1 for you. That's just not supposed to happen is how it goes down. But you know, we're in game number 2 here. They play a number of games in order to try to smooth out that consistency, and now here's where you get offered those spells. And again, Might of the Stormwind offered for R2U. I'm having a tough time seeing him not take this one, although he might be large enough that maybe he feels he can cash in on like new recruit, try to find more consistency in Bob's Tavern, maybe find some more triples and get some big spikes later on. And that's exactly where he's going. He says he's big enough.
Yeah. So the new recruit, you know, kind of just gives you an additional power in this case, an additional passive. And getting that extra minion is really nice because that lets you even stay a little bit longer on lower tiers to find triples before you tavern tier up to get big power spikes. Just gives you more options. And it's a really big deal because, you know, going from 4 to 5 minions gives you that 20% extra boost to finding a minion that you really want. So RDU says, I'm feeling pretty confident, but he's going up against a double spawn Zothboard from Jandis. And MrIncredible, once again, looking like he's trying to play high-tempo style. And RDU is going to take a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty common scenario for AFK. It's the 6 gold Tavern to 3 to get that little pace ahead of everybody else. It's, you know, AFK is very much about momentum. And it's whether that momentum is swinging forward or it's swinging backwards. If it's swinging against you, it's time to claw onto everything that you possibly can and try and stay alive. If that momentum is swinging forward, as it was in RDU's case, make a couple of small sacrifices to, again, keep that momentum snowballing forward.
Yeah, speaking
Show
of
here
momentum,
with,
or rather trying to claw your way back with anything, no real big synergy with Show's Warband, but he does have one of the new top minions in Tormented Ritualist, which when attacked, will give adjacent minions +1/+1, and ended up being a card that I wasn't really sure how to evaluate it, but in practice, it ended up being a really neat early game tempo tool.
Yeah, Dan, you and I, we played a lot of Battlegrounds this week, right when this patch came out, and I was mentioning how I thought that the neutral taunt tribe was really something that could be very strong. It's a very strong effect for a stopgap position. It's kind of setting up for a turn that really solidifies what your direction of the game is. The top minions are very powerful at making your fraudulent looking board a lot stronger than it actually is. And I would say coupled with George, where you can grant divine shields to anything, the taunt tribe kind of in my head becomes a tribe that could realistically be a more end game thing. You need some very specific minions for it to work, but I'm looking at Show's board right now and it actually looks quite powerful to me, mostly guided by my experience with playing these taunt minions, specifically with George.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I just kind of noticed that the well being able to snipe that divine shield off. Definitely not the target that Show was looking for. And with the Scallywag and the Southie combination, just completely picking apart that ability for Show to run away with the board and able to get that win. So a nice little pickup there for Simi and Team FollowUs as Show takes his first loss in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at those just boards side by side without reading anything, it looked like Show was you know, taking 10 points of damage that turn. It's the stats that are hidden behind these taunt effects that really change things up. And for this round here, this is the one I'm really curious about. Is Show feeling like he wants to level up again and provide another divine shield? I know that for Show, the goal for him is usually level up as quickly as possible while simply mitigating damage. He's not looking to deliver hits to other players or, you know, find something exceptionally strong at this stage that he wants to stick with. He wants to find ways to scale up his Tavern tier, find more powerful minions, and just simply keep his health total topped up. And that's exactly what he's going for here.
Yep.
Already
much
prepping
so.
for the talk spin.
Yeah, with George, you really want to capitalize off Divine Shield and Poisonous. Many people consider that to be the de facto way to maximize your power in Battlegrounds, considering that you just get so much ability to kill. Alucard with the Discover finds an opportunity for Bergurgle or for Brand Bronzebeard, but he's going to maximize his tempo here instead of Greeting, which, you know, I've been guilty of it before myself, greeting a little bit too hard. He is also playing Silas Darkmoon, a hero that recently got a minor buff and struggled a lot on the previous patch. But I am curious to see if Silas can perform better today.
Yeah, I kind of want to touch on what you had just mentioned there, too, is like the greed factor in going for tempo or going for the big payoff value kind of situation. I think in this spot, Alucard's made a very wise choice, where you're at 26, you're one of the weaker heroes in the lobby, things are not necessarily going your way, and the brand doesn't like set you up in a final position. It just kind of puts you in, you know, this spot where if things go your way, you may be able to get first. But that's just not what these lobbies are about. The lobbies are about seizing your highest position. And I think there from Alucard, it's great recognition. Things aren't going super well. I need to just keep my life total top off. But this is a big turn we're having here. This is the fabled Khadgar turns.
Nope. That's right. Khadgar being able to give you triples with those token summons gives you an opportunity to spike in power. But once again, Hapabear in a situation where she is very low HP and will need to survive in order to truly pop off. Because the triples, they're great. They can give you so many good power spikes, but she needs a little bit more because her board's looking pretty frail at the moment.
I was curious if that gold placement was a mistake. Like, it felt like it was excited. Because the whole goal with this Khadgar thing is to find Bran and then turn these tokens into massive amounts of triples. They immediately played the Khadgar straight away and discovered on Tavern 4 instead. And my reaction to that was that perhaps was not intentional. I'm really curious if that was.
Well, either way, I'm looking at Hapabear's board, going up against Alucard. And that's going to be scary because Simi, we saw Simi doing pretty well, hasn't lost a battle yet. Perhaps teching up to greed, so maybe Hapabear felt like comfortable enough and feels like she can perhaps survive this, because if she loses, high chance she's dead.
Well, she's got this round okay, at least. You're at least tied.
Yeah.
But that's a win, though. That's 8 points.
Big win.
So this turn here, it's a very, very critical turn right here. You have Light Fang in play. Are you sacrificing now the Khadgar effect, and are you just playing strictly for your Light Fang at this point? This turn's going to tell it all.
Okay. Was there any minion from her opponent's last warband, the Alucard, played by Simi, that she wants? Don't think so. Nearly just goes for on the house, just trying to find a minion that can be high impact. Usually with the Khadgar transitions, there's some really big, powerful for Murloc swings. Trying to find another Tidehunter, does not find it.
Do you have time for the Hydra here?
Seconds. Yeah.
I'm just thinking about like tempo more than I am about like the actual time frame too. Like, do you have time for the Light Fang to build up this Cave Hydra? This may be your only option, honestly.
Another Khadgar. I mean, that's the real dream. We can't stack the Khadgars, but too slow for that.
It might be fading. I'm just not sure. Like, again, this may be your big chance to set it up is to kind of go that direction. I think a bit of a wise option there to forego it and look to see how am I going to live right now. I'm very worried about this.
Needs to go, and
it's a big Light Fang turn.
Yeah, a lot of buffs across the board. It's a quality board, but is it enough to survive RDUs on AFK with a beast build, a much bigger Cave Hydra?
That Hydra is so scary. Oh, that could have eliminated automatically. Now, that being said, I still think Hapabear may be in trouble here, but I'm looking at that Strong Shell Scavenger. If that gets taken down, I think she's okay. And in this case, she doesn't get a tie. That's kind of an unlucky hit on the Strong Shell there. But you're still alive, and that's what really matters right now.
Right. Trying to preserve as much HP as possible. No one's dead, though. And now going up against Alucard, who's playing that Silas in 7th place. This is a fight for 8th.
I think you've got to rely on this Light Fang and then see if you can capitalize on this Khadgar somehow. You know, she's still hanging on to this Khadgar to help buff the Gold Grubber here. It's getting the extra +4/+4 turn thanks to the 2 gold minions in play. But what is ideal here? Is it to try and find Bran and pop off with a bunch of triples on Tavern 5? Is it to try and just rely on the Light Fang to get the job done? You're on a limited amount of gold here. How much can you really improve even by buying stuff this turn? I think that if you're buying this turn, what that means is you are sacrificing this Khadgar. And you're staring at the token right there. Like, this is a really tough spot. These are critical key decision points.
Yeah, very much so. I think the fact that Hapabear's on 2 life just makes it too difficult to try and play any other scaling style. Just try to maximize the amount of damage and stats that you can get, because this could just be one of those situations where if Hapabear is able to improve 1 or 2 placings, maybe her teammate, jkirek, can be, who's crushing with Omu right now, may be able to get enough points to win this lobby for her team.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at this point that 1 or 2 more placements is a success from this standpoint. It's tough to look at a Lightfang board and think, gosh, I just wish I was stronger. But I think, frankly, that's just the situation that Hapabear's in right now.
Very much so.
Can't even cash in on the Kael'thas hero power this turn. Just try to get as many stats in play as you can.
Yep. And from Alucard's position has an okay board. It's not super good either. So, I think it really does depend on how Alucard's able to get some optimal trades. Perhaps even using this Murloc Poison to hit the right target, hits the Lightfang instead. And these big taunts with the Battlemaster, actually didn't really see that initially, end up taking a lot of damage. And with that, Alucard from Team YEPBoat's going to eliminate Hapabear. Hapabear with another 8th place?
I think it's just been dealt 2 really tough hands, and I think that a lot of it is on that Khadgar turn. Again, I think back to that, playing the Khadgar right away and discovering the Tavern 4 minion. I think that might have been, a bit of excitement and unintentional. The key with that triple Khadgar is to find Brand and turn tokens into double triples. And it just, I really feel like it was unintentional and just, perhaps got ahead of herself. Tough to see.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where those Khadgar strategies can also be very 1st or 8th, right? It could be feast or famine. I've seen people whiff on Khadgar stuff. They just get offered real big junk every time. It's not all the time, but there wasn't even a guarantee that had Hapabear had the optimal condition that she would have been able to really dominate the lobby compared to some of the other Khadgar boards that we've seen.
It's also just extremely high skill cap. I watch a lot of Dog play Battlegrounds, and he has it down almost pat. Like, even despite how exceptionally skilled he is at the Khadgar Brand style turns, he still will make errors in them, and he accepts it as you just don't have enough time to optimize everything. You have to pick a plan and just simply follow through on it. And that's exactly how those Khadgar turns work. They're about intuition, and they're often just about whether or not you have the experience to guide you through those kinds of turns, because it's like, in some situations, it's upwards, I'd say, of like 60 to 70 interactions in a single turn.
Right. Sometimes you just gotta send it and make sure that you commit to doing something instead of waiting and thinking about it. SirSalty, by the way, once again, doing a great job preserving that HP and maximizing his chances to bleed into a top 4. His board does have this double Lightfang scaling, but the minions themselves aren't usually the ideal choice outside that Bronze Warden. And so we'll see if SirSalty can eliminate Alucard here.
I would say not like the marquee choices of minions, but when they're all getting +4/+4 a turn, they get pretty strong. And as is demonstrated right here, Lightfang, if Lightfang manages to live, which is, very often the case as, per the size of your minions, you deliver very large hits as well. So, the fact that they've had multiple Lightfangs in play now means that their minions have just gotten very large. Other people have to have set synergies and set, attack order plans in order to really overcome this kind of size. Kind of looking at MrIncredible's board right now, for instance, you need something like this. And when Jandice gets going this way, there's really no stopping a Jandice. Like, this is almost a rinse repeat of the previous style game that MrIncredible had. It's very clear that he has an understanding of how the scaling works. And then furthermore, the scaling is also in his corner here in these first couple of games.
Yep, very much so. And you can just see that the power is just going to continue to rack up here. The double Urazon gets another Kaligos.
Yeah. See ya, Brand. Thanks for the help.
I mean, Brand did a great job there being support, and now MrIncredible is just going to completely scale out the entire lobby. And once more, we're going to see MrIncredible have a very high chance, to basically close out this lobby in 1st place. I'm finding a hard time trying to identify other boards in the lobby that can contest this.
Yeah, it's, as I said, kind of during the, when we came back from break, how could I not pick the team whose name is YEPBoat? Like, those are people who spend a lot of time in Battlegrounds. Yep, just take the tech choice here. Elystra also featured in this board. That helps protect that lone taunt poisonous minion you have, so your opponent has a much tougher time setting up to actually kill that particular minion. You have to have a lot of gas in the tank and a lot of forethought in order to overcome one of these Elystra turns like this. And here, not only that, you have to overcome the size of double Kaligos. It's very tough for me to see this happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, jkirek's board's not bad either. Another double Lightfang board scaling with Menagerie. Oh no, the Imp Mama getting sniped immediately. We can see a little bit of some of the Elystra shenanigans we talked about. Really big hits coming in from jkirek, and yeah, it's all directed towards Elystra. This is just so much damage. Is he just dead? Is jkirek just dead here?
No, he's at least at 2, but MrIncredible's at Tavern 5.
Jeez.
You're good at this.
Yeah, let's get another Divine Shield in here, or
goodness,
you could empty your hand and bananas up the Elystra as well. So I think in this spot, the Divine Shield tends to be a little bit stronger. You just give a big minion Divine Shield, like a Kaligos or something. It helps ensure not only that you're having that big power hit that's coming in, giving a minion Divine Shield that doesn't conventionally have it, but at the same time, you're also providing, just that staying power and delivering those big shots of damage at the end of the turn. Finds an Adina as well.
Wow. That's right. And using the Faceless, one of the new neutral cards that came into the 19.2 patch, which is equivalent of a Zephyrus Wish in some scenarios. Usually you use it to triple up if you hold 2 copies. But remember, it's in the Tavern. I made the mistake when the first time I played it on patch day where I thought it was my friendly minion. So you got to be a little bit careful about that. MrIncredible continuing to scale what feels like infinite stats at this point. And he's going up against SirSalty, who's at, still a reasonable life total, but don't be surprised if SirSalty ends up biting the dust this round and maybe even just barely getting in 3rd or 4th place here.
Yeah, would not be too much of a surprise to see at this point. I mean, this board is absolutely massive. It's something I do want to point out with this. For those of you trying to play these Kaligos turns at home, you still should likely be buying that Faceless card in order to find better triples in the Tavern. But it does not actually proc Kaligos right now. I believe that's an unintentional bug. It's Battle Cry, but it transforms, so it's not procking the Kaligos when it's entering play.
Right, because the Battle Cry transform does not keep it as the minion as such. At least what Nathan was telling me. I've never really tried that in particular, but we'll see. SirSalty.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of it.
I mean, you're seeing it right here. He's going to kill the Elystra, but the question is he going to kill much else? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, not really. I mean, it's just the board has been so outscaled. I mean, it really is up to the MyX to deliver everything, and it gets taken down by that last position time. So, It strikes back at an Amalgadon, but you're looking at too many stats across the way.
Yeah, so with that show, we're going to pop in with him. Looks like he's going to take out and get the kill. So SirSalty, can he survive long enough for Dinosaur to be in the top 4? And looks like he will. So 2 members of Dinosaur making a big charge here in game number 2, going up against MrIncredible now. So looks like MrIncredible taking on Team Dinosaur by himself and trying to eliminate them. But George is a hero with a lot of staying power with his Divine Shields and ideally getting poisonous traits on it, but just almost no more HP. So it's not really about trading down to the board. It's really about whether or not Show can win. And with Nadina and those big stats, I'm not really seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of poisonous minions with George is kind of the way you do it. But the thing I'm looking at here is that Elystra is providing a pretty tremendous disruption effect. Is Show anticipating that? And then furthermore, if he is anticipating it, how does he actually offset it? I have yet to really find, I would say, reliable ways for myself to really offset what Elystra provides to other players. And it's just a very difficult question to answer. Like, how do you take care of this minion if your opponent's got sizable minions across the board? I have no idea, and it's a terrifying thing to think about.
Yeah, it's super tricky, and I think that most people have basically said that Elystra might be a candidate to eventually get balanced changed in some capacity, because they just feel like it's a really, really powerful card. Still too early for the verdict to be dropped completely, but it's definitely something that's entered the conversation where people are like, wow, is Elystra just the nuts? And in these kinds of late game scenarios, it very much is. Because look at sjow's poisonous board. It's just going to keep colliding over and over into the Elystra, which just comes back and really absorbs these one attack poisonous minions and completely nullifies them.
Yeah, when you start to think about like the top dog tribe, what's actually the most powerful? I think at the end of the day, you really have to give the nod to dragons because it's one of the few tribes that can make Divine Shield minions with a Malgadon because you're leveraging upwards of that tier 6 tavern position anyway. But then furthermore, you have Nadina to restore some of those Divine Shields. Like, what is the way to stop this? I really don't know. It seems like it's tough. I think sjow found the right position here to start at least.
Yeah, I mean, he's did a good job putting his non-poisonous minions first. And, you know, now all the Divine Shields are popped, but there's just too much stats. And there's not enough stats on sjow's side to back it up. So MrIncredible once more eliminating another player. And, I mean, we might see the player with the most amount of kills already in this group. Taking a look at jkirek, looks like he's going down, or they're going down, rather, to the Lich King. SirSalty is going to get that win here. And so now it comes down to Salty versus MrIncredible, which at this point we kind of saw what happened last time. And I expect a repeat performance of the previous fight, which would mean that MrIncredible once more is going to win the lobby, barring any kind of miracle outcome from SirSalty.
Yeah, this is kind of like the, you know, when you find it, you find it. You know, this is the day to be getting lucky here for sure. With $10,000 up for grabs here today. Having back-to-back Kaligos games is definitely where you want to be at.
Yep, very much so. And I mean, the game plan for MrIncredible is pretty straightforward. There's no, like, one unit he's really looking for. It's purely about buffing the board as big as you can and ending on a solid enough unit. And I guess this 69-73, well, after the buffs changing, of course, to 74-78, I would say that's an okay minion to end your turn on.
Yeah. Jandis also here as one of the endgame minions too. I'm sorry, one of the endgame heroes. She's one of the most powerful that there is. It's one of the few heroes where in order to exchange out and have more Battlecry stuff happen, you don't have to sell anything. You can actually just trade out one of your most powerful cards, launch all the Battlecries you've collected into play, and then just buy back the card that you shipped into the shop and get more buffs from it. Because in this case, it's just a Malgadon. This is the dream scenario. You really can't get much better than this setup.
Yeah, very much so. You can see Salty with the Hail Mary trying to see if maybe an unstable ghoul could potentially change things into the mix, as has their own Elystra as well. You know, the only thing that I felt like Elystra wasn't doing enough was against a Mega Wind Fury that comes out of the Crackling Cyclone. But even despite that, we'll see if I don't know. We'll see if Salty can kill one or two more units here.
You know, SirSalty, the thing that they really demonstrated here was an understanding of the position and how to take advantage of it. You notice where the position of that unstable ghoul was. It was deep down the line. The idea was a bunch of attacks get spent on both Elystras side by side, and then after MrIncredible's Nadina procs, your unstable ghoul hits, wipes out those Divine Shields, and then maybe you have a shot at it. The size of the minions was just the difference maker here. MrIncredible's way too large for SirSalty to handle there, but SirSalty, I think, demonstrated an excellent understanding of how you position to try and fight off that Nadina there.
Yep, back-to-back wins for Team YEPBoat. They're looking like the front runners for Group A. We're going to come back in just a moment with game number 3 here at WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
I need a new controller.
Okay, I'll get on goPuff.
What else do we need?
Get some late night snacks.
We need some Lysol.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Out of toothpaste.
We need some detergent.
Does goPuff have all that?
Yep, be here in minutes.
Get $20 off your first 2 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the WSOE Online number 4 Hearthstone Battlegrounds. WSOE is home based in Las Vegas, and that's America, baby. It's all about these games, these tournaments, these winnings. And so the transition to online and Hearthstone Battlegrounds absolutely makes sense. We've been flipping the cards so far. YEPBoat up on top, 26.5 in total. A fantastic performance here. But something I want to bring up as well is Dinosaur as well. We saw 2 of the players in that top end admirable. And that, you know, when we just play Battlegrounds at home, this is the difference of the tournament setting with the teams. You got to be able to play with and against your teammate.
Yeah, that's a really big difference for this one. You know, I actually asked Sjow about the difference in playing in a free-for-all and playing with a teammate. And he said that one of the biggest differences you get is that you get to share information that you wouldn't otherwise have. You know, your teammate's also seeing opponents that you're playing against. Bob gives you a little tooltip on the side that tells you what kind of tribe they have, but it's not really fully fleshed out. So when you have a teammate who's able to kind of, I'd say, scout for you in that instance, it means you can better position.
Yeah, it certainly works out. And Dinosaur, as we said, number 2 overall as we take a look at our standings presented by goPuff. These guys have been really interesting, not just Dinosaur, but something else I want to bring up. Number 1 overall twice in a row is MrIncredible. I think it's very funny because a lot of people from the outside looking in, look at a game like Battlegrounds, look at a game like Hearthstone and say, you know, there's a lot of RNG involved. We'll get Froden back in just a moment. But Admirable, talk to me again about, you know, MrIncredible being able to do it twice in a row.
I mean, there is a lot of RNG involved, but, you know, that's just card games in a nutshell. Card games are about taking advantage of the situation that you're in, not taking advantage of, you know, the opponent that you're playing against necessarily. That's a factor in it. But more importantly, it's measuring your understanding of where you're at and what's likely to happen as you move forward. The better that you have that understanding and you can see deep and see different kinds of scenarios that will offer you either winning or losing positions, it's about mitigating the losses and maximizing the wins. It's not as easy as it looks. Everyone thinks they can do it, but that's the beauty of card games, is that everyone thinks they can.
All right, well, we're going to game number 3, and it looks like we're having those early hero choices. My F for RDU. We see Ragnaros making an appearance today, as well as Elite Star Seeker, great Akazamarak. So some of the most top-tier heroes available, as well as a couple of spicy choices, because you don't always get the optimal hero. Someone has Deathwing into this lobby, and we'll see if Deathwing's enough to get them scaling and be able to tavern tier up pretty aggressively. As I didn't get a chance to look at what tribes were omitted. Did we get a chance to take a look at that, Nathan?
You know, I'm hoping that we can get a chance to look at it. I've tended to pick it up as we kind of move along here. With Deathwing in the mix, I would usually say that beasts are available. You know, I would say at a certain point in time, as you're seeing MrIncredible not play the minion here because they're queued into a teammate right now. They're making sure that nothing, you know, shenaniganry happens on this turn 1. Very common thing here for teammate tournaments. As you go ahead and look at like what's omit, that determines a lot of how players will play early on, how they'll buy early on, and, you know, what types of heroes they will sometimes pick. With Deathwing here, beasts usually need to be in the pool. You're trying to generate a lot of token effects and just make sure that you kind of smush down the amount of health that units have, because Deathwing's buffing all minions attack by 2. This includes your opponents. Your opponents can't necessarily just fill up their board with a bunch of token maker stuff, but Deathwing in the early and mid stages, they definitely can. That's really the advantage they're trying to seize in this one. So I'm curious to see what MrIncredible can do here. Hasn't been dealt an ideal hero, but perhaps they can create an ideal situation.
Yeah, very much so. And Team YEPBoat is crushing with the amount of points they have at 26.5. But there's another team that's hot on their tails with Dinosaur. So, you know, for Team YEPBoat, they still really want to put up good performances despite their really good early starts. And for people who are just still kind of piling in, kind of wondering how the format's going to be today, we're playing 6 games in these lobbies for groups, and the top teams will advance to tomorrow's final group. And we, of course, have 2 invited teams and 2 open qualifying teams as we take a look at both of them in the early game. Team YEPBoat and Dream, as you can see right here, jkirek representing Team Dream. They are the open teams trying to prove that just because you're well-known or popular or perhaps be invited player doesn't mean that you're necessarily better than some of these other people who've been grinding those opens or grinding the ladder and really putting their stake in the leaderboards.
Yeah, you know, it kind of in card games is it's any given Sunday. It doesn't matter how good you are. Things can go against you. Things can possibly not go your way. But at the same time, that's the beauty of card games, is creating that consistency throughout. The players who perform better on average are the ones you typically look to. You're just not going to win every single time. And the ones that seem to win every single time, that's like the hunter aces and stuff like that. They start to become legends and myths and such. But here with these open teams, I would say that Hapabear and jkirek, they have a lot of work cut out for them. Hapabear has had 2 really unfortunate games in a row, where in the first game they had double Kaligos and ran into another player that had a bigger double Kaligos and got eliminated in 8th place. The other Kaligos player, of course, took first. In the second game, they had a triple Khadgar set up and wasn't able to capitalize on it in those ideal situations that you see like in YouTube highlights and on dog stream every 20 minutes and stuff like that. Here, they need to have a really solid finish in this game, so that way they can be set up for the back half. They need consistent finishes throughout. They don't need to necessarily win them all. They just need to start securing some top 4s.
Very much so. I actually really like this play too from jkirek to freeze that 3rd Wrathweaver instead of tripling up for anything right now, just to ensure that the power spike is more consistent, and also open up the opportunity for maximum economy here, which is jkirek setting up the board, using the Might of Stormwind to just get that guaranteed +7/+7. And also really making sure that maybe having that extra gold next turn could be the big pop that they're looking for in order to get a really big discover.
Yeah, specifically with Wrathweaver as well. Tavern Tier 4, it's an okay thing to discover into, but when you have Wrathweavers in play, suddenly you look at that Tavern Tier 4 and it's looking like 6. Finding a Floating Watcher in that instance can absolutely change the momentum of the game and put you on a path to just demolishing player after player. Instead of having these big scaling things where you're looking at Tavern Tier 6, of course, Millhouse will always be looking there. The thing that's happening is you're looking at steamrolling players who are trying to take time to get set up and just putting them in dire situations. That's a big part of Battlegrounds, is that the damage acts as a form of disruption.
Yep, that's right. Find Siegebreaker, which is a demon. Not necessarily the demon that jkirek was looking for, but still solid enough, especially to get the ball rolling. And you mentioned Floating Watcher. We mentioned that there's new demons in the pool with the Big Fernal. Demons in general have been pretty relevant for a little bit of time, ever since the Wrathweaver buff to a 1/3 stat line up from 1/1. Huge buff there.
Yeah.
Now it's the point where it seems like demons are a very reliable tribe to try and go for if you find these early Wrathweavers like this. So jkirek looking solid to start off game 3.
Over on this side, it's looking like we're already trying to get set up with a Macaw-style build. The Goldrin moving up to Tavern Tier 6 made this Macaw build a lot harder to execute. But the thing about it is that executing it is still quite powerful. And I think if there's a hero that does it a little bit better than most, it's pretty much going to be Elise Starseeker. When her map moved from 3 mana to 2 mana, it gave you a lot of leverage for cheating Tavern Tiers and kind of moving up in spots where you normally would not be able to do so, because you have a 2-cost minion available to you. And so I think that's something that is in the back of SirSalty's mind right now is, if I can cheat enough Tavern Tiers here and stay pretty healthy, can I just get ahead of everybody, find that early Goldrin, and start to steamroll players? That always is a thought in the back of your head, is how can you just put pressure on other players so they don't have time to get the setups that they ideally want. I think that this is perhaps the making of one. Keep your eyes out to see if they can get to Tavern Tier 5 really quickly and make a triple and look for that Goldrin.
Yeah, and wow, looks like taking the win here, getting some pretty nice looking trades at the very end, and SirSalty able to do that. And that's definitely one of the things that's in the back of your mind when you're playing Elise. When her recruitment map got, buffed to just being 2 golds instead, people really thought of ways to mess with that leveling curve. Sometimes you get a little bit too crazy, though. You don't want to take all the level opportunities you can, because sometimes you just die if you don't hit enough tempo. But right now, SirSalty's in a great spot to do exactly what you described. So I'm looking forward to see if that Macaw build can flesh out, or you just find something else to eventually ditch it for later. Meanwhile, Team Dinosaur, they're definitely the team that most people will probably be paying attention to right now, because we know that Team YEPBoat's in the lead. Can Team Dinosaur, which is just a couple of points back, which is a couple of placings, can they find a way to sneak up and maybe grab first place after we hit the halftime point? of this lobby. So we're going to find out if sjow can do that. He's off to a pretty okay demon build here, just having some token synergies with the Soul Juggler. But the Ragnaros is pretty much interested in just killing as many minions as possible to get Sulfuras. And when you see double Scallywags with the Reborn and Micro Mummy, I am frothing to try to get all these kills and get Sulfuras online.
Yeah, I certainly was too. And then just that opening attack from sjow, the Spawn is off attacking the only minion it could where it would not end up dying and buffing your entire board. It doesn't even matter in this scenario. The Soul Juggler plus all the demons that sjow has able to just pick things up, wipe out a board full of minion extra death rattles, and really start juicing that Sulfuras. You know, one of the problems I always had with Ragnaros is that I feel like I always try to follow a standard leveling curve. I would say that if you're not in a position to just have an extremely ideal start, you might need to skip on one of the tavern levels just to make sure that you can get your hero power active. For sjow there, he was in a great spot to just, you know, take advantage of it and scale as normal. And for RDU here, we're looking at now the cash in of Maiev, where they're already on Tavern Tier 5, they're already fighting triples, and they already have an Elystra in play versus a Deathwing. I think that this could be a nightmare scenario if over on the other side, MrIncredible is not set up to absolutely demolish this board. Looking pretty strong.
Yeah. He's got every one of his minions has a pretty high impact upon death. You know, they either take a hit and they gain, they still get another opportunity to trade, or these Kaboom bots could be really disruptive and snipe an important minion for RDU. I'm a little worried for RDU here. This is a battle between 7th and 8th place currently in the lobby, and it's looking like there's a scenario where one of these players takes enough damage to die here.
Yeah, Elystra's doing a pretty good job here, though. Like, she's pulling 4 effects from her body alone. It's the Divine Shield, then her natural body, and then the Reborn Divine Shield, and the X1. You know, the X1 against Deathwing, that's not really the spot that matters so much. The spot that matters so much, I think, is just how some of these trades interact. Right now for RDU, I think there's a chance he wins this round. He just needs some of the attacks to really pan out his way. So that first value trade right there into the Murazon, that's already a big factor. Oh, I'm sorry, there's Replicating Menaces out. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, RDU's lost this round. Okay, never mind.
Oh, he is toast. Is he dead?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think he's at 1, 2.
Oh, just barely surviving. But hey, not dead is still good enough right now because he's going for another triple. And he's getting a big infusion of power through the second spell, or rather the third spell here. Nope, second spell. Here, as we take a look at
this turn 8.
This is turn 8. That's right. I for some reason, I kind of thought it was going to be a little bit later, but he, because he levels so aggressively. But it makes sense here as RDU is trying to go for a big tier 6 unit.
He took the bouncer here as well. I think it's important to note that, I think that RDU probably had better options there. But when you're at 2 and you're on Tavern 5 and you just found another triple that's waiting for you, plus you have an Elystra, the key right now is make sure that you don't die immediately. If you don't die immediately, you are set up for a potential win. He hasn't had a skyrocketing discovery on the second one, and his Tavern 5 has looked, I'd say, a bit dry. So it really boils down to whether or not he can capitalize on this right away. And I think that this bouncer, I want to say it hits the Foe Reaper here because it's such a critical target.
He's got to go a little bit quicker too.
Okay. And now the Mal'Ganis setup means you can continue scaling the Wrathweaver. I think he should be good this round. The Elystra protecting the Foe Reaper here is actually a really big deal.
Yes, absolutely. And the Omu doesn't look super duper strong, and this Foe Reaper already kind of getting the work done here, getting past that first taunt. And I mean the other side of the equation that I wanted to ask real quick was RDU, how much damage is he going to be able to do to this Omu? Because Elisha's taking all the damage and making some really inefficient trades. The Mal'Ganis hasn't died either.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. 6, 5, 14. This is almost 20 damage? But 18 upstairs. Oh my
Just slightly below average for the turn 9 hit in Battlegrounds.
Really pulled their weight.
not even the clean 20. Alucard, who was sitting in the top 4, probably big chillin', now in 7th place, and RDU going for his teammate, or rather, sjow. I misread there, the Ragnaros versus the Deathwing, as looking as an opportunity to maybe climb up in the standings. Can RDU make that comeback and perhaps even squeeze into top 4 here?
I think he definitely can. I mean, this board is looking quite good at this point. It doesn't look like anyone in the lobby is like skyrocketing ahead and you know, finding like these disgusting Tavern 6 draws that are just wiping players off the, you know, the face of the lobby right now. And so a lot of this boils down to how strong sjow can get, because right now I think sjow's board is lacking against what RDU is providing at this point. And sometimes that happens with Ragnaros, and you live like on a razor's edge. Like, I can't tell you how many games I've seen or played where Ragnaros has dipped below 5 HP and still come back to win the game pretty comfortably afterwards. Here, though, it does feel like sjow is lacking a bit versus what RDU has. RDU's board is pretty massive, I think, by comparison. But, you know, the fight determines a lot more than just what I say here. I'm looking at that Battlemaster, though, and sjow does really not have a strong way to contest that.
He doesn't have the strongest way to contest it. Just had the Mithrax to try to see if he could anchor it with the amount of damage, but that Elisha is going to be so disruptive once more, again, forcing inefficient trades. I do wonder about the build that sjow has, whether or not he was able to get that Sulfuras online, and was he rolling a lot, or is he just taking tempo options? Because he's still playing a Soul Juggler with very minimal amount of...
So I might have spoken too soon on that one. The Iron Sensei actually hitting at 17 attack because of the replicating menace that's put on it. That is a much bigger difference to the board, because it means that Foe Reaper is wiped out right away. So that's actually bad news for RDU. So the Elisha now has to carry body. And so her taking that big hit and staying alive, I think, is the first one. But now that Battlemaster needed to absorb those hits. And the tokens absorb up the Elisha.
Oh, no.
Wow.
All those damage going into the tokens has cost them. And yeah, you know, you kind of mentioned it, is that RDU actually had had one good attack and one really bad attack, and ended up taking that really poor attack into the Divine Shield, not getting the maximum amount of cleave. And now RDU is out in 8th place as we hop on over to Hapabear, who, with the great Akazamorak, looks like is going to get a opportunity to fight against RDU's Ghost here.
Yeah, Nadina's is probably the one that she's looking at here. I think it's going to be tough unless she has had a scout on RDU's board to know exactly how strong his board is. The Ice Block coming in and saving, that to me is really one of the big talking points of just this last turn for Hapabear. You know, she faded in 8th place because of the Ice Block from Akazamorak. And kind of looking at stat aggregates, that has been a very common theme, as Akazamorak has really stepped up in their placement on average, and Hapabear just not discovering the key units on 6. It's enough to like stay alive and fight off boards, but it's not really providing you these directions that you look at them and you go, you know what, this is endgame. I can ride this direction and really secure a victory here. It's still just a struggle for Hapabear situations. Try and stay alive as long as you can.
Yeah, just a little bit too fair of those tier 6 units that were discovered. Simi, you know, speaking of, trying to, looks like survive a little bit here. The Macau, she could go for the 50-50 on the spawn of N'Zoth, because there is the Mechano Egg that could also get the Death Rider triggered. And I guess in this case from Simi, she's going to try to take that risk. She needs to survive and improve as many places for Team FollowUs as she can. Gets the activation on the spawn of N'Zoth that's upgraded. And so that's a really big boon for her board. Is it enough, though?
I am thinking that it depends partially on this summon right here. You know, I'd say that It Mama, which, you know, is a pretty weak summon here, it's one of the ones that kind of thrives on Elisha being a natural thing. Is you get, if you're attacking a taunt, you get a guaranteed feed off of the Elisha being there with It Mama. And so I'm looking at a couple of the value trades here, and I think it might have left this board just a little too shy on being able to wipe out enough.
Yeah, I'm worried about that Wrathweaver, but it does take a pretty nasty trade.
Oh!
Okay.
Wow!
We
Finds
take
the
it.
tie at the end.
Yes. Huge push here. And with that, 2 other players have been eliminated, so great job from Simi to be able to stay alive as we hop back on board with Team Dinosaur and sjow, who, you know, the Ragnaros growth now has double Divine Shield taunt, one on the Security Over and one on the Iron Sensei, who's just buffing each other. And really, really good setup here from sjow. I like it a lot. And, you know, the nice touch is finding pairs so that way he still has ways to scale up. And even finding a way to eventually dish that Soul Juggler, because I really, again, don't know what Soul Juggler is doing much here. Maybe at best, you know, knocking off some of those Divine Shields from their opponents.
Yeah, and so kind of going back to the early stage from SirSalty, where they had the early Macaw. A good thing about having that is that you're chasing down Tavern 6 minions, and all sorts of Tavern 6 minions can give you direction for this. And so Kaligos has been found, 2 Amalgadons have been found alongside a Bran, and just, you know, able to move up to Tavern 6 anyway as you're scaling throughout this. Says that the Lightfang's not doing the job anymore. You know, totally agree with that, given that this Kaligos is here. And you know, has really catapulted forward in this. And so when I'm looking at this now, I think that they just may be too far ahead of the rest of the lobby for the others to catch up at this point. I would say that sjow is in contention right now because he's got the 2 large Divine Shield minions. But if sjow does not see SirSalty fall right away, I'm sorry, they're teammates. What am I talking about? This is a great news for sjow. They're on the same team. This is fantastic. For sjow.
Yeah, what's not fantastic is going up against SirSalty right after he got the very juicy strong scale scavenger with the brand buff after Defender of Argus buffing the Elystra to make her even more tanky. So this is definitely a pretty bad setup here for jkirek, who is sitting at 27 HP and could be taking a lot of damage. The summons could end up playing a big factor though, so we'll see. But right now, SirSalty is looking dominant in this head-to-head.
Yeah, avoiding attacking the Wrathweaver early on. You know, that's one of the big keys to that. To, you know, beating a Wrathweaver is that you don't want to just run your biggest minions into it over and over again. You want the key minions to hit it. You know, something that has poisonous or something that, you know, is delivering a final blow. Baiting that and then getting to this point, you secure yourself a win. And because you have Kaligos in play and the Maiev lives with, the Myexna lives with 1 health, you deliver a big blow as well. So now Millhouse down to likely just 1 strike before they fall.
21 HP, no one died. Still top 5 as we enter the next
snaps up the Divine Shield.
Instantly.
Didn't even have a chance to look at the rest of the options. It's just like, give me the Divine Shield, Bob. I don't care about the rest.
Yeah, he's trying to find ways to supplant the board. Divine Shield, especially in this kind of scenario, is so powerful. Nullifying an attack, you know, effectively doubling a lot of the stats that you want to get.
Down a minion and
finds
like 2 Divine Shields.
Yeah, finds 2 Divine Shields this turn now. The annoying module real big. What I'm curious about is how long do we hold on to cards like Bran, right? Like, you know, it's a really nice way to keep scaling. You already have scaling in the form of Kaligos. So, you know, SirSalty, I'm just keeping an eye on. I think we can hold on to it for quite some time, considering that Salty is at 37 HP. So extremely unlikely that SirSalty dies from 1 hit. But that is something to think about, like what he can eventually replace and if he needs to, because right now he's outscaling the entire lobby despite playing effectively a minion down by having a spot taken up by Bran.
Yeah, Simi's looking like it's going to be a bit shy here. The 2 extra Divine Shields found on the other side. I mean, Elise is just still like at full health too. I mean, just too big. Like, it's just tough to beat this. I think that the board setup is looking pretty good. Just, my gosh, Kaligos. Slow down, bud.
Well, this is kind of what we're talking about too, right? The fact that Elystra getting stat buff keeps her alive for an extra hit just makes it that much more annoying, makes it that much better versus things like the Imp Mama, which almost died. But yeah, like, Simi just cleared the Elystra. Meanwhile, the rest of the board has just been chewed up. And so I think Simi did a great job staying alive as long as she could have. Improved her placing by 2 when we saw her survive that 1 round with a tie. But, you know, that definitely out here. What looks like to be, at best, tied for 4th place.
And indeed it will be. MrIncredible finally doesn't dominate the rest of the lobby.
I know. So sjow has an opportunity to take out jkirek, which would mean it is a 1-2 finish for Team Dinosaur if sjow can get this win.
Yeah, that would be a really big one here. jkirek, I think with a pretty decent looking board, it's mostly just been riding the coattails of the Wrathweaver. Has a golden brand as well on their side of the board, but nothing here really to take too much advantage of it. I think that sjow, kind of looking at his Tavern 4 when he bought that security rover early on, he bought it. And I was like, this is kind of an interesting buy. But looking at the payoff here, sticking an Annoyal module on it, suddenly get Divine Shield, putting it end to end with the Iron Sensei and having the Iron Sensei isolate buffs on it, that thing's getting +5/+5 a turn. This has been massive foresight demonstrated from sjow to pick this up and suddenly land yourself in a position where you might just be bigger than the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, very much so. I love the way sjow has played this mid game, and it's paid off handsomely, finding an opportunity to triple up on the Divine Shields if he wants to through the Selfless Heroes. He did find the Faceless Tavern Goer. I am curious to see what sjow could potentially swing here as well for a tier 6 unit if you choose to go for the triple.
I think that you go for it next turn, but that's not really providing the same thing, right?
Right.
You want it at this turn. I think you just settle for the Divine Shield stuff and live to fight another day.
Yeah, if you can, right? Because this is the most important fight for the entire game for Team Dinosaur. Although they already did secure 2 out of the top 3 spots, so a really good opportunity considering that YEPBoat has no spots in the top 3. But they really want to push their lead as far as they can. And it's a lot of Divine Shields, and I do feel like that Wrathweaver is really hard to kill, so we'll find out what happens. But looking good for sjow as an early glance here.
Spading the crashes on the Wrathweaver. You only want to hit it when you have the Divine Shields. The Imp Mama is shredding one of those. And I think Wrathweaver at this point, it's just, too much of the board has been stripped away.
Well,
the Bolvars still have their shields.
Yeah. And that'll do it.
Number 1 and number 2 for Dinosaur.
Oh, yeah. So at this point, sjow and SirSalty can kind of do anything they want here. Again, the teammates are combining their points in the lobbies. But we're still going to see how they do this, especially because for sjow's perspective, for people who even want to learn, this is an opportunity for sjow to maybe demonstrate a comeback potential here. Because this board does have opportunities to improve significantly. Because cards like Bolvar, while they're pretty useful if you're playing Divine Shield comp, they do tend to have its limitations.
It's a tall order to overcome, but honestly, there might just be enough Divine Shield to make it get done. The stats are pretty close to equal on each side.
Defensive systems online.
They are pretty equal, and SirSalty does not have access to Toxfin, which does basically give the Amalgadon this final end game boss type feel where it has everything. So, maybe there's an opportunity for sjow. If it just comes down to Divine Shield, and it comes down to stats, Ragnaros has Elise covered, and it becomes increasingly more difficult for Elise because Ragnaros gets those Sulfurous buffs every single turn.
Yeah, SirSalty's going for a kill potential here. Both end-to-end sjow has taunts with Divine Shield, though. So these first couple of poisons, there's potential for them to land nothing. So swapping it up, you saw that. The Amalgadon swapped at the very end there to see if he can try and pop these shields first. And sjow trying to find his own tech positioning, anticipating how SirSalty would position and try to counteract that. So you notice that he's got the Imprisoner up first. And so the idea behind that is that it attacks and then it dies to a hit, and then it's able to have the token attack the Elystra afterwards as well. Elystra ends up getting shredded in this instance, and I think that sjow may have won the positioning here. Divine Shields land very well.
Yep.
Ooh!
Oh, the poison taking out that big taunt minion, and now sjow
Ooh!
has to hope for the rest of the good trades. Just have to
Okay,
dodge
one's
the
good.
Myexna.
That's a tie.
Okay. All right,
There's a lot of interesting meta going on here.
Battle is really
Yeah.
raging out
There's a lot of interesting meta that's happening in this positioning. You know, I'm seeing like the way that they're positioning like death rattles for tokens and stuff as well. And they're trying to make sure that they maximize chances for these little token effects to either wipe out the small minions that each player may have remaining, or pop critical divine shields at the end. It's a very difficult task to try and cover.
Yeah, I like that.
They have a
show
lot of strong
continues to-
visualization.
Yes. And I'm liking the decision here from Show to actually chill and not really go Tavern tier up and go tier 6, because, you know, what is he really looking for at that point with that little amount of gold that he can roll? It'd probably just be Amalgadon or Bust to try and see if he can improve it. And he really just needs to find a Noya module to give to this Amalgadon so he can give a Divine Shield. Finds an opportunity for another Deadly.
That's a bait. That's a bait.
Third Amalgadon.
You don't take that.
Well, yeah, you usually don't want it because you invested so much into these two Amalgadons that they are better separate than they are together.
This is tough. I genuinely don't know what the best way to do this is. And so the egg at the front, what that means is if the egg dies, it's providing the same thing the Imprisoner was for Show on the previous round. It pops a Divine Shield and then tries to pop another Divine Shield. That's like almost entirely the goal of this front running minion. Misses though. Show's got enough diversity. Bad attack. And that token
These
pops that
tokens are
Divine
huge.
Shield from the Elystra.
Yeah.
Absorbs the Elystra now. The Divine Shield and the Amalgadon is vulnerable. Gets popped down, of course, from its attack. Doesn't quite shred the Security Rover. It's just not big enough. And then look at that Divine Shield there shredding. And so from this position, I believe that Show has this round locked.
It should be, because SirSalty with just 2 weights shouldn't be able to kill enough of the board here, barring catastrophic trades, and with 2 poison minions left too. That has solved it. So Show again making that big comeback. Salty does get the hit on the 6 minions, so it doesn't take as much damage. But now is within effective kill range here, and I am curious to see if Salty can turn that board state around, because it doesn't really seem like he can do much here to improve his board at the moment.
Give a dog a bone!
The Divine Shield Wind Fury +10/+10. I mean, that's really nice when you have some poisonous minions on the board.
I've never actually... This is like the only one I think I haven't seen get used. I purposely spent this week like scouting out boards that were nearing turn 16 on streams to try and find players reaching like this legendary tavern where you have these ultra powerful spells that come into effect. I'd be really curious to see if there's a way that SirSalty can take advantage of this.
I mean, he has it on his board in the form of a poisonous minion, but like, what else can SirSalty do besides find like a Myexna triple or a Elystra triple, or just slowly buff the board? This is the kind of scaling problems we talked about. You know, with a lack of dragons and murlocs, really giving you the really natural scaling opportunity with Divine Shield and poisonous. It's a little bit tricky here for SirSalty. Meanwhile, Show just continuing to add to the strength of his board. That might be the biggest Iron Sensei I've seen in a hot minute.
Just the impending disaster that is Ragnaros. Elystra gets wiped out. That's some good use of the Wind Fury there to have the egg be able to absorb that.
Absolutely.
And that opens up vulnerability on the other side. Divine Shield gets shredded. Other Divine Shield, not the way you want those to be used. Oh.
It just doesn't look like enough. And these spores are now liabilities.
I mean, the egg was large enough to wipe out the Security Rover, though. The problem is that Myexna's first attack, the Divine Shield gets absorbed, and that egg needed to crash into the Amalgadon. So Show delivering another hit
I think Rag's
here.
got this. And so SirSalty just doesn't have ways to actually find an opportunity to scale enough here, and sjow just has too much stats at the moment. One more potential roll down here for sjow.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Who has seemingly
It's
infinite
kinda crazy.
refreshes.
It's kind of crazy how powerful the security rover has been just by, again, providing like a further disruptive attack to the situation. It's like absorbing, you know, a key MyX to attack with a divine shield, or it's absorbing
Oh jeez.
oh boy.
Oh my goodness. Another Elystra?
That sjows first Elystra. You know, honestly,
Oh,
with the
you're
way the
right.
attacks have been going, I'm not even sure you want this in play. You know, things have looked like they were going fantastic so far.
Okay.
Amalgadon.
Another Amalgadon. Triple adaptations with 2 tribes.
Yeah, it's only
actually
4
a lot of
adapts,
neutral.
actually.
Yeah. The brand
6.
being golden is nice. Yeah, so doesn't end up getting everything. Woo! Okay. That's the goods.
You're down a minion and up a gold.
And I guess sjow.
Yeah,
from
sjow
this
cycling
point on.
through the Elystras here. This is, you know, that last unit being a tech unit, this is like, to me, one of the harder things in the game to grasp is like, how do you manipulate this last slot? You know, rotating it between buffs and a key minion that sits there. It's opportunity that really dictates a large portion of how you end up teching that out. So, you know, a lot of times it requires the previous turn's setup or a willingness to not improve for a turn. Nadina found
Okay.
on SirSalty's side.
Bad enough? I mean, after those 4 attacks from the minions, it should be enough to reset all those divine shields. So,
Well,
you know,
this is
it
very
makes
good recognition
sense.
from SirSalty. So the MyXs getting taunt means that they're big enough to survive the Elystra strikes. So he's able to set those up early on, so that way they use their divine shields at least for something.
Yeah, but the Spore knocked off the divine shield immediately on one of the Amalgadons. Really unfortunate here for SirSalty. Wow.
He's not getting the right strikes on sjow's side. Uh-oh.
I think I'm gonna do it.
That's sjow. Yep, that's all sjow.
Yeah. All right. So it took we took an extra couple laps here, but Team Dinosaur are gonna close out Game 3 with a comeback victory from sjow. You called it admirable. We have Ragnaros oftentimes pulling low HP comebacks because they spend that early game not having an effective hero power. Team Dinosaur were able to claim a 1-2 spot and firmly place themselves as the group leaders here in Group A.
Yeah, this was a fantastic showing.
Great
It's
stuff.
exactly what you need, is to have those big ones.
Yeah. Great stuff. Love to see love to see Ragnaros kind of work out the way we want it to, and it all comes down. Top 2 players, both on the same team, and that's interesting. We're 3 games in. Let's break it down a little bit of how we're playing this weekend's tournament, because we've got teams, and that's a little bit of a curveball. So we've got 2 players on each team and about 8 teams in total. We've got a Group A and a Group B. Right now we're halfway through Group A. We're going to do 6 games per group, and like I said, we're halfway through Group A. We'll finish Group B later on, and then tomorrow we'll take the best of the best and we'll put them all up in the finals and see how that works out. Right now, as we're halfway through Group A, let's take a look at the standings and see where everybody lies, because the first 2 games were won by MrIncredible. That was YEPBoat. His squad was able to capitalize off of his number 1 victories in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, not the case, and the double placement of Dinosaur usurps YEPBoat, and now Dinosaur are number 1 overall, Frodan.
Yeah, so, you know, Team Dinosaur definitely looking pretty good. You know, finally being able to get that first place spot after YEPBoat dominating. I'm a little bit surprised by Team FollowUs and their struggles. You know, I think that they have great players, and it could just be bad beats, but overall they are lagging pretty far behind, and if they want to get out of groups here and live up to that reputation, they're going to need to really pick it up for the second half.
Well, there's still a lot of Hearthstone to be played. As we said, 3 more matches just for Group A, and then Group B we've got all told. In Group B, we have some of the more popular players. Slysssa, she's been climbing the ladder. Frodan, we'll get a chance to speak to her, maybe eat some pizza as well. Happy Cow, we'll see them across afterwards. Make sure to stay tuned. WSOE number 4, Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Oh, yeah.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
Is this a mirage?
Nope, it's pure paradise.
Welcome back to WSOE Online IV, Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
The bells are ringing and the cards are slinging. Happy holidays here from us at WSOE. It's online, but everything is all on our hearts as well as we extend our holiday wishes to you and everybody else out there and to our contestants as well. We're about halfway through Group A, and Group B is going to happen a little bit later. We've got 3 more matches. You know, if it's up to Team Dinosaur, we'll be here for a long time, but we'll see how the rest of Group A works out. As far as Group B is concerned, again, some invited teams, some qualified teams, and one of those teams, Happy Cow, represented by Slysssa. She's been climbing the leaderboards, always on that top 10. And right now, we've got a chance to catch up with her. Frodan is going to have a conversation with Slysssa.
All right, everyone, it's time for the Papa John's Papadilla combo. We're bringing in Hearthstone expert and streamer Slysssa here from Team Happy Cow. Slysssa, seems like you're having a really good time. I want to start by asking you, what type of papadilla are you enjoying at the moment?
I'm enjoying a barbecue chicken papadilla, and it's tasty.
Ooh, very good choice. I got myself the buffalo chicken papadilla right over here, trying not to make a mess over my gaming gear as well. I just want to ask a few questions while we're just chilling here between games. What do you think of Battlegrounds currently as a competitive scene and potential esport? Do you think it has a future? And if so, what do you think that future should look like?
You know, I love the thought of Battlegrounds becoming an esport because I think it's become really popular within the Hearthstone community. And there's a lot of people that surround the top players, the really competitive players, someone like Twlevewinshs and stuff like that. So I would love to see that. I could definitely see there being weekly tournaments with it, or just like weekly brawls going on, streamer league or whatnot, or even just like a competitive league too with tournaments. So I definitely want to see it, and I hope they come up with one soon. I know they haven't really announced anything for esports next year, so I'd love to hear that.
I think we all would. I think a lot of people are also curious, you know, because you straddle the line of being a really fun entertainer as well as a person that's constantly competitive. Everyone knows how competitive you are. If that comes out, would you see yourself competing as like trying to be a top level player in Battlegrounds? Yes, I definitely would. If they came out with it saying like, hey, we're gonna have a competitive league, I would just be right on it. Cause like right now, it's the beginning of a new patch, beginning of an MMR reset, and I've become very competitive again. I want to be on the top of the leaderboard, and I want to be grinding MMR. But when that's over, when that big push is over, I fall back into, okay, let's play fun comps and be entertaining and just do wacky things. But if something came out that pushed me, gave me a competitive drive, I would definitely want to compete, because I need something to really get my gears going. Yeah, that motivation at the beginning of the season is really much unlike any other. You brought up a really good way for the second question that I wanted to ask was, do you feel like people still underestimate you as a player? You hit #1 for the leaderboards on the climb back of the patch, and I think a lot of people saw your performances in some of the Blizzard sanctioned tournaments. Yet, do you still feel like people sleep on the slysssa?
I do. But I feel like a lot of people think that about themselves. Like they always want to prove themselves. And I feel like the last tournament I did prove myself, and a lot of people gained respect for me. And it's the first time I really felt respected in the community. But I still get people all the time being like, oh, she's so dumb. What is she doing? Misplays. Like, she's terrible. How does she have this rank? And you see that all the time, but you don't let it get you down. Because I do think I have made strides into getting more respect. So I think we're getting there. I'm feeling better about it.
Yeah, when do we have those individual competitions where slysssa is the winner because she's performing the best? Because we do have these team tournaments, and I think you're itching for that, right? You'll play in a future singles tournament if we come back and do it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Gotta prove myself in the singles tournament. but I have a team tournament right now with one of the best players as my teammate, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
You guys are definitely one of the front runners if I look at the list of participants this weekend. I do want to ask one final question. We talked a little bit about your teammate Victor, Twlevewinshs, who's really good. You, of course, a stud of a player. Who are some of the other players that you're watching out for this weekend?
Other teams. Well, of the players who qualified, there is team... I forget the name. Oh, Dream Team with Hapabear. She is amazing at the game, along with her teammate jkirek. Very good team. They made it through qualifiers, so I think they are someone to look out for. And of the invited teams, I think sjow and SirSalty are someone to look out for. So, yeah, a bunch of good teams. I also know, I think his name's MrPurpul, and then the team Purpul. I've watched them compete as I casted some of their tournaments before, and so I've seen them do well in a tournament setting, so another team to look out for.
Yeah, well, it should be really competitive, and we're looking forward to it. So good luck this weekend, slysssa, and this Papa D is incredible. I hope you enjoyed it as well. Make sure y'all out there try one.
Good.
All right, Happy Cow here. Slysssa talking about earning respect. And she's top 10. Absolutely got my respect. Victor next to him, next to her, aka Twlevewinshs. that's going to be a team that everybody's got to look at in Group B. Welcome back. I'm F. Frodan, Admirable. You guys are chatting. You guys have been privy to 3 of our games so far, and a lot of people have been winning. MrIncredible, YEPBoat, and now you guys, just a reminder, can also be winners as well. We're excited to shout out our new WSOE sponsor, Papa John's. You saw Frodan chowing down earlier. I want to remind you that we've got some merch and a gift card. Spam WSOE 25 in the chat right now. Later on, towards the end of the show, we'll announce a winner. And don't forget, in the meantime, you can also use that code, WSOE25, to get 25% off your regular menu price order at Papa John's. So it's good stuff so far. Like I said, halfway through Group A. Admirable, walk us through what we've seen so far in 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well, in the first 2 games, it was just all MrIncredible. He was able to seize these momentously powerful turns at the end of the game, with Kalagos being the key ones that are taking place in there. You get a glimpse of how powerful the board is here. This is kind of just the makings, I would say, of it, if you can believe that or not as well. You know, it's still pretty early on. They had just taken down Hapabear, who had a double Kalagos turn of their own, which was not able to stand up to what MrIncredible had. Probably the most unfortunate 8th place exit we're going to see today, I would have to say. But for MrIncredible, games 1 and 2, they just looked like repeats. Had another double Kalagos game, was able to stack the board and then find Nadina as one of the tech slots at the very end, which is the prime one you're looking for when you have a bunch of big buff dragons. And so with that, the open qualifier team of YEPBoat able to stack themselves back-to-back first place finishes, racking up points as you're looking at it. You know, they're playing in teams of 2. Their goal is to have the 2 highest seeded positions they can get amongst their team to accumulate those points over 6 games in their group. But then in game number 3, it was the favorite that everyone's looking at in this group. It was all Dinosaur. SirSalty and sjow able to take 1st and 2nd place in the lobby, where they had, like, I think a 5-round bout just in the heads up portion to figure out which of the 2 of them was securing that first place finish. It ended up being sjow with the Ragnaros, dipping down to 9 a bit early on and then securing that life total and basically just never losing another round afterwards.
Great stuff. You know, Nathan, I think it was game number 1, the double Kalagos. You called him Calageese. That's something I'm going to bring with me, and we'll see if everybody later on can grab some of those, because tomorrow, don't forget, that's where we're going to check out finals. It's the whole weekend of Hearthstone Battlegrounds here at WSOE Online. Today is just where we set the table, and tomorrow is where we chow down and we get eaten. So it's going to be exciting. Everything starts 10 a.m. Pacific time at 1 p.m. Eastern, and that's, like I said, finals, all the marbles, whatever superlative you want to use. Pick a phrase, but somebody's going to pick a winner, and that's what we're here to see. So Hearthstone Battlegrounds has been fun so far. A little bit of a different approach here as opposed to just the regular old spell slinging that we're used to. But number 4, we're going to jump right on in here. Before we go, Frodan, I just want to catch your pulse. How are you feeling so far? Any thoughts, any big things on your mind?
Yeah, I think we're seeing some really good play today. Some really powerful transitions that are really good, really difficult to pull off, and some really good decision making overall. So I'm excited for game number 4.
Let's go. It's all you guys.
All right, so with that, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about the current standings here. Once more, Team Dream and FollowUs need to make the most of these final 3 games. A little bit difficult to catch Dinosaur since they're going to be getting points, and if they have a reasonable good finish, they could be going through. But YEPBoat had a really rough game number 3, so maybe an opportunity for them to make up some of that point differential.
Yeah, jkirek going with the Arana here. It's looking at one of my favorite heroes, actually, with Lord Barov. Being able to risk that gold on who you think is going to win the next round of the options it shows you, and then cash in and get that 3 gold afterwards. Whew, that's what I'm about.
Yep, very much so. And now MrIncredible, you can see him starting on that great Akazamorak. Again, one of the heroes that got introduced with back into the pool with the ability to get the ice block. Finds an early Wrathweaver, so prioritizing the scalability of the Wrathweaver over a tempo card like the Acolyte of Cthulhu, which is that Reborn Taunt Minion that you see. You know, and this is one of the things where it has a high payoff, Nathan, but I can't tell you how many times I've had this Wrathweaver and didn't find anything afterwards. As you might see, that it might be a little strange on paper as to why MrIncredible did not play anything, but that's because he's queued into his teammate, so that they don't have to play any minions, and therefore they get the guaranteed time.
Battle is really raging out there.
One of the best parts about playing in a team. Get to organize those early turns. Make sure you don't take any damage. Double Wrathweaver now. And so here's the real question. Yeah, you definitely press the button. Now me, I always feel like I'm greedy here. I'm looking at these double Wrathweavers and I'm like, okay, how can I make sure that I find a demon next turn? That's always the first thought in my head is how can I make sure that something's going right?
Well, the good news is that you do have the ability to roll and buy next turn and still hero power. But yeah, I'm definitely thinking about that as well. Like, how do I have an opportunity to get these Wrathweavers? Because, like I was telling you, there's sometimes you just get the worst shops and you have these early Wrathweavers, and it just turns out that they're basically a refreshing anomaly and nothing more. Speaking of,
don't even get the roll. This could be one of the rare snake steals that we see also. You know, I'd say that with Rafam, that's so unfortunate. With Rafam, there's a couple different steals you can get early on from Alucard that are really cool. One of them is the Venom Strike trap as well. The 2/3 poisonous that gets spit out. You can sometimes acquire that in the hand. In this case, though, you get the one that's not so cool for the Rafam player there, which is grabbing the snake instead.
RDU. Yeah, RDU definitely not happy about that. You can see a little emoting coming out from MrIncredible too. Just a little bit of a scary situation because he could have also given the Wrathweaver #2, which would have been bad. All right,
that's a very early ice block.
It's very early ice block, but
competitive spirit.
Competitive Spirit is also essentially Might of Stormwind, but you just get it after the battle is over. So definitely a lot weaker in the late stages of the game where it doesn't really matter if you have +1/+1 compared to some of the really powerful stand that you can get. And you have to wait for the battle to be over. But early game, I think this is one of the best secrets that you can possibly get.
Interesting. You know, I haven't played much with Akazamzarak. You know, I pretty much avoided this hero like the plague when it was 2 mana to activate. I'm sorry, 2 gold to activate the hero power. Since it's been reintroduced and buffed, though, I don't actually think I've been offered Akazamzarak. I pretty much played all week. I'm kind of curious about that. You know, I'm going to try to implement that when I play. You know, this is also a little bit of a tutorial for me on how to play Akazamzarak.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many heroes in the pool, and Admirable's been no-lifing Battlegrounds for quite some time. He's been no-lifing duels for a while, and then also Battlegrounds, and he, you know, I think Nathan's like barely outside the top 200 right now, and we were just kind of playing together and observing and talking about stuff. It's hard to get the heroes that you want to actually practice as well, right? So I don't blame you. There's a couple of heroes that's also like I personally haven't had much time on. Like I haven't gotten offered Arana Starseeker in the past like week. It feels like so. I was also curious to see how well it would perform because I've seen a couple of streamers have success with it.
Another team battle up here. You notice that they reversed the order of board to reduce how many minions are going to be in play.
Right.
These Wrathweavers, they're definitely winning the fight.
So an opportunity to kill one more Wrathweaver, but you know that's definitely the benefit of going up against a teammate that is playing a Wrathweaver strategy because it doesn't deal much damage. It just survives as a 1-star. And with that, MrIncredible has that triple ready to go, the second competitive spirit. And Nathan, this is where it starts to get a little bit crazy, right? With the fact that the board gets really powerful. Akazamzarak keeps getting more stats, can hero power one more time.
Oh my
Another
gosh.
Competitive spirit.
All right, I am fully on board with how powerful this is. You know, I thought the early ice block was going to be good. The competitive spirits these are pretty dirty. Like the fact that you're getting to cheat on this 7 gold turn and spike the 6 gold level up with the 1 gold hero power. This was impossible before with Akazamzarak. Now this hero's playing akin to like Rafam or Maiev, where you're getting to cheat those taverns because you're cheating stats into play. Maiev steals minions, after a delay. Rafam is stealing them from your opponents. This one is stealing them like from the Aether with just like morale and team cheer. Like you're just, yeah, let's go battle.
Yeah.
And they all get bigger. This is insane. This hero's nuts.
All these minions?
It looks really powerful. To be fair, you don't really get offered 3 competitive spirits when you have minions that you want to scale, right? Like a lot of times you're playing like, a reborn taunt minion with a Cthulhu. Maybe you have like a Murloc or something because you have tokens. So the competitive spirit isn't super impactful long term, but these are Wrathweavers we're talking about. And MrIncredible is stacking on 2 of them as he's about to triple up. This is going to be a very scary board to deal with in the late game. And, I'm pegging MrIncredible as an early front runner for a top 2.
Indeed, it's looking like it. These fights are going to resolve in the early stages here. Let's get a little word from goPuff as we wait for the next turn.
Get some late night snacks.
Out of toothpaste.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Get $20 off your first 2 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes.
Just in time for the
Powering
triple.
up in microseconds.
I'm a big
So,
fan of Champion Yashiraj.
Yeah.
I know that
I was
you and
gonna
I have
ask.
talked about this, but I feel way more passionate about this card than just about anyone else on the planet, I feel like.
Yeah. Tell me why.
It's so good! Permanent stats? You gotta be kidding.
Whoa.
Oh, redemption
Wait.
here. Redemption is so sick. And the splitting image.
I think
The splitting image is actually better, I think.
Slightly better, yeah. Yeah, 'cause
That-
now
that's
Champion
4
Yashiraj
stats at
gets
least.
4 stats. Yeah.
At least. God, I love that card.
Oh, and finds arm. Oh, never mind. It's a different POV. I was gonna say, and somehow found 3 more gold to get Armor of the Empire, but that's not the case. We're on Hapabear's POV. Hapabear struggling a little bit on the first couple of games. Looking to see if she can make that big comeback in the second half of the games. It's Team Dream. At least they're not Team FollowUs, but definitely need to be a lot more than that.
So nice breaths in terms of just fighting the combat. There was a chance though that the baby whelps could have taken out the Champion of Yashiraj and completely negated all of the stats that that MrIncredible was looking to get there for that turn. So it's actually fortunate for them to fade the way that breath worked out, even though it might yield them a loss in this one. Excuse me, it'll just be a win instead. I misread the Wrathweaver's health in that perspective.
Still, though, 4 damage, not the end of the world, but what is slightly concerning is that Millhouse should be a little bit more powerful in this scenario, but unfortunately ran into one of the strongest people in the lobby. RDU currently in last place, going up against Hapabear, who we just saw their board perform pretty solidly. And so now RDU, not really getting the steals that he wanted early on, but has some pretty good stuff. Has a Major Domo buffing this Bronze Warden, has 2 of them in a pretty good position to potentially triple up and find additional power spike. So, this does happen, but I'm surprised because Rafam usually can be a little bit more stable in the early game. But this is definitely one of the things that you encounter as you continue to climb up in the rankings. You find people who are really good at playing around your hero power. But it cuts both ways. How many times has RDU, for example, queued into Simi to potentially get the exact unit that he needs?
Yeah, I'd say in this spot that RDU has got to be at least a little bit happy. Your life total has dwindled a bit more than you would like. This is a very common Rafam scenario. It's like either you're very strong by comparison and your life total is very high, or you've been taking a lot of shots by comparison, but you have a good setup. I'd say with the Major Domo here and with this elemental in play on Tavern 4, as long as you're not taking too much damage here, you are set up to have a pretty strong game plan. And so I imagine, win or lose this round, RDU's got to be pretty excited about where this game can go.
Okay.
And it looks like this round is at least... Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Right there. That's a key one right there. Love to see that, if you're RDU.
Very much so, and RDU able to pull himself out of that 8th place and go up to on the doorstep of top 4. Here we go, second round of spells. Finds the bouncer for maximum tempo, which I appreciate, given that he has a powerful Divine Shield minion that he can stick that on. And
second Domo here is offering a lot.
Yeah, I was going to ask because we're in this position where RDU could just kind of lean into the fact that he has elementals because he has, Elemental, he's got Major Domo ×2, and he can try to build into that area. Elemental's, still one of the strongest tribes that has a little bit of everything, right? It's got economy, it's got scaling, it's got tempo tools, it's got early big power spike opportunities. You find that Nomi and you're able to scale that too. So I'm always one of the most fearful when I see one of my opponents doing well in the lobby having elementals. I'm like, it's just so scary and hard to deal with.
Wow, Show's got a nice setup here as well. a full board of Menagerie with a Light Fang in hand. And that's, yeah, I mean, just look at how these Divine Shields are like cheating with the Light Fang. This is such a gorgeous sight for George, because normally you're in this spot and you have this Light Fang and you're like, I hope these are going to be strong enough. You're just granting them all Divine Shield. Like, your units are very likely to be strong enough in just a couple turns.
Yeah, very much. Because, you know, some of the other things we're talking about was like an Alley Cat was getting buffed to 15-15. And that's great. You know, you definitely want to maximize stats, but having additional utility of some capacity or just straight up power like a Divine Shield is also really great. That being said, sjow is taking some pretty considerable damage, able to snipe that Major Domo. Huge to wipe off the amount of damage that he can take, because that would have been more than half the life. So, you know, sjow definitely not out of the woods, but he at least has a game plan. And he finds another Dragon Enforcer as an opportunity to really capitalize off his Divine Shields. And the nice thing, too, is that sjow landed the proper Light Fang buffs. For example, the Iron Sensei did not get that buff. The unbuffed Emissary did not get it, the one that doesn't have the Divine Shield. So sjow does have some options here.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how this turn ends up panning out. You know, the first thing I look at is, can we get Poisonous on board? So that takes kind of the level possibility, I'd say, away from this turn. But then the second one is, you look at Dragon Enforcer and the way that George is powering up the whole board, it's time to start getting some dragons loaded here. And that's one of the ideal ones. You know, it just has like a natural +10/+10 across the board, because the way the Divine Shields are going to get shredded.
Choice.
So we'll see how sjow is able to pull himself out. sjow is playing against MrIncredible, who has a Wrathweaver, finds a Big Inferno, finds a golden level up here for a Nomi, a Deadly Spore, or a Mithrax.
Yeah, pretty not real choices here. I mean, the Poisonous can detect slot.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
Yeah, definitely looking for a secret. I think at this point, if I'm MrIncredible, I would be more okay with hero powering, and if I get offered nice block, I would choose it. Only because you don't get the guarantee later on, and it could be one of these really weird scenarios if you're going against George. George happens to have a lot of Divine Shield and Poisonous. You take, 12 to 15 damage. All of a sudden, you feel like, oh wait, I actually might be in a spot where I die. But MrIncredible is not going to be afraid. He ends up going for the extra tempo stats, and that could be a difference maker. So Redemption coming back, and maybe MrIncredible has an opportunity here to really even push sjow out of the lobby.
Wow. I think the Redemption there, when I'm kind of seeing it, it was intended behind being able to pop Divine Shields from George, as well as being able to provide permanent buffs to your board. Either the Big Infernal's getting buffed from the Demon dying, or your Champions of Yashrash are getting buffed because the Taunt's dying and getting attacked multiple times. I think this is actually a pretty clever take. Maybe I need to get away from the idea that I'm going to take Ice Block every single time, and instead be investing in stats. MrIncredible spent a lot of time investing in stats, and that's clearly been making a difference in combat. You don't need the Ice Block if you're not dying.
Oh, totally, right? The Ice Block is only if you feel like you're trying to play for a specific placing, and he felt safe enough to do so. By the way, SirSalty, 8th place with Alucard. sjow, currently in 7th, 1 death away from getting bottom 2 and holding hands with SirSalty, which I think all of us secretly do want to do, but not necessarily in a tournament setting.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that. Right,
holding hands 7th and 8th, Nathan. Me and you know a lot about that right now, but
too much Hearthstone this week. Toxfin.
Oh, Toxfin. So, is there any other consideration besides the Toxfin? I feel like Toxfin's like what you want here, unless there's a triple opportunity that might change his mind, which I don't think is the case. Another Toxfin.
I'm having a tough time. See, I guess that's one of the things he's considering is like, can I go for a triple here, try to be greedy, and maybe multiple Toxfin? But I think that your opponent being eliminated here and you sitting on effectively one losing round away from being the next player out, you have to pay respect to that, and I think just get as many stats in play as you can. It's no more playing for number one. You're playing for not today.
And
really, this is
like jkirek is met with a giant wall of Menagerie, good Divine Shield trades here. How much is this? Oh, did end up killing the Light Fang, so -5. If that Light Fang survived, that would have been death.
Yeah, Light Fang's usually the last minion to receive the Divine Shield. I have been quite aggressive and done it early on just to try to deliver 5 damage to players before. You know, it's bit me a couple times, but I'm all about dealing the damage personally.
I'm down. Just not enough damage on Simi's side. And once more, we see that MrIncredible, who, by the way, I don't think MrIncredible's lost a single fight. I think he's just been lowering his HP because of Wrathweaver. Just FYI.
Yep. Lystra not playing the redirect attack role right now, just playing the I'm a big Divine Shield minion role. Kind of surprised that the Bolvar and the Lystra are positioned how they are.
Right.
There we go. That's a good find. Yes. I respect the Deathwing Divine Shield comp. Divine Shield comp is like just one of my favorite comps to begin with because it is so much leveraged on what your opponents are doing, but it's just a pretty generically powerful thing. So now the Lystra effect is active. So, you know, you're definitely moving that one back at this point. But the Divine Shield comp is also very good at just securing additional places. Like when you recognize, you know what, I can't win this game. There's not really much reason for you to move up. It's a huge risk to do so. The Divine Shield comp is trying to just stave off death for a couple more turns. And occasionally, you just keep finding buffs, and you keep finding buffs, and you keep finding buffs. Other players aren't finding the tokens to combat that. And sometimes you find yourself sneaking into like 2nd place or 3rd place with the Divine Shield comp, just because all your things have 2 attacks attached to them.
Very much so. You know, Divine Comp isn't really something that wins lobbies, but it's very good at surviving and trading into minions. Not to mention the Golden Replicating Menace, which is, you know, pretty hilarious just to think about. So we'll see if that's enough here for whether or not Simi's able to survive, or Hapabear is going to potentially bite the dust tier 2, 15 HP, especially if there's big tier 6 minions dropping out and getting trades. That's definitely not what Hapabear wanted to see.
Gosh, just Bolvar dropping out of Bolvar dropping out of the Sneeds here was actually a really big deal. Like the fact that it was 2 bodies and one of them grew meant that they were able to secure a win in this round, where otherwise, you know, there's a very good chance it would have been lost instead. That Bolvar dealt like an extra 26 damage to board.
Oh, and RDU takes us 7th place. Oh no. So Team FollowUs definitely taking big hits on that fight. Now we turn to turn 12, where we get the 3rd spell layer. Discover a minion, make a random minion in Bob's Tavern Golden, or fill your hand with bananas. All of them are very solid options.
I'm a banana player myself. I just can't turn down like +10/+10. Amalgadon gets found with a full menagerie. Wow, this is a great turn for show.
Yes.
Hiring that minion will get
oh wow! Are you kidding?
Oh, you're moving up.
Triple Light Fang. Foe Reaper. Is that worth it? It's not in his mind. I guess
the Lil Rag, I think, because of oh, he's just going with the Amalgadon here. I'm kind of surprised by this, honestly. I think I would have gone with the Amalgadon first. I guess it's always going to have Divine Shield, and so that just means you just need to find a Toxfin to buff it. See, but StarCraft might finally pay off. Oh, he's got it.
Did he get it? He got it.
Easy.
Oh, you see, here's the thing, Nathan. sjow was a fantastic StarCraft pro, a winner of many tournaments, a strategical genius in some lights as well. But one thing that he was not known for in StarCraft was actually his APM. He was known for being a slower, methodical player. He wasn't actually an APM god, as many people expect top-level StarCraft players to be, which is, you know, in a lot of ways even more impressive, right, to have success in a game like that.
That was one of the reasons I didn't play StarCraft, is because it felt like I couldn't have success without micro.
He was good at the micro, it's just that he wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't too nuts about it. But yeah, the Divine Shield ended up coming up huge there.
The Dragon Enforcer growing by +4/+4 per Divine Shield is just unbelievably strong in that situation. As here we're getting a jkirek get eliminated with Arana. This lobby has gotten like to a weird power scaling level where it's like nobody found the ideal endgame stuff. And so what ended up happening was that kind of more general scaling started taking over the game, and having like staying power and big hits was taking over the game. And I think that this situation occurring a lot, you know, aside from we'll do aside from this particular board, which is currently an endgame. That mid-game situation where everyone's seeing these giant hits, Ice Block it's like king in this scenario.
Very much so. I mean, in your defense, Nathan, we hadn't really seen a lot of Alucard on, and we're watching the main feed along with everyone else. We're not watching some production feed that has, you know, all 8 POVs at the same time, which is now down to 4, by the way, as Team Dream simultaneously eliminated in 5th and 6th place, meaning that YEPBoat starting off the second half of lobbies exactly how they did it in the first half, which was off to a really good start, and they're coming for that #1 spot in the group. Only sjow remaining here, as Alucard looks like he's pretty much locked in the top 2. The only person that I feel like could truly challenge it is sjow. sjow has the Divine Shields with the scaling on the Light Fang, so that's going to be a really powerful force that can even keep pace with Malygos at times.
Yeah, a lot of times with Light Fang comps, I always feel like I'm kind of stagnant. I would say that, like, you know, George certainly is a hero that doesn't have a lot of early tempo involved with it, but if you manage to find some natural scaling, it's a very scary hero. You know, a lot of times my instinct is to go with Murlocs, give them all poisonous, and hope that works out. But as you get towards the end, it's really utility effects that make a big difference. Like in this situation, it's that having the big cleave from the Foe Reaper in this spot means that you can wipe out multiple Divine Shields. Having the Reborn on the Dragon means that if everything kind of collides and trades with each other, you have this one minion at the end that can survive and secure you the round. Those are big differences at the end. It's not just as simple as getting a powerful unit, giving a Divine Shield. You're going to have some utility across the way. As you're seeing in almost every single board here across this top 4, every player has a sense of utility somewhere in this lineup.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm looking at those Kangor's apprentices, and I'm wondering if there's any X factors we're not thinking of with a gold.
If your minions don't die, they don't res.
That's true. Okay, at least the replicating menace comes back. Not enough board space. Definitely one of the big problems with these death rattle-oriented builds. And the huge cleave. Yeah, that's a death. So Simi hung in there as long as she could. But looks like she's out here in 4th, unless sjow joins her. Or MrIncredible, actually, because sjow's pretty strong himself. Everyone within striking
distance. Crazy to think that none of the mechs could die leading up to that point to provide the Kangors any utility whatsoever. Got 1 replicating menace out of 2 Kangors. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, very much so. It's one of those things where, like, I think about Kangors and I feel like it's sometimes more effective just being a one of it on the board instead of 2, because of that situation exactly. You actually are incentivized to build mechs up a lot because of Divine Shields and the resets on the Divine Shields for things like Deflectobot. So a lot of times your mechs don't even die. So Kangors, even if you place it 5th or 6th, if you stack 2 of them, I feel like very often I get into that position where only one of them activates.
MrIncredible here, of course, with the strongest minion in the game in play, the champion of Y'Shaarj, my favorite minion, and thus why I'm declaring it the strongest.
It's definitely the strongest minion on this board. Wrathweaver can't get that much bigger because of no Mal'Ganis. And MrIncredible, you know, has been draining his life a little bit, but he's doing a really smart thing of keeping his board space open and flexible. Also going up against his teammate, so trying to position slightly suboptimally here, because you don't want Elisha to attack earlier. The earlier she attacks, the less effective she is as a deterrent, because she will be giving up her Divine Shield or giving up the first half of her body. So pretty smart, but that also means that MrIncredible thinks that he's potentially stronger than Alucard, which would be shocking to me.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to mitigate the risk here. Like with the ice block up, you guarantee that you're not getting eliminated this round. So you can sacrifice the round and make sure that you don't, you know, accidentally clock your opponent.
That's fair. That's fair.
So you notice the Elystra's positioned to drive that cleave into the champion of Yashiraj, so that way when it attacks, it starts to wipe itself out. Because the Wrathweaver and the Yashiraj, they're huge. Again, you don't care how much damage you take here, just don't eliminate your opponent here. Try to secure number 1 and 2 in the lobby.
Well, at least they
also
have number 2 guaranteed.
It also depends on how this attack planned out here. So for MrIncredible, yeah, so it at least had fought the Ghost on the previous turn, I believe, or had fought the Deathwing on the previous turn. But that means that MrIncredible is like nigh guaranteed the Ghost here. And so you can fight the player that's been eliminated and hasn't had turns to improve, while sjow has to go against your teammate in this situation. So, you know, sacrificing that turn and making sure that your ice block is popped based on how you position your fights gives you that, you know, kind of free roll turn against the Ghost, the Kel'Thuzad, to try and you know, again, secure that number 1 and number 2 in the lobby. I think this is really smart.
Yeah, you can see that
sjow
sjow
like stacked.
Yeah, I mean, the board looks really pretty, right? It's very, like, aesthetically very cool with all the stuff that's happening. And his board's basically capped, right? You can't really get that much better than what you see right here. So sjow trying to marginally improve, but like slowly but surely he can get to that ultimate pure Divine Shield poison board with Murlocs, because that's the ultimate late game. Can sjow find a way to get there successfully over time? Because he's gonna at least have 3 turns if he's gonna win. He has to beat Elise, then play Akazamorak and win and pop Ice Block, and then that 3rd turn, if Akazamorak doesn't get another Ice Block, can go for that kill. So sjow has at least 3 turns if he wants to get a first place here.
Oh, Nadina found as well. That's the worst sight you could have seen. For sjow, it was all about hoping that Nadina didn't show up, and now it's really depends on how this Nadina affects the battle. Is it enough?
Yeah, huge trade into the Foe Reaper, though. Foe Reaper destroying multiple Divine Shields would be problematic. I guess it's okay because sjow still has the Elystra, but it's definitely a nice thing to take out there. And these Amalgadon statted really well. Oh. Is that enough?
That's a sjow win this round.
Oh,
and that's more than 13. Oh, no, it's 1! Oh, my gosh!
It's 1 HP. I was looking at the Amalgadon being at 41 health, and there was like 2 38, 39 attack minions. I was like, oh, that's statted so well for these trades, but just barely surviving. There's still more life here for YEPBoat. So I'm looking at Wind Fury, and I'm thinking about how it could be a really big X factor here because of ways he can get past the Elystra taunt.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. The other thing to think about is the raise the stakes, because what that means is you don't have to cycle through a minion in order to get buffs onto the board. It means that you can return one to your hand, cycle through buffs, and then play the minion that you return to your hand. So I think there are some options here.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point as well. Something I wasn't thinking about, like how do you manage your own board space? Because like we said, you know, sjow does have that scaling through the Light Fang, but does want to figure out ways to manage that board because he doesn't want to sell this board. It looks so good. He's finding more Primal Fins, more opportunities. Maybe can even go for an opportunity to get even more Amalgadons. By making an Amalgadon golden, that means the next Amalgadon he finds is actually a really good pickup. Another Toxfin.
Old Murkai.
Oh, right. You're right. Wasn't Murkai a triple?
It was. Maybe he just selected the fact that he didn't have time.
Could be.
Maybe just wasn't paying as close of attention to it. A lot of factors going through your head right now.
Yeah,
and there's still stuff to be done.
There's a lot going on. Okay. Yes. Very much time consideration. Freezes. I think I saw a Khadgar there very briefly.
Uh-oh. The unstable tech.
Oh, jeez. All your Divine Shields go away. Sure, it's a big Draconid, but that is painful.
I'm looking at that Argent Braggart being able to take over now. That thing copies the biggest attack and the biggest health that you have in play. Not just of the one that has the biggest attack or the biggest health, just whatever they independently are. So now it boils down to really how these poisons line up and if they can get the value necessary to chop this board down.
Yeah. And, Elytra is just coming up so big on both sides. And after the dust has settled, we'll find out whether or not MrIncredible's Ice Block gets popped. Because remember, that's still 2 lives left for Akazamrak guaranteed.
Well, the poisons are living to the end, which is not really the ideal scenario you want. So 1 poison attack happens there. And then that one, I think, ties the round.
Oh!
No, it doesn't because of that.
Ice Block gone.
You have to fade those.
But the nice thing is,
you have to fade those unfortunate attacks.
Yeah, but MrIncredible won't be playing George next round. He won't be playing Show. So if he does hit Hero Power and whiffs, there's a potential that he dies here. How does Team YEPBoat navigate this? No Ice Block.
If they can navigate a tie scenario here, I will be shocked. Is this one of those fabled positions?
Yeah,
is this one of those fabled positions where you're selling part of your board and saying, you know what, we just can't do it this way? Who's the stronger one? Who's more likely to take out Show? That would be my question right now. Not figuring out how to tie. Who's more likely to take out Show? Sell your board.
Yeah, and getting first is a big importance because getting first gives you 2 extra points over second because it's 10 points for first, 8 points for second, and then 1 point all the way down until you get to 4th and 5th. There's another break point there where you get 6 points for 4th, 4 points for 5th, and then 3, 2, 1. So really important that you're able to get that point differential. And you might think like, it's just 1 point. They're separated by 2 points. Is it really that big of a deal? It really is. And you never know if the last 2 lobbies things go disastrously and you get really unlucky. 7th and 8th, you're holding hands. And then you all of a sudden get kicked out of the top 2 from advancing from the group. So these players, they've played so many games where they try to improve their margin just by a little bit. You really need to try to map that out. And I like the way that you framed it, Nathan. Who is actually better equipped to fight Show? And I don't really know the answer to that right now because both are very strong. How about they just tie?
I mean, my guess would have to be Nadina, right?
I mean, the way that it's positioned makes me think that MrIncredible believes that he is stronger. And I don't disagree with him, given that he has this crazy powerful Arjun Braggart and champion of Yasharaj growing into ridiculous stats. And without poison, it's just going to be down to this good trade from the Razor Gore.
Whoa, they almost tied! Oh, they couldn't have tied at the end. I thought the Razor Gore and the thing traded, but I swear I thought that those would have been like a straight-up trade. But I do think that Nadina is the one that's stronger to fight, personally. Unstable in hand as well. That's another turn they had set up for that.
I agree. And it comes down to Show versus Alucard. For an opportunity to gain some points back here. We know that with SirSalty out in 8th place, that I believe Team YEPBoat should be taking a pretty good sizable lead here, 2 out of the top 3 points. But Show can claim some of that back and stop the lead from going too much further.
Oh, geez, this is a hard setup here. I went with a little rag for like a temporary buff turn on Show's side, just trying to jam as many high tavern tier elementals in play as you can.
Yeah, another little rag. But how do you squeeze this kind of thing in? It's so tricky because of the position. I feel, do you give up your Light Fang, your golden Light Fang? Do you give that up here? Probably not, but something that Show has to think about is he has the boardroom space.
It's hard to snag 20-20 out of something. So if you're not getting 20-20 out of it, the Light Fang stays. Unless it's a utility slot that, is offering some more potential. I honestly think that the Nadina has to be worth more here to Show than the poison would be. But I don't know. That's going to depend on who he's facing, really. Oh, he's pitching the Light Fang at the end for the Nadina. That's even smarter.
Yeah. I was looking at it. I was thinking, I think Light Fang has run its course. This is very likely to be the final fight. No ice block to worry about. Show positioning for that with the dragons go first. All the dragons pop their divine shield. Then Show can go for the refresh and hopefully end it. I don't know the math. We don't have Bob's buddy. But this is a pretty good start here relative to the expectations because he knows that Dina's coming up next.
Wow, this is so sick. Sjow has mapped this out very, very well. Got the fortunate attack to fade also on the potential killing blow right at the start.
Yeah, that's too much.
There's a divine shield poisonous. This game.
Yep. That is it. Sjow does it again. Able to make that comeback and get that first place. As Georgia fallen with the divine shield. Too much to come back from, and Team Dinosaur, carried by Sjow in this round, able to take game number 4.
Wow, that is just incredible. 4 games, 2 winners that we've seen amongst those 4 games. Quick break. When we come back, we're getting our 5th game of this lobby set up.
Hello and welcome back to WSOE Online number 4, Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We've got a lot of games going on here. Dinosaur has been up on top, really roaring. No pun, okay, I intended that pun. But they're looking real good. Sjow and SirSalty certainly bringing home the big stuff. 53 points overall. YEPBoat, though, one of our qualified teams, 49 points. Right there, up close and personal. A little bit more of a gap between Dream and FollowUs and the rest of the crowd. We'll have to keep on keeping on. And just a reminder, our top 2 teams are the ones that are moving on. Welcome back. I'm your host, Frodan, and of course, Admirable here. You know, before we get to game number 5, I want to dive into the nitty gritty because real quick, the ending of that game seemed really, really tactical. You guys were breaking down a lot of the placement and a lot of the, like I said, the hard sort of decision making there. Talk me through a little bit, Frodan, about what was going on there and how Sjow was able to make it happen.
Well, you know, Sjow was really sticking to his guns as the fundamentals, which was how do I improve my board every single turn? And I think that was a problem that a couple other compositions have, which is, you know, when you hit your most powerful units, what can you really do to make it even better? And I felt like Sjow did an excellent job while positioning to make sure to optimize small things like his Nadina to ensure they got maximum divine shields and maximize his chances.
Yeah, it's not only that, it's when he decided to cash out the Light Fang in that situation. You know, it's always one of the big struggles I have when I'm playing Battlegrounds is when do I cash in the Brand, when do I cash in the Light Fang, and just go for something that really secures that final spot. And his timing is picked absolutely perfectly. There's 2 players left. There's absolutely 100% chance the game is ending on that particular turn. When there's 3 players left, you notice he hung onto the Light Fang. As soon as there's 2 players left and there's 1 shot left on both of them, cash in that Light Fang, forget about the 20/20, go for the big utility play and hope that it's able to shore up the edge.
Tough stuff, but again, you know, this is what we're doing here. Big stuff on the line, and the line continues to go. So we've got our next game number 5 here for Group A on the go. Froden and Admirable, you're going to take us through the action one more time. Ready, set, go.
All right, thank you very much, F. Game number 5 coming up. This is the 11th hour, so to speak. We only have 6 games per group, so for Dream and FollowUs, it's pretty much do or die for them, as we will be advancing the top 2 teams to play in the final group tomorrow. So, you know, this is a real big opportunity for them in order to do that. So, for Team FollowUs and Dream, they really need to go big or go home. RDU with a pick on Patches the Pirate. Meanwhile, MrIncredible got all of the new heroes introduced, all old gods plus Nosdormu. And I wonder if he's going to pick Nosdormu.
I'd be kind of curious. Okay, Kael'thas for sjow. Nice hero. Cthulhu is a hero that I have had a lot of struggle with. I really want to focus in personally on Patches because I think this might be like one of the most improved heroes from the previous patch to this one, where Patches now, when you buy a pirate, you actually generate gold and generate tempo from it. Before, Patches hero power cost 4 gold, and that meant your first pirate that you bought actually drew you to just a regular spot. It wasn't good enough. But now, when you're having that, you can have these colossal power spikes and put pressure on players early so they're not able to secure those endgame tavern tier discoveries and really get a final comp together. For MrIncredible here, this was hero power on turn 1 and roll, so they're looking for a token and being able to press the button again turn 2. I'm interested. I'm very interested in this because I love these kinds of strategies.
We were joking about it in our calls. Yeah, yesterday, Nathan and I were like playing with Firebat and having a lot of fun, just kind of memeing around and talking about stuff. But we even joked around like, what do you think is the turn 1 optimal play with Cthulhu? And we were saying like, is it just hero power? Like buy the token, sell both hero power, just start to get things rampant and just kind of send a message to your opponent. MrIncredible is given a little bit more credence to that line of play, and I am really curious if it's going to work out, Nathan. And he finds the starter package for demons. He gets Wrathweaver.
I mean, I'm never turning down a Wrathweaver anymore. Like, when it was at 1-1, I almost didn't turn it down when I had these starts, let alone when it's at a 1-3 and you can have these starts. He's already got the hero power loaded. I do think that fully the intention was to find a token generation thing here and be able to press the hero power on turn 2. But with Wrathweaver, I'd say you have a good second place to that, which is you get to make up some of the stats that you lost on turn 1 with the demon buffs that are taking place, and that your Cthulhu thing is still loaded. So you didn't quite get like your ideal curve, but it's pretty dang good. I am really excited to see if this Cthulhu can get the job done.
Yeah, very much so. And now, can get the +2/+2 with Cthulhu. Kind of like we were talking about, Nathan, we found a lot of success just hero powering as much as you can. And, a lot of times it's good enough to just make you curve out in a very smooth way, because one of the more abstract things to happen in Battlegrounds is in the mid-game, you're offered a really good unit that you want to build around, but it does require a couple of conditions in order for it to get rolling, and then you're not sure if you actually materially improved your board. In this case, Cthulhu guarantees that your board improves at least a little bit before the battle starts.
Woo! And you saw MrIncredible contemplating not putting the 2/1 demon in play to secure the buffs landing on the Wrathweaver, but lands them both anyway.
Oh, yeah.
You're happy to take a tie here as well. For MrIncredible, he already knows he's getting there on the perfect line. For MrIncredible here, it is all about just making sure that you're not taking damage. If you're not taking damage, that is a success for MrIncredible. I'd say for almost the entirety of the game.
Yeah. Little spectator feature there, as it was a little bit too quick for us to see, but it looks like he's got the bag of coins where he's able to get 2 gold extra, which allows him to tavern tier and buy this turn. However, he does want a hero power.
And hero
so again,
power.
stuck in a situation where he wants to figure out what's the best way to set up his board for future success.
Definitely want a level. You definitely want the coins. You definitely want a hero
Definitely
power.
want a hero
So the 2 coins here, it's very rare that you can find, in my opinion, the use of the 2 coins. I think that like the heroes that have these 2-cost hero powers, I think they're the ones who use it most effectively because you're actually, getting some sort of strength from it. Usually I find myself just taking whatever it is that will supplement stats and play in the early stage, though. I just want to make sure that I'm not, landing myself in the 8th and 7th place positions. Those are the ones that are most devastating.
Yeah, very much so. And, MrIncredible knows he's going up against his teammate Alucard, trying to go best for the tie. Gets it. Excellent execution from both sides. It's only going to get harder, though. The most satisfying ones are when you do full board ties, but that was a pretty solid turn 4 play from Team YEPBoat, in prime position to move on if they can get a really solid finish here in Lobby 5.
Kind of curious about the roll there. Instead of the hero power as well. I was almost assured that they were just going to like take the minion and kind of move through. Maybe they're intending to selling some stuff there. For that Cthulhu, though, the more you press that hero power, the better it gets. It gets +1/+1 and then +2/+2 and so on and so forth every time you press it. So really incentivized. I mean, they pressed it on turn 1. Turn 1, they pressed it. They didn't even have a minion in play.
Yeah, honestly, just like really flavorfully done too. We can just take a small aside here and look at Simi's board as she's going to freeze and level. Very nice for her to get a power spike. But just, you kind of wonder how you're going to port these different ideologies, right? These old gods from Warcraft who are so powerful, and then you port them into Hearthstone for standard constructed, and now you're trying to port them into Battlegrounds and how you can keep that inspiration. I think Cthulhu is really well done. They give that feeling of inevitability that Cthulhu is supposed to emulate. Yashiraj is definitely a little bit more of a wild card, and I'm still not sold on the Zoth personally. There's a video that Crypt did that was joking that the best thing you can do is the Zoth is sell the fish and immediately gain that gold. But, we're still figuring out different things. And Cthulhu definitely seems to be off to a really good start in this lobby. And we'll see if it ends up carrying over. On to sjow's POV. sjow just playing the best board. That's basically what Kael'thas does. And I really like Kael'thas as a pick from the big picture perspective. Team Dinosaur, #1 in points, has a little bit of cushion. Kael'thas, a really solid tier 3 hero that's just, very safe. If sjow can just even get 5th 2 games in a row, I think that's going to put him in a pretty good spot for Team Dinosaur to advance through. And I think SirSalty feels the same way. So right now, it looks like they're trying to play the tournament meta as opposed to simply saying, like, am I trying to play a hero that gets top 2 or bottom 2?
Yeah, I think that the multi-game lobby setup, in order to determine how the rounds work, is just, this is one of the perfect environments that you could have for pretty much any auto battler that you could even imagine, and especially here for Battlegrounds. Like, looking at a scale of 6 games, depending on where you're standing as you move into these deep games, that can determine, in effect, how you should play the game. And I think that's beautiful. Anytime that you have a metagame consideration that can change how you want to operate, that's the kind of factor you want to see in a tournament scenario. Things that will cause players to do unconventional things.
Yeah, very much so. Speaking of unconventional, it's been a little bit of time since I've seen, Sauralisk builds be a thing in Battlegrounds, but still pretty solid, like, early game tempo carry that you can use to transition to other things. And we'll see if Alucard gets a really powerful turn 5 minion as he's going up against Akazamorak, which is played by Simi. And overall, I've been really impressed with Akazamorak. At least already is a top 2 hero. I definitely want to see more out of the patches, though. So as soon as we have an opportunity to catch up with RDU, I'd like to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting on a pretty high standing life total right now. And if you have a good chunk of pirates rolling, that's not unusual. But really the question, I think, is how is this going to end up scaling as you get to the later situations? And so I'm looking at his hand right now. That's a lot of gold that he's got stacked up. He's already got a pair in play. It looks like he's set up to not take too much damage this round. I think a lot of things are adding up for RDU to, perhaps have those big power spikes. He's going to be looking for, Salty Looters and Hogger and trying to get this board absolutely out of control.
Yeah,
that's a big
really
hit
good
right there.
stable board. Yeah, taking 9 damage, or 11 rather, from Omu. Just has sturdy divine tools. That's definitely one of the more powerful things about Bronze Warden. Not only is it sturdy, but it deals a lot of damage to opponents. And you can combine it with Draconated Enforcer, combine it with Khadgar. You get some real big swings.
Yeah, this is a tough turn here. Gonna roll through.
Okay, gold.
It's not really the pirate you're looking for.
Yeah. There's a little bit of gamble involved because he does have extra gold through the, additional resources that he has in hand.
I think this is the wise choice if you're going to do this, which is to buy the pirate, and that also gives you... Whoa.
Finds a spawn Zoth. That's huge.
Yeah, press the Salty Looter gets found.
Is it the Yoho Ogre? I think so. Very festive. They should release a Christmas skin for the Yoho Ogre, right?
You're doing great out there.
Does one side have like a red Santa hat and the other one a green Santa hat?
That's right. Something like that, or it's Mr. and Mrs. Claus somehow fused into one pirate. I don't know, but either way, it seems like an opportunity missed there.
I feel like RDU's taking another big hit here.
Yeah.
That's a nice one. He needed that trade, I think, to really, suffocate the amount of damage that was incoming, because it was looking pretty grim. Here he's cutting at least 5 points off. Yeah. No. That's not a sufficient trade. All right, so now RDU on the back foot. He needs every round. Maybe can take one more shot, but that shot would have to be close.
I've got some fresh recruits for you.
Okay.
Not really good ones here either.
Yeah, especially when you play a, isolated tribe like pirates that don't have a lot of blend over to anything else. It's really difficult to use the last warband. This is not exactly what he's looking for either.
It takes time for the Light Fang to get churning, and you're pretty much all in if you're an RDU spot. And so I think he's just got to try to hunt this down. He has not been hitting like a big chain of pirates. Presses the button, finds the Yoho Ogre. Augur gets
Captain
found.
Augur?
So now
He
can capitalize on this. He's got to stay alive for like one more turn, and then I think things can get churning.
Agreed. What do you use this bouncer on? The Gold Grubber? It's the minion that's going to stay most likely along the salty pirate.
So what that looks like to me is that Yoho Ogre, because it's not buffed up and doesn't have really any investment into it other than the discovery, that's an open slot. The 3 gold that you have in play, that's an open slot. And the spawn, while it's technically an open slot, I think it's probably a bit too valuable for like the next 1 or 2 turns to really be considered being run over. For RDU, I think it really is pretty critical about what he finds. Like I would say that if he finds another Salty Looter right away, you're going to see like an attempt at a massive overhaul. I think that if he's not going to find a second Salty Looter really early on, he's going to have some tough decisions in front of him. That's assuming he stays alive here. But it looks like he's going to be okay.
Yeah, some pretty good trades, and Akazamorak's not being able to do enough, and the RDU gets the win. Nice pickup here, although it is against his teammate, so not exactly the best case scenario, but it could have been a lot worse for Akazamorak, I think. Hopping on board with jkirek, Team Dream, another team that
we're
needs
seeing a
big
Khadgar turn.
comebacks. Here we go, the Khadgar with the triples. What can jkirek pick up?
Is this a 1 health pop off of Khadgar? This is nuts. This is like the ideal thing that could happen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
75
4
seconds left.
triples.
There is a lot of actions taking place here.
Oh, we forgot. There's an alley cat in hand too. He's got even more triples ready to go.
65 seconds.
Okay, the animations take 3 to 4 seconds each, with 7 to 8 triples available. What can jkirek put together? We're just gonna wait and find out.
Another Amalgadon.
Oh, you're moving up
40 seconds.
Admirable, I
you can
am
pitch those off as
sweating.
well. Caligos gets found. It's a Dragon Comp. You can pitch away the Callies now.
Just play stuff on the board. 20 seconds, still plenty of time, but you gotta get moving. Okay, plotting out the Amalgadon.
You gotta sell the Khadgars.
The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
Woo! And just buy out the shop.
Get all your stuff in play first and then figure out your gold. Beautifully done.
Oh, that was a turn in Hearthstone Battlegrounds. jkirek with an incredible tempo swing, getting the Dina down in proper position. You get the Divine Shield. That deserves a round of applause. That was definitely the play of the day that we've seen so far. And to do it with just a little bit over a minute, that is one of the hardest things you can ever do in this game mode, as far as we know.
It is so difficult. Like when I first entered into, all right, I'm going to attempt Khadgar turn territory, I probably had about 10 8th places in a row. And then when I finally kind of figured out some of the maneuvering to it and that you kind of just have to let your instinct take over, I started to have a lot more success with it. This is something that I think you have to practice. You're not going to have it on your first seas, but here, jkirek finds the Dragon Comp, which is the ideal scenario, and now is probably in position to take first place.
Later show, 2 back-to-back firsts into an 8th place. You were the first unlucky contestant against the Khadgar board transition here from jkirek. And it's just beginning, right? There's still so much power left to be able to power spike here from jkirek because of the brand and all these battle cries.
Opts for the Elystra pair rather than the Nadina pair.
Like it. I mean, this is pretty much just on build the tallest and widest board you can possibly do. A couple of minions that are not useful whatsoever, like the Hangry Dragon, the South Sea Captain. Those are picked up, of course, at the very end of the turn just to accumulate resources for the following turn here.
This is about the time where I think the brand is kind of worn its welcome as well. You have a lot of different ways that you can play through this. The Elystra definitely should be coming down this turn. The brand, however, that might be the new tech slot. It's possible that jkirek is thinking about picking up the second Elystra to preserve the brand for just a little bit longer. When you're at 1 health, you don't feel as comfortable as if you had 15 in the spot. If you had 15 in the spot, you'd almost be certainly more willing to take a risk. When you're sitting at 1, any lost round will end it for you. And I know the feeling. You're sitting there and you're thinking about it and you're going, oh, I just hope I don't lose this round. Now, from our perspective, we're looking at the board. We're like, well, of course you're not going to lose the round. Look at the board. Not the same when you just got 1.
Nathan, back-to-back members of Team Dinosaur go up against jkirek and get 7th and 8th place. Although RDU did join them in 6th place as well. Pirate Patches is down. Look at the rest of the lobby. The density of the life totals, absolutely outrageous. This is anybody's lobby.
There's so much here for jkirek as well. Simi's trying to emulate that role with demons, but demons they don't have quite the same power level to do it. They're very good at fighting against non-dragon stuff right now.
Very much so.
The Spirit on the follow-up turn or the Redemption now better?
Yeah, I think the Redemption is just better right now because it just offers the most value they could possibly get because the Snake Trap's usually just a 1/1, so I think that's definitely the call here. Hapabear, in the meantime, trying to build up a resilient board, but it just looks a little bit on the weaker side of things. The Amalgadon having Taunt and Wind Fury, those aren't exactly the kind of adapts that you're looking for. Could end up picking up this Elystra just for disruption, which is really powerful. Needs a little bit more to get this Macau and this Goldrin popping, though.
You're doing great out there.
Yeah, that does look like the endgame transition they're looking for is to land on Goldrin being huge, using Elystra to try and protect that. it's just really tough to execute some of these transitions. And, you know, the Goldrun thing, it's very powerful, but it's not nearly as powerful as like a Caligos churning out stats every single turn. It does help that Amalgadon, you know, can join that party by being poisoned up and getting all sorts of utility buffs and stuff.
Very much so. Okay, some pretty good trades.
Yeah.
And that should be a win here. Oh, MrIncredible is now out too. Oh, lost to his teammate of all things, out in what looks like to be 5th place. Akazamarag does end up surviving. Simi's hanging in there with that ice block, and that has secured a top 4.
You're good at this.
Hapabear avoids
right.
queuing into to teammate here as well. So this is an excellent situation for them to secure a big finish in this lobby and perhaps get back in the running for things. So far, it's been really tough. They've had some pretty tough lobbies and some unfortunate spots. But here, if they can manage to secure like a 1 in 3 position or you know, even a 1 in 2 position, which would be obviously ideal, that puts them back in the running to make it out of the group.
Yep, very much so. Alucard trying to find a way to slowly transition more into these Murloc poison opportunities, but doesn't really find it, so just ends up buffing the same Murloc over and over and just making peace with the fact that this just seems like the board, right? There's just that's all you got to do here. Just make the best possible scenario that you can and buff the biggest Divine Shield minion and double
here too. A lot of big bananas. Very unusual that you get this many from them.
That like plus 18 it was ridiculous.
It was 6 big bananas, I believe, and 4 small ones. So that would be 12 plus 16, I think it was.
And the buff
is it enough? Transition complete.
Oh. Yes, the Macau and the Baron. The Baron was discovered, and now there's 2 Goldruns to buff it. And I mean, these will get to some real big size beasts if these Goldruns die, though. I mean, Elisha really disrupts this combo real big. Oh no.
That's not enough.
Oh, it is very much
out.
not enough. Alucard deals 21 damage, eliminating Hapabear. Great round for Team Dream. But it does look like Hapabear is eliminated. Is jkirek still in? jkirek is in after that big Khadgar transition.
It's just been sailing through this game. 110, 104 stacked onto the Amalgadon. How often do you see a minion with 6 digits?
You're down a minion and up a gold.
And still holding on to the Bran. Just like scaling with Bran and Malygos and constantly buffing. Finds an opportunity to go for even more battle cries using the Faceless Taverner to just get additional buffs. It doesn't really matter. Max battle cries, maximum stats. jkirek really put himself on the map for lobby number 5. Remember, we've had 4 lobbies and 2 winners. 2 lobbies apiece, and this has been an excellent demonstration of her skill.
Bran finally cashed in. It's time for the Elisha and for the second Nadina. And that, I mean, it feels like it should lock this up. I mean, this is just, it looks so powerful. What do? You can't even kill the dragons before that first Nadina gets a chance to activate because the Elisha is there. You need to have a Mega Wind Fury thing, have the first attack, and then also have something big enough to take out either the Amalgadon or the 60-60 Mirazon that's sitting there.
Yeah. I mean, we did see how Alucard was able to build up that board, but doesn't seem like it's enough to take down this big dragon comp just yet. It can, though. You know, the pieces are in place to potentially make it really good. Yeah, it's looking more and more like jkirek is going to make this complete 1 HP Khadgar come from behind victory.
Unbelievable. The Khadgar turns are just the best. Look at this positioning too. That 1-1 disrupting the Nandina. But it's just not enough. Suffocated at the end.
That's
jkirek pops off.
30. That'll do it. The complete comeback from jkirek and Dream Team. Huge win here in lobby number 5, putting themselves potentially in contention to advance out of this group, and a much needed victory after the first half struggling a little bit. Excellent play from jkirek there in lobby number 5.
Man, that Khadgar play, as soon as it came out, I wasn't on camera, but I was just as loud as you guys watching it print. And I mean, the straight up and down question that I think I'm asking, as well as a lot of other people, is, was it over at that point, or did jkirek do more to kind of lock it in?
I think a lot of it comes down to just like those final little points, right? You have 2 Caligos in play. You saw them kind of panic a little bit and just secure a little bit more stats instead of taking any risk whatsoever. Once they've stabilized for about 2 turns afterwards, it is just going to be nigh impossible. They are so far ahead at the time that they secure a board like that nobody else has really had a chance to reach that unless they themselves are also having Khadgar and Brand turns. This is really the most executable when there's both Beasts and Murlocs in the tavern, so that way you can have 2 different token generators, and they found it perfectly. Like the 1 extra health, literally the difference between winning and losing that game.
Yeah, every hit point mattered, and jkirek, I don't think it was inevitable. Sometimes you do run into situations where you're done transitioning, but your board just isn't strong enough because your opponent's been playing a steadier curve, and so you do end up dying anyways despite making a successful transition. But after about 2 turns, it felt like jkirek was in the perfect position to run away with the lobby. That's exactly what she did.
You know, it was a big deal for them, not just jkirek, but also the team. Because when we think big picture with respect to the standings, you know, you look at the yellow team, Dinosaur, and they're on top. They've been crushing it. Dream has been not really doing it. So not only do you see jkirek and the squad kind of step up on top, but also the important people that you needed to step on top of have been brought down a peg. So here we see Dream, 48 points. They were able to stop Dinosaur from getting what they needed to get, and they jumped up above. Reminder, number 1 is 10 points. If Dream has a similar situation to game number 5, Dream can come out of nowhere and find themselves in the top 2. Again, top 2 goes on to play tomorrow. I mean, YEPBoat and Dinosaur have looked really, really fantastic here. But Frodan, real quick, I mean, what's the likelihood that we see Dream actually make it?
It's more reasonable than you can imagine, because that was a 13-point deficit swing from Team Dinosaur and Dream. So if they're down by, 8 points or so, that's very doable. Also, it's still feasible that that Team YEPBoat also has a similar fate, but I think it would require some real, catastrophic events. Like, they both have to get 7th, 8th. Dream has to get 1st, 2nd, and I think Dinosaur has to get 3rd, 4th for that to actually happen. So it's still possible, and we've seen ridiculous 0.1% outcomes happen in Battlegrounds very often. So I won't count anybody out yet, except for FollowUs. I think they're out.
Probably a little bit. That's really what it's about. Game number 5, 16.5 points here for Dream. They're rooting for, exactly the Dream, trying to make it happen. Top 2 move on to tomorrow. Right now, game 6, our last one of Group A. Frodan, admirable. Let's roll.
Yeah, let's do it. The final lobby of Group A. Who goes to Championship Sunday tomorrow, and who will be left behind the dust and, blaming their own luck or play, or perhaps the lunar solstice of some kind. Alucard and Team YEPBoat, they're the ones who I think are the pace setters. If they get top 2 again, then pretty much the rest of the lobby is in lock, because I think that makes it really difficult for Dream to come back. So they could play the spoiler here. Same thing with FollowUs, because they almost have nothing to really lose anymore. They're in last place. That deficit of 17 points is just too much to overcome. So it feels like they also could play the spoilers. I'm going to look at those 2 teams as potentially the ones that warp the rest of this lobby. For Dream and Dinosaur, it's pretty clear. Just get the maximum amount of points that you could possibly get.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much just spelled it out right there. I want to talk about some meta game casting stuff, I guess. I went and took a look at jkirek's Twitter, and I did remember this correctly. They posted some pictures from a couple days ago where they were practicing no restart transitions for WSOE, which means that you have to do it on the natural timeline of when the game client finishes. You can't just restart it and go. And they have posted pictures of successful transitions where they have first place finishes from a no restart transition. And I love to go back and look at that, see that that was the memory, and see that it paid off here today. Without that finish that they just had, I think there would be no chance for them.
Yeah, that makes sense. As we take a look at the early game battles here, RDU off to a good start. Picking the Lord Barov. I love Lord Barov just from a design point because it's just fun to bet on who's going to win. Very swingy hero. I think I put Lord Barov in that category of first or eighth. And so definitely is one of those real high payoff heroes for sure. And as we take a look at who RDU picks, let's take a word from our sponsors, who's also the one that you should be picking. So take a look.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
All right, well, RDU able to bet, but did he get the win? That's the most important thing. Not really caring about the actual battle happening in front of him. Does end up getting that goal back, which indicates it was a tie. That does end up happening from time to time.
This is a really tough turn, too, here. A lot of tempo offered versus the hero power. I imagine he's going to try to execute all of them.
Hiring that minion will get you a triple.
Oh, finds a triple as well. Yep, bet.
Okay. Yep, bet. I love it. That's what they should have called their team. And they would have done way better.
I'm really surprised that RDU didn't go for full tempo there. I think 1, 2, 3, 4. They had the chance to get the Elemental in play plus the 2-1. Preserving the gold for I don't see it. Like, I feel like this was just a weird turn from RDU. Like, he floated 2 gold that turn.
We all hit some bumps now and then.
Yeah, not ideal, but maybe it was
2 pushes.
I'm not exactly sure, but definitely needs to find a way to get that gold rolling, because if Lord Barov just keeps giving you the gold back, you're not really doing much with the hero at all.
It's not the
So I agree.
But it'll fight hard.
Yeah, definitely take the Midas Stormwind here. Yeah, he wants the full tempo right now, and rightfully so. You're down to 30, and we're looking at the 4th turn of the game. You got to do something to slow it down. Tough pick there, but I think you settle on Lich King. Show is, Show with Lich King is going to be doing, some pretty dirty work, I would say.
Yeah,
and
Lich
look at the
King
difference in stats.
Yeah, Lich King is so prominent in the early game. Look at that stats too, just like you mentioned. That extra buff across just makes it that much more devastating, unlikely that your opponent even kills minions. So RDU finally able to go for that big swing. More importantly though, does RDU get the gamble win here? Betting on the Lich King. It looks like Show at least tied.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
And there
Big one.
it is.
So now the question for RDU is, how do you actually parse this out? What I'm looking at here is that you have an opportunity to get the Molten Rock going. And Molten Rock with a triple elemental setup that gives you 2 rolls for free means that you could find a lot of elemental stuff. The real question is it early enough still? So I'm not entirely sure. This is another tough turn for RDU here, and it looks like he's going to settle on freeze and say, you know what? If I don't add it this turn, I can still add it next turn. I need to freeze this triple anyway. So I think this is really wise of him to preserve these 3 coins and see, what changes based on this outcome here. This outcome, I think, is going to determine a lot of how he plays this.
Well, I mean, you look at the fact that also RDU is queuing into Simi. So that could be what pushes him over the top to say, you know what, this is the line. And also to not improve the board.
Oh, yeah, that makes even more sense then. Like, this is you got a double ideal reason for delaying this way. My apologies. I overlooked that.
Right. And then taking a look at her board, that it does make sense. Simi only has one pair, but with Zephrys being buffed from 4 to 3, that's a really big deal because then she has that guaranteed spike if she wants. Depending on how things go, she could even get on next turn. So we'll see if she ends up getting the tie that she's looking for. She also would rather lose a little bit because she has life to give and Radu does not really have much. So does seem like Radu's going to take a little bit more punishment though.
Yeah, not the worst, I would say. I mean, 7's a pretty big hit when you're at 30 is all. Like now you're approaching like maybe 2-hit territory. So if Radu loses another round, he loses the wager as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big deal. I mean, I think Radu was relying on having this spike literally this turn, and instead, if you want to have this spike this turn, it means that you're going to have to change your plan. So I'm curious if that changes where you look at tripling as well. And for Radu, it does not. You have 6 gold available to you. What I imagine is you're foregoing the wager this turn is all. I think you might be a little bit too far behind, or you're foregoing the party rock possibility. So I think that's pretty wise as well. Finds a Light Fang. All right, so he's just moved away from the elemental idea and said, I just need something bigger to happen. And honestly, he may have secured it. Light Fang is at its weakest, I'd say, like the first 1 or 2 turns. So if he can survive past that, I think he should be in pretty good shape.
Yeah, he has to bet on his teammate Simi or Alucard, who is playing Jiraxes. Meanwhile, we're tuning into Team Dinosaur, a team that really wants to protect their second-place lead. Salty is going against Radu. Does find the Draconid Enforcer, only with 1 Divine Shield, though, so that's definitely more of a longer-term play.
Pair of Hangries, though. It looks like to me like the pair of Hangries are going to churn out another win here, and that's a big deal.
Oh, yeah. It's a really big deal. Is it going to get... Oh, it does look like he's going to get nice trades here.
For Radu, this is not pretty. This is the last thing you wanted to see.
Oh my goodness, 14 damage.
Yeah,
I don't even know if Radu... I don't know if Radu's won a single battle this entire fight. It looks like it might be a quick 8th. Although jkirek right behind Radu at just a smidge above health in 7th place.
And now runs into Jiraxis, and the timing on running into Jiraxis here is terrifying because Jiraxis is a hero that really spikes around like the 9 gold and 10 gold, where they're at like their peak power level. They take a dip and then they'll try and power back up by finding the Tavern 4 demons. So Radu here is like in a panic trying to figure out how to stay alive here. There's just really not too many options because Light Fang is the source of extra stats.
Yeah, he does have Divine Shield and Wind Fury on the Crackling Cyclone, but yeah, it's not really enough. And not only that, it's not guaranteed because he has the Refreshing Anomaly on the board with the Elemental. This is looking pretty bad. The Saving Grace, Drax is just leveled to 4. So perhaps not as big of a power spike as it normally is, but this is definitely one of those sit and pray for Radu as he goes ahead and does 1 potential final bet. Seems like he keeps betting on Simi's fights here, and he's betting against Simi. I guess win-win, right? Either your teammate wins or you win.
Edging him. Oh boy, I think that Radu has got like just enough in play to clear this. I'm not certain, but it looks like he's got enough. 7-12. Oh my gosh, he does not.
Oh,
done.
Jeez, is he dead?
Out.
He is dead at 9 points exactly.
Wow. Wow, this boils down to like a trade here at the end too.
jkirek staying alive. Team Dream doing exactly that, keeping the dream alive as we go into wave 2 of spells.
And Hapabear in a really nice position here as well. They've been taking advantage of the Wax Riders providing a big boost to stats with like a fraudulent style board, this allows you to often power level pretty far above what you're normally able to, because you have these in combat sufficient stats that the Wax Rider Togwaggles are putting into play. And so here, the question is about the level in the triple or not. And I think that given with what you're seeing in the rest of Tavern and at 24 health and with the Bouncer taken as your treasure here, you're getting a pretty significant boost in the immediacy. So you go for the 6, you find a Kalagos, and everything changes now. Now you're looking at this and you're going, oh, I can get first place here.
Yeah, this is
this
big.
Went from
this
feeling
is
like a
real
risk
big.
to feeling like a payoff.
Yeah, Team Dream needed this. But more importantly, it's not just on Hapabear, it is on jkirek as well, because with Radu taking 8th place, that means that more points are available for everybody else as well. So sjow and SirSalty, if they go out and bottom 4, Team Dream still needs to get into the top in order to have a chance here.
Battlemaster added to the board, though. That's really dangerous. This is, I think, one of the most significant things you can do from a Jirax's perspective is when you have those big early spikes, just add expensive minions to your board or high tier minions to your board. So that way when you hit players, you hit them hard enough that they're in trouble. And staring down a Kalagos that's unbuffed, you look at how much damage is coming across the board here, and that's exactly how you disrupt that. You have to kill them first.
Oh, geez.
The Wax Rider
how much
has 0 buffs.
Is this? Is she dead? Oh my goodness, 22 damage, almost wiping Hapabear out.
The battle is really raging out there.
Gets the Kel'Thuzad opponent that turn though, so she's got 2 turns to buff up Kalagos for next combat.
Yeah, the good news is she's playing Radu. Radu, we know, was in the middle of powering up with the Light Fang, just a little bit too slow. Back to Alucard for Team YEPBoat, powering up those demons, and you mentioned it's only going to get worse here for everybody else as Jiraxis having that 1 mana button buffs demons across the board.
Kind of a tough spot here for Alucard as well. Rolled no demons aside from the big Vernal this turn. And the idea is you want to be churning out multiples of them. So it looks like they're going to settle for the Defender of Argus so that later on they can drop that Defender of Argus down at a key time and really secure this board position. For now, though, you're just looking for like the most stuff in play, and the Defender of Argus actually subtracts from that right now. It's gold inefficient, and it's not functioning properly. MrIncredible, the start of something. The Nadina to try and secure some extra leverage on board, and then a brand setup. So, a couple more key cards, and MrIncredible will be popping off because they're already on Tavern 6.
Yep, very much so. And, a job well done because, again, MrIncredible and Alucard are playing each other this round, so they're trying to make sure to mitigate their losses. But that's why you can get away with playing the way Alucard did just now, just being a little bit greedier. It makes a lot of sense.
I think you can win this thing.
So from here, not too much to think about other than how little damage you can deal to your teammate.
Yeah, you'll notice that the positioning got inverse here. He's trying to make sure that all the expensive things die first, and so when you hit your opponent, you don't hit him as hard. Nice. That's about as close as you're going to get this.
Still 14 damage, though. Definitely not ideal. No one died, though. jkirek and Hapabear still hanging in there, but they're both right now looming in bottom 4. MrIncredible's taking the Radu fight. Sjow.
What was happening over on Show's side? That looked...
I'm surprised he's as healthy as he is.
Yeah, what's going on here? This is like... Yeah, it's just a generic menagerie hold on for dear life comp is what this looks like now.
Yeah. Very much has the ability to buff. Okay, finds an opportunity with poison or divine shield if he wants to utilize that with his hero power. Deadly Spore and Hero Power is a pretty basic way to use the Lich King Hero Power, but it's pretty effective if you want to mitigate your losses. And I think right now, Show's thinking about an opportunity. He's going up against Hapabear, who's playing Alucard, and if he can eliminate her, that I think if Show eliminates her, that might actually do it for Team Dinosaur. We'll have to actually see how the rest of the lobby plays out, but that greatly increased the chance for Team Dinosaur to auto-advance.
Yeah, well, I got some bad news for him. You're pretty far off. I guess some of it depends on where this cleave could potentially hit, but he's not attacking first. Yeah, so I mean, Show lost this round.
Show lost this round. The question is, does Show die?
I mean, he very well might, because this Battle Master's going untouched.
Oh, no.
He's looking dead to me.
He's dead. From second to tied for bottom 4 in some capacity. If jkirek can stay alive, that'd also be huge for Team Dream. Okay, jkirek stayed alive.
You're good at this.
Simi is out in 7th as well, which means that Team FollowUs is out. And SirSalty staying alive is huge right now. He is the only line of defense between Dinosaur advancing out of top 2 or narrowly missing out. Is on SirSalty.
Malgadon's a big find.
You're down a minion and up a gold.
Can you capitalize on the Amalgadon, though? This is...
Right.
This is as close as it gets. I mean, this board, it's hard for this board to really grow at this point. It's all like singular buffs, and this Amalgadon is everything. Mine's poisonous, not too bad.
You know, so 3 adapts, +3 attack, +3 health, and poison. But without the mechs currently in the lobby, that's definitely going to be a little annoying for SirSalty to figure out a way to improve that Amalgadon.
Coming up on that 3rd key treasure as well. I'm always so... Anytime I'm staring down an Omu, like deep into the game, I'm so terrified because they get to Tavern 6 just so quick by comparison, it feels like.
Right.
Yeah. That's scary. Wind Fury to start. You love to see it. And that means you're going to be able to connect with the Divine Shield and then have the Imp Mama connect for the guaranteed farm.
Yeah, I kind of like this dynamic.
Same on the other side, though.
Does a lot against Lystra in particular. Oh.
Get a Divine Shield there, but not the one you wanted.
Oh,
yeah, that's not good.
Poisonous and the good Spore trade as well. Oh, this is looking so bad for SirSalty.
That's so bad. Brand dies, but I think you're just done. Yep.
Oh. And that's it. Team Dinosaur's out. Omu from YEPBoat eliminating him.
Good at this.
And both jkirek and Hapabear survive, Admirable.
New hero power here for MrIncredible.
Oh, geez.
Oh, boy. A test this deep into the game?
Like where you're going with this.
Yeah. Everyone has Amalgadons. They have Nadinas. They have Oliech.
That is disgusting.
Oh, my God. The Amalgadon. That's a triple opportunity. And with no ability to use things like the mechs, that doesn't mean that you can get the Divine Shield easily, and it looks like he got it. So could go for that triple here, but at the same time, these are really good Amalgadon adepts. So
oh boy, a Caligos shows up. He's just gonna pass it. Says it's not early enough. I don't blame him. There's only a couple turns left in the game.
Yeah, needs to replace his brand too to improve the strength, because he's the only thing standing between a top 2 finish from Dream.
It is nuts that you spelled out that this is what needed to happen, and we're on the verge of it happening right now. For Dream to keep that alive, to secure a 1st and 2nd.
I mean, this is for the possibility that Dream is going to stay in the tournament if jkirek can eliminate MrIncredible right here, right now. And MrIncredible could go for the hat trick, the triple victory as 6 lobbies. And no matter how you slice it, we're going to have something really impressive at the end of this lobby.
The Divine Shield, and that landed. That was so important for it to land on this Amalgadon too, or otherwise it would have been the 16-17 fending off a Divine Shield Dragon that covers it. So that last attack was the difference. And jkirek secures that top 2 finish.
Dream Team once again clutching out in back-to-back lobbies. And it comes down to the final between Hapabear and jkirek, and it could be one of those things where it really doesn't matter who wins. There was this outside possibility, by the way. I guess we didn't mention it. There was a chance that Hapabear could have died to the Ghost, to one of the Kel'Thazads. But given how strong Hapabear had seemed to be getting with the Caligos, it didn't seem it was going to be a likely scenario, so we didn't point it out.
I mean, this is a 7 points for Dinosaur round and 18 points to Dream on this round. So that's an 11-point difference that took place, I believe.
A good tactical choice. You're down a minion and up a goal. A good.
I mean, this is just a real sturdy. You got word that it was a 10.5 point difference? Okay, so we just got word from the admins here. Apologies for the slight little delay, but we got word that with this top 2 finish in particular, Dream Team has successfully passed Team Dinosaur into 2nd place by 2 points, which is the difference between 1st and 2nd place. You get 10 points for 1st, you get 8 points for 2nd. What a crucial finish at the very end here, Admirable. At that finish line, you see that jkirek and Hapabear able to overtake Team Dinosaur, which also means our 2 invited teams from Group A will not be advancing to tomorrow.
That is just absolutely unreal. That is so unreal. The fact that every single point differential mattered. The fact that you set it up exactly as it was going into this final game. They needed Dinosaur to have a poor lobby, and they needed to get 1st and 2nd themselves. That exact thing happens, and they move on. Unreal.
Yeah, and it was hard fought. And looks like jkirek is going to wrap it up. Back-to-back lobby victories.
Ice block.
Game number 5. Oh, it's ice block. I wasn't paying attention to the secret. Good insurance. In fact, that was additional insurance for Hapabear just to make sure that had another chance to survive and scale even further with Caligos. Apologies there for the early
bask
call.
in their glory.
Yeah, nice little victory lap here for Dream Team.
That's quite the army you're building, friend. The fate of the world hangs in the balance.
It's a couple more notches here. Why not?
I didn't like that one either.
Okay.
Here's a gold for the trouble.
Finds a Primalfin Lookout. I mean, there's several battle cries here. Finds another Amalgadon. Good opportunity to end it on the 2nd Amalgadon that hits the board. Or Battlemaster. At this point, it's
one
all
last battle
just
cry. Beautiful gold use. Gets the Divine Shield and Poison.
Wow. Perfect. I think from Hapabear's perspective, not really too much to consider here. Yeah. I like this unstable gold, actually, given that you anticipate even some Divine Shields to be coming out and really impactful with Nadine on the other side, so I think it's reasonable.
Ow.
Yeah, that was not ideal.
That was not ideal. That was the inverse of ideal.
It didn't go down the way that I think. she wanted, but Hapabear hung in there. And again, this was a team effort. It required Hapabear to get into the top 2 with jkirek. I guess Hapabear could have gotten 3rd as well, and they would have won by 1 point, but the margin of error was pretty much as thin as it gets. After 6 lobbies, Dream Team will be your second team advancing to tomorrow.
Man, absolutely incredible. When I asked you guys, listen, as the host, sometimes I ask these questions that I already know the answer to. You said 1%, Froden. We got that 1%. Shout out to YEPBoat with 73 points overall. The bigger story here is Dream Team. This squad, not everything happened. The stars aligned, the constellation came out, you know? They took down who they needed to take down, mainly being Team Dinosaur, and now jkirek, Hapabear. These two are going to play tomorrow in our finals. You know, it's funny kind of looking at, you mentioned the invited teams. Not really here anymore, Admirable. Was this, how surprised? Because I think there is a definite level of surprise, but is this like 100% never would have guessed it, or yeah, it kind of makes sense?
I think to drop some context here, it's important to note that the teams who qualified, they came through a field of over 500 players in order to qualify for this. Last week, they had to compete in those brackets and continuously rack up performance after performance after performance over the course of 2 days in order to even qualify for this spot. So the teams that are here by invite, they're here by force, and by quite quality force, I would say, on top of that. So to see them qualify through this, what it's just showing you is how many competitors are out there in the field for Battlegrounds that can put up a show and compete with the best of them.
Yeah, I just want to echo that because in these kinds of games, in particular with variants, right? We're not going to shy away from it. There's a lot of randomness that's involved in these kinds of situations. What we know is that when people emerge from these open qualifiers, they're there for a reason. They're not bad. They're not slouches. And this has existed for as long as I can remember in Hearthstone in particular, where like people who emerge from these open bracket dynamics tend to be the scariest ones. In Constructed for Standard, the world champions for a long time were people who didn't qualify off of winning a tournament. They qualified because they had the most points from their region that qualified them for the world championship. So these people are always the scariest. Yes, the invited players are great, you know, and I think we can meme Team FollowUs and RDU for, you know, how they perform today, but they're still great players. But the ones that come out from the open bracket, they're killers, and you have to be on guard.
I mean, you know, here's the thing. I think a lot of, you know, card games, it's always the grinders, right? And that's who we see rise to the top of Group A right here. Congratulations to not only Hapabear and her team, but YEPBoat as well. They're the ones on top of Group Letter A. I almost said Group Number A. But these guys, Alucard and Edwards, they looked strong and they brought home the bacon. Fantastic work for them on top of Group A. Group B coming up next on WSOE Online IV, Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Yeehaw! Happy holidays, everyone!
Ho ho, Hearthstone! The battleground continues here in WSOE Online number 4. And man, we're excited. Gifts under the tree, chestnuts and everything, all of the fixins. But right now, the games are anything but fixed. Players winding up on top. Group A locked in and loaded. We await Group B, but we're going to reflect a little bit. Your host, FDOT, alongside my two resident experts, Admirable and Froden. And Admirable, like I said, Group A is all done. 6 games. Walk us through how the first half of the day went.
The first half of the day was just all the same players. It was YEPBoat with MrIncredible taking down a couple of wins, and then it was sjow on the other side. Just able to put up 2 wins himself. After our first 4 games, we only had 2 players emerge in first place. And with sjow here, he did it with George, and in a way that was just pretty immaculate cycling through of the units he had in play, making the right improvements and the right sacrifices on his board at the right time. But really the key moment was here, that golden light fang. That's really what catapulted his stat output and put him in a position to find those opportunities to begin with. But in game number 5, this has been the most exciting point of the day right here. jkirek going down to just 1 health with Maiev and having the full Khadgar brand pop off, able to secure, I don't even know how many gold minions were made in this turn, but they end up with a double Kaligos board setup that has 2 Amalgadons, and from here it wasn't even close. It was 1 turn of not dying, and then it was all jkirek for the rest of that game. And then in game number 6, where the dream came true, Team Dinosaur ended up having a poor performance in this one, going 5th and 6th place. And jkirek and Hapabear, they needed to secure a 1st and 3rd at the very least. They one-upped that. They got 1st and 2nd place in this lobby and were able to move out of it. Both the qualified teams take over in Group A and emerge victorious.
Mad fun stuff. Group A kind of locked in, as we said. We started at 10 in the morning if you're on the West Coast, and now we've got a couple of games, 6 in total, in front of us for Group B. And then a reminder, tomorrow is when we all finish everything. The top of the top go on, and they're going to play, I think, 8 games again, starting at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So a lot of fun kind of watching these players come out and kind of bang against each other. Of course, more than just bragging rights on the line. It's all about that cheese, baby. $10,000 up for grabs, and first place takes home half of it at $5,000. Then you've got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place with $2,400, $1,600, and $1,000 just to finish it off. So a lot on the line here for sure, but not just for our players taking home things. You guys can take home things as well. Shout outs to Papa John's. They're our new sponsor here at WSOE. And with that, you can use the code WSOE25, put it in chat right now, and enter to win a Papa John's prize pack. We got a 2nd bundle giveaway to announce, and that includes the Papa John's t-shirt, 2 Papa John's face masks, and a $30 gift certificate here. So go ahead, spam WSOE25. I mean it. Over and over again. Spam it in the chat, homies. You want to see it. And then stay tuned. At the end of today's broadcast, we will go ahead and deliver the winners. We've got the bundle number 1 and bundle number 2, so you want to stay along for the ride. Again, WSOE25 in the chat and on the Papa John's site if you want to save 25% off any regular menu priced order. So all the good stuff, like I said, it's all about that cheese. A is all said and done, though. And now we move on to group letter B. I knew I'd mess it up at some point today, but Group B is on the way. And so when we look at these guys, when we look at these players here, I think there's a lot of strong players. We already talked about Slysssa and what she's going to be able to do with her squad, top of the top as far as the ranked leaderboard is concerned. I mean, any players here you, Froden, are looking at specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I picked Happy Cow to win the whole tournament just because I have a lot of faith in Slysssa and Victor, and I think that they've also been playing. They're battle tested in tournaments. So if you were to pick an invited team that I would focus on, I would say them. But after watching the way open players have competed and the way they've been throwing down and the comeback from Dream Team, I gotta say that I'm feeling a little less confident in my prediction after watching Group A.
Yeah,
I did say it right at the start of the show. After watching that game one right at the start of the show, I just knew it. When a team is named YEPBoat and they came through, a 500+ player field in order to qualify for this, God, that's just somebody who spends a lot of time playing Battlegrounds. And I know it's a case of, I knew I should have picked that team. Now, that being said, I'm still happy with my pick of Oliech and Vinz from Team Solary. These guys are very good at the game. The teams that are invited, they're very strong as well. But I'm counting on Oliech and Vinz here. But more importantly, I'm counting on my team defeating Frodan's team. Even if they both qualified out of this bracket, I want my team to be above Dan's. I don't care if they're third. I want Dan's team to be fourth. That's all I'm chanting for. Is beat Dan right now.
I know that feel, man. I know that feel. We'll see if that one works out. So again, the way it works out, you come in first place, you get 10 points, and you just carry them on going forward. We play 6 games. The team with the most points, 1 and 2, move on to tomorrow. One of the biggest things, though, here with Battlegrounds, one of the bigger changes, and we were talking about it in chat, not just all of us stream monsters, but there are some devs in chat as well, about the addition of the spells, right? That's one of the bigger changes that we've seen here. Looking at how this kind of affects the game, I'm going to ask for just personal takes here. Frodan, start with you. What's your take on, do you like the spells? Do you like how they've affected the game? Again, personal take. What's your thoughts?
I love them. I think that these spells introduce more decisions that you can make, and they're actually kind of tricky, right? Some of the times you feel like these are all equal and you're not really sure where to go, and there's so many situation dependent things. But the best players can really find ways to build as many open bridges to figure out what they can be doing, or they can prioritize what if they're playing for top 4 or they're trying to go beyond. So I love it. I like more decision points like that, and it gives more agency to the players. And also it kind of helps a lot of those mid-tier heroes who struggle with that early game to get started. It gives them a lot more life, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I have to echo a lot of what Dan said there too. With a game like Battlegrounds and pretty much just any card game you're going to have, there's going to be a lot of variance in it. And sometimes that variance, it naturally closes a gap, and sometimes it widens a gap. And in Battlegrounds, the variance, I think, certainly widens the gap by a considerable margin. We're seeing turns in Hearthstone, in Battlegrounds, where players taking 25 damage pretty early on in the game. I would say like the early mid stage. That's a lot. Honestly, it might be too much. But the thing that the spells are doing is it's closing that gap. It's giving you agency to close that gap as well. So I think when you give players a little bit more time, you give them more decisions, and you close that power level gap, you see more of the important end game parts that people really want to see.
The player in me loves the ability to wrangle the variance, and the designer in me loves the idea that you're able to change the game by introducing more than just different minions, right? Just give me more and more tribes. No, give me something extra, give me some spells, and that's a whole different knuckleball to really deal with as we jump into our new games, etc. And so, with that said, let's jump into our new games, etc. Group letter B here. It's all you guys on the cast. Frodan, Admirable, let's bring it.
Yep, very much so. So we're going to get started with game number 1 of Group B, featuring the other half of the invited teams with Happy Cow, Twlevewinshs, and slysssa, or Victor, as well as Team Solary, featuring Vinz and Oliech. Apologies, we have the wrong player profiles up there. It's not RDU and Simi. They've been eliminated if you were just tuning in to try and find out what's happening to RDU and crew. They already just finished their group. But the 2 wild cards, Purpul Eggs featuring Cherkash and MrPurpul, and then Kavan featuring Kavan and AutumnWater. I was told that we actually had a little bit of trouble finding both Kavan and AutumnWater, but looks like everyone is in the lobby ready to go. So thankfully, we're spanning all different kinds of time zones. I believe this lobby features every major region in Hearthstone that is in China. I think we have APAC, EU, and Americas all in this group. So we're really thankful that we can get everybody online at the same time.
Gosh, don't you just love the worldwide open competition that is available because of online play? It's just a beautiful thing to see.
Specifically the fact that we have a game where that ping doesn't matter, because I know in so many other games, especially the ones that I like to follow, ping matters a ton when you go cross region like that. So definitely a really nice thing to see for sure.
Vinz opening up.
All right, so
my man Reno Jackson.
Yeah, checking in on the heroes here. Vinz starting out with Reno. Now Reno feels so feast or famine. I like picking Reno because it's just really fun to try to think about what what units you want to use your hero power on to immediately golden it. A lot of people think about like early Wrathweaver and how you can try to get tempo. Some people think about really powerful tavern rewards, like if you triple up into a Light Fang and you can golden your Light Fang. And so I'm curious to see how Vinz uses this specific Reno power to make a unit golden, and see if he ends up using it just for a minor tempo boost, or he wants to use it for greedy purposes and try to scale everybody out of the game.
What's the weakest minion you've ever used the Reno Jackson hero power on?
The weakest minion I've used it on, I tried using it on, Soul Juggler a lot, just because I found a lot of demons early, and I didn't have Wrathweaver, so I ended up just playing token demons while trying to find it. I don't know. I haven't really used it on much else. You saw me actually yesterday die without having to use my Reno power, which I felt really stupid about. But I didn't have anything. I didn't have anything to do.
As well.
Yeah, I was like, do I put it on my taunt minion just to make it a little stronger? I don't know.
I think the weakest I've used it on is Free Dealing Gambler. I was looking at my board, and my board was just, my board was just miserable, and I was like, I am not going to win this round, and I'm going to take too much damage. I lost both the opening rounds as well, and I was like, you know what? I just need a 6/6 in play. Use the Free Dealing Gambler. At some point, I got a power spike from it. I came in like 5th or something, and I was really proud of myself for bringing back this spot that just felt like it was a disastrous game. So Oliech here, queuing into Vinz. They're going to organize as teammates here to try and mitigate the amount of damage here. And Oliech, that even means for him sacrificing +2/+2 overall onto his minions to secure that neither player takes damage. So this kind of goes to leverage some of the importance of what I was just talking about in securing your early life total. Do stats in play matter more, or does your life total matter more? The reason you get stats in play is to secure your life total. So when you have that team dynamic, take advantage of that as much as you can.
Yep, very much so. Over in Team Happy Cow, the other team that we're kind of eyeing on here at the beginning of the show, we're on Twlevewinshs, aka Victor's point of view. Offered okay stuff. No Might of Stormwind for immediate tempo. I think that would have been the best offering for him, given that he has 5 minions with a bunch of tokens on the board. But Pocket Change is totally fine too to be able to do that. And now this is the point where like Rafam usually likes to level. Does have an opportunity to actually double buy here in hero power, but we'll see if he ends up going for the golden. Does do it. See if he can find a pretty good reward in the future turns. He doesn't actually have to play that golden right now. He can actually save it for the next turn where he levels and hero powers again. So I like this greed play. Rafam has a lot of health to play with. You just have to kill a single unit and not take too much damage.
Yeah, I think this is a really wise play here from Twlevewinshs, and starts to really show where some of that guided experience comes into play. To start things out, if you play a golden minion, you are getting the card that says Discover from the Tavern tier of yours +1. If you hold that gold minion in your hand, which right now is only adding 2/2 to board, would have saved a couple points of life here, but it would have cost you another Tavern tier worth of minions. And so given that Twlevewinshs is able to steal stuff here and fill up his board anyway, what that means is he can sacrifice a couple points of life and really catapult this gold minion out whenever they want to. My suspicion here is that this is aiming, at tier 5, at Tavern 5, or maybe even Tavern 6, just depending on how things go.
Yeah. Doesn't have to do it now either, because again, tier 4, like you said, is not particularly powerful compared to tier 5. A lot of the things that you want to start building around for late game is centered around Tavern tier 5 and beyond. There's a couple of nice ones on tier 4 if you want, Gold Grubber being one of them. If you're playing a demon strategy, you can find a Floating Watcher. But Twlevewinshs has really neither of those kinds of aspects growing. So it'd be purely like finding a tempo play, which a lot of times you're stuck with like Cave Hydra, Herald of Flame, Siege Breaker, and you're like, this was all. I take it all back. I don't want any of this.
Yeah, it's all minions that you build onto, and not minions that you necessarily build around. And I think that's really the key here. Is the higher your life total is, the more freedom you have to look for minions that you build around instead of build onto. I would say as your life total dwindles very low, you don't necessarily have the time to build around something. So just stack on as many stats as you can and try to move up as many places as you can. But you're pretty much hit the nail on the head there. The Tavern 4 is really, that's what you stack onto, not what you stack around.
Yep, fair enough. Going up against Jandis, played by Oliech, who had been looking real fierce, finding the token and being able to generate a lot of tempo. Still just using that Iron Sensei to stack the Micro Machine, but that's good enough. And looks like Twlevewinshs once again takes that loss. But with that gold saved up, And now that Murloc ready to go, the Golden Murloc has an opportunity to discover something real good. So let's see what 12 wins Victor is able to find here in this position, because he's been waiting for a while. He's been ramping it up.
Yeah, I'd say the fact that you took such a brutal loss there and it doesn't look like you have a way to really stack onto your board here, this could be the position where you launch it. But, you know, Victor's a player who has a very deep insight into stuff, and I think that, you know, 28 is just kind of at that life total where you're like, maybe I don't. But you can see here the decision point is still even like, well, maybe I should do something first. Is it, you know, how should I be making this work? It's just not as easy as it looks. Like you're trying to look for the win here in 12-win spot.
Yeah. I like going for it just because I think it's just a respect play, right? Like you said, you took a pretty sizable chunk, and if you lose another by like 11 to 12 HP, you're pretty much going to take a lot of damage to the point where you feel like you have to play mitigation style instead of actually trying to scale into the late game. So I like it. Mithrax is pretty solid. Does have a decent diversity of minions. I think he has 4 types right now. So very solid and a good way to come back into the mid game here.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like a best of both worlds sort of thing, where the Mithrax is giving you scaling, but it's also giving you, you know, early damage mitigation by being just a large potent minion.
Yeah, and pretty unlucky for Victor. Actually, the only minion that was kind of bad to trade into to get the Reform activation. There was a triple available through the Murloc Tidehunter. There's a Brand Bronzebeard available for him to pick up. Instead, he picks up a Murloc Scout. That is about as bad as it gets. Not looking good for Victor, who takes big punishment from Cherkash from Purple Eggs. Speaking of triples.
Slysssa here, with Bran already in play, this is a great time, I think, to move up and look for something bigger. This is 2 triples available for Slysssa this turn. You get one by playing the Murloc and generating tokens, so that means this other Hyena gets pitched off, because the Bran doubles up on the tokens here, and then you also get the triple by buying that 3rd Murloc, and it just tripling the natural one that's in play. Finds a Kaligos to start, and that's pretty much just the direction you're going at this point. So now, I'd say that there is a bit of a question to it. Do you maybe try to stack on some dragons here and triple this one afterwards? I don't think that the red whelps are really the dragons you're looking for to stack onto. Oh, they're in a team fight. Excuse me. So they can manipulate.
Yeah, she's actually trying to find a way to reduce the amount of damage done to Victor, because Victor's taken some big punishment. This is very clever, but at the same time, Slysssa can't just take damage herself. She's also within striking range of being at 1 life. On her end, finds another Malagos, or Kaligos rather. Okay.
Yep, so that's a trim down and a setup here for 12 wins on the other side too.
Oh, gives Kaligos.
Feeds a Kaligos over. That's the other thing too, is when you're in the fights and your opponent has Reform, or I'm sorry, your teammate has Reform, what that means is you can actually feed into it too. You get to try to deliver that brand. And so now, I'd say the 2 of them have done a very good job of setting up like a potential winning scenario here, where both of them have Kaligos in play. The difference is that they just don't have very much life to work with.
Ouch. Still, though, 12 life. But, you know, Slysssa does have double Kaligos ready to go. Just needs to find actual tempo tools. Oh, I was thinking Discover main for the last warband. She hadn't seen the Kaligos. That was given to 12 wins, so it's a little bit of a different dynamic there.
Bouncer it is.
Tempo good. More dragons? Or is it just Murlocs?
Wow, I'm actually surprised that that she didn't go for that turn, because you could have gotten the 4/4 as well to copy the dragons and be able to patch that up. But here, Slysssa, you know, she just had so much gold to work with. It's really not like super surprising she can go this way, because now she's going to end with 2 big dragons and a board full of poisonous minions, as well as another triple that's being found here. So I think that this is a risk versus reward assessment where you kind of look at this and go, well, wait a second, I can just come out with something bigger than this so very often. Obviously, you're not necessarily relying on the triple, but you know, you take what you can get in these kinds of circumstances.
Yeah, and just perfect micro the situation as well, ensuring that she maximizes her poison opportunities, finding the triple for the Toxfin. Not the best kind of discover off of the Tavern. This is a big board as well from the other side.
The good news is that first minion did not die. Yeah, that first one surviving that is everything.
Okay, and big damage dealt back to the Elise, dealing back 11. I mean, that's starting to put Cherkash in an awkward spot. So Team Happy Cow kind of hanging in there to start things off, but Reno already dead. Vinz out 8th place. We talked about how Reno's 1st or 8th. That is a big fat 8th to start things off here for Team Solary. Nathan is speechless.
That discover from... Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. Too soon.
I mean, it's very soon, that's for sure. Cherkash from Team Purple Eggs, one of the qualifiers that seems to be based around MrPurpul. And looking to build a pretty solid menagerie comp here.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Elisha's got to be one of the ones you're looking for if you're rolling this much.
Yeah. Especially because of the way the Amalgadon went down that previous fight. That definitely felt bad from Cherakash's point of view because the Amalgadon just got traded to by a small poisonous minion. And that's where things like Elystra is so good at because she stops those one deadly spores or things equivalent of that from sniping your Elystra.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how they're trying to set this up right now. Like, I feel like this board is okay. Like, you know, this is the start of something where you might be able to, you know, catapult forward, but this is pretty deep into the game where we're looking at just this board from Rakanishu. I'm very worried when I see situations like this on how this is going to pan out. Yeah, like, I'm having a tough time seeing this survive.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where, you know, you're going up against another, like a Yasharaj, and you know that they usually want to go for a Tavern tier up aggressively, finds the boat. Okay, not the best boat minions, but still a decent amount of stats to chew through, and, you know, MrPurpul doesn't have that many stats left after this bomb dies.
Yeah, it's looking... trades have gone pretty ideal so far, that's for sure. But it really boils down to whether or not this Hydra gets to attack.
Oh,
and it's not going to get to attack.
No. Is he dead? He's dead. MrPurpul looking to go out in 7th place here. Not a good start for him either. And a big kill there from AutumnWater, I believe, from Taiwan. That's the team that they're playing and representing. Still holding on to some of these resources. Looking for an opportunity to maybe go into the Murlocs department, which is reasonable because I feel like AutumnWater's board is basically about to fall off a cliff. So hopefully this temporary brand placement allows him to triple up and find some really powerful stuff.
Need one more board slot. That's the Iron Sensei here. Oh, this was really clever.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I mean, it's okay. He still needs a little bit more. He's hoping to find something off of this Primal and Lookout, though.
Finds another token.
Tidehunter.
Little bit surprised that they didn't try to roll for, like, maybe a Khadgar there. But, right, you know, you're just limited by time.
Yep. And remember, they're playing cross servers, so they're maybe trying to maximize their impact decision making before animations. Mama Bear needs to go a little bit quicker. Needs to leave a board space for hero power as well. Goldrin?
Yep. All right, that's your new plan, is find Macaw.
Doing the freeze in case you want it, and then the unfreeze when you realize it's nothing. No, Mama Bear.
And then not being able to slice the right way.
It looks okay though for me right now. No, not okay. Okay, definitely not okay now.
It's not okay. All right, you're not dead. That's the important part. Not dead is a good thing when you're deep into the game. That's really all that matters when you lose a round, is that you're not dead.
Yeah, and that was a win from Slissa. So, you know, Team Happy Cow is still making that little like rubber band slingshot back into the game with the Caligos build. Ends up paying off. Kavan taking damage. This should be Ice Block, given that the secret's still active. But you don't get the Ice Block always, because they do reduce the chances of getting Ice Block again.
Y'all hit some bumps now and then.
So usually I like to hero power earlier to see what kind of decisions I can make afterwards, but some people choose to do it a little bit later into the fight, so that way they can see how they want to improve their board and then react afterwards. So I think that's also a completely fine way to do it. Probably better on average, given the
That'll
situation.
be profound as well.
It's good to get
Ooh, that's big.
Yeah, at this point, you're playing strictly for buffs at this point.
Yes.
You're using the Ice Block to hold on for dear life.
If you can find it. Another Noya module. Another Menagerie Jug. No Ice Block. Perhaps the
What's better
Auto
here, is the
Defense
Redemption or the
Matrix?
Matrix?
They both function kind of similarly. They give like another life to whatever gets attacked, so to speak. Yeah,
I feel like the
like
Auto Defense Matrix is a little bit better. Yeah, I'm looking at the 15-15 and seeing that, you know, being resummoned as a 2-1 and not being, you know, such a powerful effect as a result.
I think you can.
Yeah, I completely agree there. Not to mention that, you know, there's a way you can double dip, right? They attack twice into the Bronze Ward, and that's really good too. There's just like a lot of different ways that this could go really well for Kavan. Going up against Slissa once more, winner of this, likely to survive and move on to top 4. The loser probably out here in bottom 4.
Gets the reset.
Gets the reset, but these poisons are double dipping.
Yeah, this is not funneling through very well.
Yeah, this is looking real bad, actually. And now Caligos is just left to isolate these giant Deflecto bots, which they're great, again, to stay in the fight, but you gotta do a little bit more than endurance tests here against Caligos.
Yeah, that's gonna be
That.
out.
And an important out too, because Akazamorak is a survivalist, and eliminating it this early means that, you know, Akazamorak often gets like a 2nd or 3rd place, even despite playing mech. And Yashiraj out as well, which means that both members of Team Kavan actually got eliminated on this turn.
Meanwhile, Oliech has managed to put together like an actual just beast comp here.
Yeah. Just
wow, this is like a wacky looking board.
Yeah. Golden Mama Bear in 2020 as a 2020.
Gas Coiler? Yeah, just
the beast.
Big beasts. Oh,
I mean,
they're Jandis. I didn't even realize they were Jandis. Hang on a second. That means you're getting to buff your minions and then rotate them out and buff them again with this gold Mama Bear.
Right. Which you want to find Cave Hydra for,
gosh.
but you don't have the Cave Hydra. So what do you buff, actually? Myexna? That makes sense. It has to be a non-golden minion, too.
Go big or go home, I always say.
That is some pretty sufficient stat churning, though.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Very much so. I like this a
You know,
lot
the one
for
thing that's really
Oliech.
lacking here is Divine Shield stuff. Uh-oh.
Speaking
Did
of...
I speak too soon?
And what makes this kind of devastating here for Cherkash is that these are the two non-Happy Cow members playing each other. And this looks like one way or another, Oliech might overwhelm with a ton of stats. These beasts are staying alive forever.
Oh, that was an ugly hit. I think that. Oh, no! Oh, the Mama Bear's just colossal. Okay. Wow.
Okay.
Just literally raw numbers here are getting the job done. It's very rare that you see just like raw numbers and not like utility effects really getting the job done.
You're good at this.
Right. Especially at this stage of the game. Oh, wow. Slyssa has eliminated Victor, her teammate. But you know what? Both of them in the top 4, and that's a really good start. And maybe Slyssa can go even further. She is in position to potentially eliminate Oliech if she's able to get 27 damage or more. It's unlikely, given that Oliech has almost a complete beast build. At this point, the beast build is like so developed that it doesn't seem like Oliech would even want to necessarily entertain too much of the idea of a Baron Rivendare. Instead, the one real thing that's missing from his comp is a Cave Hydra, and I think if he found a Cave Hydra, he'd be sitting real pretty. Whoa! Did he just swap for a freewheeling gambler? That was sick.
And why not level up after that one?
Yeah. Extra gold for the... just to make the rounds. Okay.
Oh, he wants the Baron.
We do find the Baron. Yeah. I mean, it's a very good choice. It's just one of those things where, like, I think the next best add is a Cave Hydra, just given how much stat buffs that you can keep doing.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the Mama Bear actually might be kind of close to next to go. It's like just maybe you're trying at this point to isolate. At this point, maybe you need 3 Barons for it to even work. I don't know. I mean, there's not really much improvement to be done. So, you know, it's a pretty specific soul search.
Yeah, that's true. Slyssa going up against this big beast bill, which, I mean, she has all the information. When your opponent shows 7 beasts on their board, you know exactly what's happening. There's not really much left for the imagination at that point.
Oh, gets
big
the first
snipe
proc
on the poisonous. Yeah.
Doesn't hit the second proc, though. These beasts are large.
And beast comes
they are
out.
Very large.
Oh! Divine Shield!
Hits.
That's enough to survive.
Not enough, though.
Yeah.
For Oliech here, he drops the round.
Yeah. This is where it starts to get really scary, too, because Oliech can't really scale too much more outside of just using Janda's hero power. And that's where that Baron Rivendare is going to be really key here. If he wants it. Meanwhile, Cherkash, it's his turn to face Slyssa, who seems to be increasingly like the final boss. But Cherkash has not done a great job stabilizing his board. 2 Amalgadons, almost at full power.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot either. Like, you know, you're looking at Kaligos buffing 3 minions plus, you know, its own body, which, you know, eventually gets sizable. But, you know, how much longer is this game really lasting?
Right. I'd be even tempted just to dish to Kaligos at this point. Oh, finds a Toxfin.
Yeah, don't triple.
Yeah. Okay, finds a cheaper Toxfin. Finds a Lystra at the end of the rainbow. Oh, real interesting that he's keeping Bran around. I kind of thought that he wanted to maximize his tempo here. But he's playing for first. I like it.
Yeah, I'm curious if the stats... or if the brand was more important that turn. I honestly, I don't know. Elijah's just doing so much work to clear out the Divine Shields too. A slightly different positioning from Slysssa here, I think, would have yielded enormous results. Oh boy. That is such That is so important that Nadina did not miss its attack.
Yeah, and that is third place. So Happy Cow, third and fourth. Pretty good start for their team, but a big opportunity for Cherkash to take the lead for Team Purple Eggs if he can get first place.
Looking pretty primed to do it, too. I mean, we're looking at multiple Divine Shield Poisonous versus a team of Beasts with an Elystra in play to make sure that you can stave off like any, cleave shenanigans that I'm certain you're terrified of right now.
And the gamble paid off too, right? Again, I was a little skeptical about keeping Brandon, but Cherkash has a higher ceiling now because of it. Be kind of funny if you end up selling Brand anyways. Okay.
Were there Malkadons on the other side? I don't recall.
From Slyssa's side, I think.
Side.
Oh. Well, either way, Oliech
just keeps stacking first.
I mean, there's nothing else to do. Like, he doesn't have Cave Hydra. He just has to keep slowly buffing the beasts.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much donezo at this point because your opponent has 2 automatic favorable trades. I guess it comes down to size, There might just be enough size on the other side that it ends up panning out.
Oh, that Deadly Spore is going to come up huge. I mean, I feel like without the Cave Hydra in this position, though, you really lose a lot of the fight that this beast build has.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should.
I mean, the best you do is tie. Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
Second place in Beasts. You gotta be proud of that one. That never happens.
Absolutely. Yeah, Beast is a really good anchor build, especially if you can get an early Mama Bear, so you can have a solid top 4. But Cherkash able to come up big for Team Purple Eggs, and hey, you know what? Once more, we see the open team coming in hot and doing well here as Purple Eggs is going to start off as the team to beat here after the first game of the lobby. We're going to take a sec, and when we come back, game number 2 here at WSOE Online 4 for Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to WSOE Online 4 Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We are deep in the thick of it right now. One game into Group B. Happy Cow sits up on top, and a lot of people expected that. Solary at number 3. Nathan expected that. Purple Eggs and Kavan, though, coming in at number 2 and number 4. And I want to talk a little bit about the competition here, guys. As the games go on, we get a little bit more and more granular. So I'm going to sit surface level here and just ask you, sure, Happy Cow and Solary are looking strong, Froden, but what's the vibe here in Group B? What do you think? Is there anything that's sticking out? Some curveballs that we might see later on?
I mean, I think that teamwork is really stepping it up. Like, I think Group A did a great job, exhibiting what you can do and get away with it. But, the fact that it looked like it was going really badly for Team Happy Cow, and I was a little sweating for my predictions, but they coordinated really well and got an opportunity for the Caligos transfer, which I think was the key to getting them both to the top 4. And if they can keep doing that, they're going to still be that consistent force. But Team Purple Eggs also coming in real strong with that 1st and 5th place, putting them number 1 right now.
I think for me, the thing to keep in mind is that how, things change a lot over the course of 6 games. We're 1 game into Group B right now. You take a look at what happened in Group A and how everything boiled down to the last game being one of the most vital games that took place. We're still got to shape things up here. I'd say the first half is more where I would set my tone a little bit. I agree with Dan. The teamwork was really important, though.
All right, so let's go into game number 2 of Group B here, as we do have... Oh, I apologize. For some reason, I thought MrPurpul had placed 5th, but that was 5th and 6th was the Kavan team that got it in tandem. So Purple actually got the 7th place spot, which means that Happy Cow actually does have the lead in 1st place at the moment. And so with that, let's go into game number 2. The early choices here. Kavan picking Toki. Not really a hero that you see all the time, but has some real powerful roles, especially in the mid game if you're able to level up early. As we do see pirates and beasts are the exclusion of these tribes. When you look at that, Nathan, anything jumps out to you when you see no pirates, no beasts?
One of the things I look at with no pirates, no beasts is that it means that a lot of times you're not just going to be getting smashed, I would say, like around the the Tavern 4, Tavern 5 mark for a lot of players. What it means is I think a lot more of it's going to be based around utility at the end of the game. It's not just necessarily a bunch of raw numbers. Pirates are really, I'd say, one of the tribes that's capable of just kind of squashing you when you start getting into those people discovering into Tavern 5, Tavern 6 territory. They can get such big numbers that you just don't actually eliminate one of their minions and get killed. Now, that being said, I think that Beasts and Pirates are 2 of the weaker tribes that are in the game right now. So I think that for everybody's sake right now, it's look to try and get a big power spike way before anyone else does, and to try and take risks to do it. I would say if there were less powerful tribes in the game, you should be taking less risks. But with more power at the end game there, take the risks that you deem necessary.
Yeah, the comps that are left are the ones that scale the best generally. Mechs probably are an exception, but mechs are also pretty stable of a build, and pirates and beasts sometimes can be quite volatile at times, depending on what you hit first. And so with that, it's like one of these things where like everything is really strong right now. Elementals we know can scale incredibly well. Dragons are the best scaling comp right now in the game, and then demons have their own amount of threat, and Murlocs of course have this definitive end game with Divine Shield and Poisonous at some point. So it is going to be interesting to see. In terms of how the things line up, it looks like once again Victor on the Rafam. With the early game hero power, and slysssa is on dragons with Ysera, and I'm really curious about that because Ysera was a hero that I wasn't sure about, because with her change to always guarantee dragons in the tavern, that sounds really good, but in practice it doesn't seem like it has the power level that I think a lot of people are anticipating on average. So I'm curious to see how she's going to be able to weather that storm.
We roll into our 6 gold turn. It's a very important turn. Let's get a quick word from goPuff so we can catch the action when turn 4 comes up.
Get some late night snacks.
Out of toothpaste.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Get $20 off your first 2 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes.
All right, and so now it's that critical turn with the new spells that have been introduced coming into play. This is one of my favorite parts of the game. I feel like every single time I'm anticipating this and trying to see like what kind of disgusting power levels I can nab from this. For Slysssa here, I am really curious about this one because to me, the whole function of Ysera is to try to make triples to stay ahead of the game. That's really where her hero power function is now. It's not necessarily that you're fighting dragons, it's that you're fighting more triples. So how do you take advantage of that as the game pans out? Gotcha gift provides gold.
Well.
Effectively gold anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the Pocket of Change. Yeah, except this time she gets to store that in the form of a 2/2 on the board, as opposed to just holding the 2 gold. And in a lot of cases, I prefer this, especially if you have synergy with elementals. But you know, I think that right now Slysssa kind of going off with the whelp battles, getting some kills, and that Wax Rider getting bigger, which is huge if it's able to grow up to the point where she gets good trades.
Not quite there. Very close.
Oh.
You know,
yeah.
I'd say that, like, you know, 1 or 2 more minions in play is really going to make the difference for Slysssa here. If she's able to get like 1 more kill off that dragon, it changes the way that the whole fight's going to work. So now looking at this, obviously you're just taking the more powerful of the 2 dragons here. And then you're looking at Tavern 3. Tavern 3 is where you can find some big ones as well. Looking at Bronze Warden mostly, but facing off against Millhouse here. I would say against Millhouse, it's one of the ones that you're potentially less afraid of fighting. You know, it's usually they're going to have like a large board of smaller minions. I would say like it is a typical situation. So it depends on what spell they ran into on their turn 4. But right now, the Wax Rider with 4 dragons in play, it means that the Red Whelps, they're going to be killing 4/4s if they show up. The difference between killing a 3/4 and a 4/4, you know, it's a difference between you getting an extra +2/+2 on the back end and not getting an extra +2/+2. So each dragon for like the next 2 turns is a really big deal for Slysssa.
Yeah, very much so. And she's going up against Millhouse from Cherkash, who's usually peaking in power right around now anyways, to the point where a lot of times Millhouse actually even likes to double level because they have a full board anyways. They're usually pairing up and trying to get to level so that when they've hit their pairs into triples, they can hit Caligos or other really powerful synergies with battle cries. So yeah, Cherkash is definitely a player that we're going to evaluate their board really closely. And if Cherkash looks really good, then it's lights out for the rest of the lobby. Okay.
Wait for the Tavern 4 Discovery where you're trying to hit that Floating Watcher. Ooh, that's an important minion for Slysssa to fall to. You hate to see that one get attacked early on.
Oh, wow. More damage coming in now.
Yeah. Significant number, too. Like, that's the big, you know, Millhouse difference there is going into Tavern 3, discovering into 4, and then finding something that can just clock somebody when you're strong enough. For Slysssa, this looks like go to Tavern 5. It's like a level up, ditch the elementals, and look for a 5-drop.
Yeah. That's definitely one option. Another option is for her to full greed. Try to pick up, say, other dragons instead. Oh, full tempo. 4-drop. Finds Herald the Flame. Okay.
Yeah. So I think this is a nod to the damage taken here. Where you've just taken a lot. You're on Tavern 3, like, where you're going to be seeing some of your most powerful ones. So nab a roll here. Found 2 ideal dragons for that scenario, and you have the Herald to try and stave off some of the damage that you've been taking here as well. So I think, this board is obviously, it's stronger in the immediacy, but when you're sitting at 23 life on 8 gold, the immediacy is probably in the forefront of your mind more so than like finding endgame scaling potential is.
Yeah, much agreed, and paid off very handsomely with that Bronze Warden find as well as the buff. MrPurpul, speaking of kind of mishmashing things together, has a couple of solid minions here. The Cyclone. Oh wow, the Divine Shield immediately sniped away. And now it looks like it might be MrPurpul's turn to take some big damage, especially if things get really weak and the Herald of Flame ends up cleaning everything up.
Getting 2 minions.
Oh boy. Big damage. And this looks like competitive spirit to me from MrPurpul, so they went for a little bit of a ramp play. And that also seems to be Ice Block.
Battle is really raging out there.
And that is a triple on the Overseer. So a
Yeah,
big
it's on curve
opportunity
as well.
for MrPurpul to grow real strong right now.
That's a great play.
Perfect place to find it.
Can't wait to see this shakeout.
Wow.
Oh, the Light Fang.
There's 3 tribes in play right now. How can they flesh this out and make it even stronger? Because this now is the leverage point. Oh, boy.
Whoa. Wait, what? Little Rag, Amalgadon, Gentle Ginny, all pretty solid minions. Little Rag offers the most upside just purely off of the stats that you're given, but Gentle Ginny could also just give you a lot of economy to work with and powerful elementals to start building around. And so I like either of those choices. Amalgadon seems a little bit on the weaker side given that he doesn't have the support to really make that Amalgadon shine at the moment. So I like this.
Yeah, it was a 4-tribe hit. It could have been 5, but is that going to be like the rest of your board is so weak? It's just going to be left stranded by itself. Really, that's a really tough spot. And looking at this, you know, you're not happy to stare across the other side and just see the size of what's here.
Yeah, I mean, Victor is greeting. Does get wow, a very nice elemental.
Oh boy!
Just has to
okay, could have had like an.
Yeah, this is 9 damage, but you know maybe this is the turn that Victor was looking for as an opportunity to grow. He doesn't have a scaling elemental though right now, from what I see. So he's gonna hope to find something here. Okay.
Yep.
Gentle Ginny.
I didn't like that one either.
Didn't find Lieutenant Gar.
For the trouble.
I think that was the one that would really put things over the top. Or Little Rag. Another Crackling Cyclone.
You down a minion and
this is like a razor's edge here. I guess 16 is a pretty this is like the last turn where you like don't expect to get, you know, be getting clocked for 20 damage really. So if you're going to take these kinds of risks, like this is definitely the turn to be doing it. And so now it's, you know, buy a temporary minion to try to stave off some damage for a couple turns and then try to find your spike afterwards. The thing I'm worried about for Victor here is that there's no natural scaling just yet. It's all gold and on Tavern 6. Like that is your leverage point right now.
He's going up against Millhouse too from Cherkash, who's the healthiest person in the lobby, which is usually a scary sign. Cherkash. Honestly,
really solid
super,
looking too.
Doesn't look super overbearing with the damage that's dealt, but looks very solid just from having, you know, a lot of divine shields and just sturdy minions.
A good tactical choice.
And it's just a lot of damage tacked onto the 2 taunts. Honestly, the Sneeds might be the kicker here that is really able to, you know, put a hurt on 12 wins here. I'm scared.
I think the Foe Reaper is the real key here, as well as if there's any like really powerful elemental that comes out. But the cleave could potentially be huge.
Oh yeah, I mean the cleave is just massive.
Yeah, that was the big thing. And the Divine Shield with the Crackling Cyclone gets perfect trades. Divine Shield basically nullified. I mean, now it's starting to go the other way, Nathan. It's like, how much damage is Cherkash going to take here?
Yeah.
Okay. Ends up being a pretty solid trade down. And a couple of minions end up surviving, but it could have been way worse for Cherkash. Ends up taking 11.
Welcome back.
Vinz here on just a Light Fang comp. Does have the George though. We saw sjow take a first place with this one after a lot of navigating. You know, it took a while to you know get that final point.
Yep. Finds
nice turn here though.
Another emissary. Yeah, I kind of like just the buffs and the consistent play.
You down a minion and
Mug is worth more across the board. But maybe it's just the size of the particular minion that's going to end up mattering here more.
Right. Ooh, okay, spicy. Just wants to use the hero power as much as he can. Back over to Team Kavan. AutumnWater playing a full-on Murloc build. Can go for another Begurgle.
Yeah, my guess is you keep the pair of Belfins here. A little bit weaker in play, but you know, -1/-1 for a pair. I'll take those.
Yeah, so, you know, Murloc's just raw stats going up against Vinz, who has all the Divine Shields, but doesn't have a lot of health. So this is a really important battle for Vinz. And Divine Shields does match up well against just raw stats because you get to double up on everything.
A lot of Begurgles, though.
Yeah, +6/+6 is definitely nothing to sneeze at, and this just looks like a little bit too much for Vinz to overcome. There's just so much stats on the other side. Oh,
yeah,
no, Vinz is dead. Is that back-to-back 8s for Vinz? It is.
It seems like that's been a story of the day today as well. Is, you know, the player who is, you know, whatever's happening in game number 1, it's like a repeat performance in game number 2.
Right, you win the lobby game 1, you win lobby game 2. If you 8th in lobby 1, you 8th in lobby 2. It just seems to be what's happening right now. The good news is Oliech is still in. Oh no, Oliech's dead too. 7th and 8th place for Team Solary. Also, Golden Faceless Taverner. I actually haven't seen one yet myself. And MrPurpul
My
has
guess is it just does the same thing. Oh boy, there's a golden brand.
You're down a minion and up a gold.
Wow.
He wants the golden grower.
I like the Golden Grower, especially since you have the Light Fang. You don't have much board space when you play Light Fang.
Mithrax the Unraveler. I knew there was a reason I couldn't remember its name.
Okay, finds.
Yeah, not the best ones. I mean, you'll take a poisonous. It helps save off some damage.
I was thinking about Bronze Warden just because it scales so well with the kind of stats that you can give it, but I just realized that the existing dragon on board is just really powerful already.
Too large.
So MrPurpul has to, you don't want to take away that kind of stats. Oof. Bad trade. No ice block, so MrPurpul could be eliminated here by Kavan, who's sitting real nice right now.
Oh, that's a great hit.
Good trades.
Oh,
really good trades for
And
MrPurpul.
Impala gets to far.
Oh my gosh, is this gonna go the other way? And, and
gosh,
MrPurpul's gonna
this
kill?
is a disaster.
Oh my god, more minions! Oh jeez.
No, it's not a killing blow, but it sets him to one shot. Anyone that touches Toki from here is gonna eliminate Toki. So Kavan holding on for dear life now.
Slysssa taking 10.
Slysssa holding on for dear life. Everyone is down to so low.
Yeah. Going up against Lich King, played by AutumnWater. And doesn't find the triples. You know, kind of. I do notice a distinct lack of triples on Slyssa's side, as she's holding pairs. Okay, that's a triple. So the heralds aren't particularly powerful here. I think she was just looking for anything.
Caligos. That's the final piece.
Okay. If she can survive, that's the big challenge.
very possible. I mean, she's got a lot of numbers in play. Oh my gosh. That is also a lot of numbers in play. So Divine Shields, that's really going to end up making the difference here. Like, how much do they really provide? Because Elystra just does such a strong job of wiping out Divine Shields. If Slissa knew the other board presence here, knew that AutumnWater was on 6 minions as well, she would have repositioned. She would have had the Bronze Warden first, but she doesn't have that information.
She does not. Oh! Wiping more Divine Shields. And with that, that's the strongest Slissa's board is going to get, and it looks like she is out. There's not enough time. And yeah, you can see that power of Elystra really coming in. Just enough.
It's pretty close, honestly.
Woo!
Meanwhile,
Victor.
Yeah.
Gonna claim half a point back by eliminated Kavan. So a little trade there. Team Kavan dropping a member of Happy Cow, but in return loses their own. Cherkash ends up biting the dust as well. So 3 players eliminated, tying for 4th place.
New hero power here is looking kind of appealing. Vinz is going to go with, Twlevewinshs is going to go with bananas in that spot. Just wants the numbers instead. That's a miss on that Amalgadon.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
It's ready to be set up, though. And that's one of the setup cards you're looking for, is the Divine Shield Taunt.
Yeah, the issue is you don't have the gold to support it, so you might have to freeze for it.
Not it's looking too much, I imagine. Yeah, the issue with this is that you want to have the Nadina down for the next round, but you want to have it down for this round as well. You know, either way, you're looking at using Nadina to try and preserve that ice block for just another turn. So either the Nadina is winning the round for you and you're keeping your ice block, or your ice block gets popped. It just kind of is what it is. You know, it's the use of tech cards. When you have not a full-fledged dragon lineup, Nadina is very much a card that you will tech in and out, just depending on how the round is fleshing out for you.
Yep, it makes a lot of sense. Finds the life hang at the very end to buff the Foe Reaper as well. AutumnWater really wants that AoE cleave. It can be super devastating in the mid stages of the fight. Particularly one where he's going up against MrPurpul, who does have that splitting image. Finds an opportunity to copy a Divine Shield minion.
Very large one at that. Bad attack with the Divine Shield to start things, though.
What a trade.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's not even an ice block. That was a splitting image that didn't get procced?
Yep. That's bad news for MrPurpul. Oh, a good trade, though, for Purpul with the poison and the end. That made the big difference maker, dealing 15 damage.
Welcome back. How's it going out?
Everyone is just about down to 1 hit left. Twlevewinshs is not... I don't think he's lost a round since he had that recovery, and he's running away with the game now with all the elemental buffs that are taking place.
Go ahead and hire
Golden
this is the first
Lieutenant
actual
Guard,
elemental
Golden
endgame
General
we've seen.
Ginny, Golden Little Rag with an extra little rag for good measure. This is complete full power elementals, which, if you ask many people, is one of the strongest late games that you can have. They do tend to struggle against things that have a lot of poison and Divine Shield. So in the end game scenario up against Autumn, who does have that Murloc board, Twlevewinshs would have to be sweating a little bit more. This is a really dominant board position when you don't have poisons.
Another Amalgadon. I imagine it's going to empty the hand here. Yep. That gives 18 stats to the board.
Wow.
Nabs a poison, but I'm not convinced the poison is necessarily strong enough. It's probably strong enough this round. But I think the Elystra, it's protecting you from like disastrous things happening, but you're more so looking to use that against, an opponent who's going to, completely poison your whole board away, which at this stage could really be anybody. So where did the bananas go? Onto the Gar. Spread out. It's on to the one, the double dips
maximum
and damage.
cleave pressure. Did he get it all off in time? The animations had to finish before the recruit phase. He didn't get it all off in time. Looks like just managed to able to get his hero power off.
He's got this one though. I mean, his board's just too big.
Yeah, there's no poison on the other side. You know, Gar by himself can take on most of this board.
Wow. First elemental game board, and just first absolutely dominant performance we've seen. I mean, you mentioned at the start of this too that elementals are they tout some of the biggest endgame scaling. They don't have a lot of utility, but what they do have is a lot of numbers.
Yes,
Tech did one Divine Shield Cleave, and then Elystra is just such fantastic support for just about any comp you're going to build.
Yep, very much so. Now he sets sights onto MrPurpul, who had time to be able to get to the ice block. And so this could be one of those scenarios where if MrPurpul finds good scaling to somehow challenge these elementals. I find that a little bit hard to believe, though, that he's able to find ways to outpressure this, because this is just so much stats. You're just looking at how fast those numbers rack up anytime Victor plays an elemental. Can finish up the bananas and feeding his precious Gar. The one thing I am a little bit surprised is, yeah, exactly, is I kind of thought that the Kraken second would go first. Mega Wind Fury solos Elystra, and that's really important. So I like that Victor's prioritized this. I think this is the one thing to consider, like, what's a big weakness of Elystra if your opponent has it.
Oh, that is a horrible attack order to start with, though.
Ooh, yeah. Not really.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally fine with it.
Yeah.
It just didn't look pretty. I don't know.
Well, I was just going to say that. It looks like Victor is going to crush through anyways. There's just way too much statistics on his side of the board. And Team Happy Cow, while slysssa kind of took a 6th place, but she did tie for 4th. And Team Kavan did get 2 members into the top 4. Getting that 1st place is a nice consolation prize. Also, Team Purple Eggs, 2nd and 5th place. Really solid for them as well. This is a really tight lobby.
Yep.
Except for Team Solary. They seem to have taken the worst end of the stick for the first 2 games here. Team Happy Cow going to start off their first 2 lobbies with a dominant performance here.
That's how it...
You love to see it. Just big numbers across the board. Just big beats across the board. The team favorite, the one that Dan picked, it's coming out on top so far after 2 games. Quick break, and when we come back, our 3rd game of Group B is coming up.
I need a new controller.
Okay, I'll get on goPuff.
What else do we need?
Get some late night snacks.
We need some Lysol.
Seriously? No energy drinks?
Out of toothpaste.
We need some detergent.
Does goPuff have all that?
Yep. Be here in minutes.
Get $20 off your first 2 orders at gopuff.com/WSOE. Ordered in seconds, delivered in minutes. You are watching WSOE Online IV, Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
Well, it's still holiday time here. Depending on where you're at, it might not be so cold. Vegas, probably not. But wherever you're watching from, that's the fun part about WSOE Online, is that we're all watching where we're from, and it's all about the business. Right now, players have been about the business so far. Happy Cow have been clocking in 13 and then 14.3 for games 1 and games 2. We see Purple Eggs kind of following suit there with 12 and then 12 and 3 as well. Kavan and Solary swinging things up there in the 3rd and 4th place, and watching Group B seems to be a little bit more, let's say, put together than Group A. I feel like Group A was really haphazard, up and down. Group B seems to be pretty much in order here, Nathan. How you feeling about that one?
Well, I'm feeling like, the Solary has just been taking a beating here so far. We saw an 8th with Reno, which you hate that one. It means that you just didn't get an opportunity to really use your hero power. And then taking 8th and 7th in the last game, where Twlevewinshs is just racking up to Tavern 6, Elemental scaling the whole way through. It's all afforded by situational stuff. When you're getting dumpstered like Solary has been so far, you got to pick it up. There's 4 games left. It's still anyone's taking for this group, but they have to start putting up performances here, or their run is going to quickly look like it's ending.
All right, well, game number 3, you can see Beast Dragons, Pirates, Murlocs, and Mechs, which means no demons and no elementals, just from a quick eye test. Ooh! What is this?
The fish.
The N'Zoth pick.
The fish.
I want to see if AutumnWater has cracked the code.
Set fresh opponents. Are you ready?
They're going to win. You understand me?
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Because the thing is, so the new hero powers that you have a fish of N'Zoth that gains the death rattles of whatever you're playing. And so, with elementals and demons out, they're not really comps that play a lot of death rattles. So I guess by that process of elimination, N'Zoth is like a little bit better, so you have more comps that can utilize them. I'm just curious to see what it looks like in the end game, because does that mean you're leaning towards a death rattle comp? Does that mean you're trying to play dragons and find a Nadina and have 2 Nadinas? I'm not exactly sure myself. Every time I've played N'Zoth or seen N'Zoth in Battlegrounds lobby since 19.2, I've been thoroughly whelmed. So I want to see what AutumnWater can do here.
I think it's that you're open to different ideas, right? If you have to sell a token, so be it. The idea for me is that you have more possibilities than others. Or rather, you have a possibility that others just don't have. I think that's really the important part of this fish token. So I'm excited to see what they can put together, because when this thing pops off, I think it's great.
Yeah, I agree. It has a lot of capabilities into doing some pretty wacky things. My favorite thing to combine it with is using it the Warden, where you get the extra coin, because that's really fun to do with. But I'm not expecting too much late game power of it. It just seems to be an early curator type thing, right? Curator, sometimes in the past it was correct to sell the amalgam early to try to get other options if you're not building a menagerie style. And that might be the same thing with N'Zoth. You just use it to get early tempo. Then at one point you sell it, just play whatever comp your direction you get.
Yeah, I think that's really the way to do it. It's like some heroes you will ignore their hero power at times. I remember when Alexstrasza was a pretty big meta hero. It's my second most common composition with Alexstrasza was actually Murlocs. Dragons and Murlocs were honestly, they were pretty close to equal for me in terms of which ones I was playing. Sometimes you just got to ignore your hero power and move on to what the game gives you.
Yep, totally fair. Going up against Slissa, who's playing the Yogg-Saron, and wow, that's a lot of stats to overcome early. Also, from what it looks like, Slissa hero powered and got the Alley Cat, which is pretty nasty if that was the case, if I didn't misread that situation here. So AutumnWater, not off to the N'Zoth early game that I kind of thought he'd be on, but let's see if this early game spell, this turn 4 spell, can make that difference.
Yikes. Yeah, I'm these are the ones I'm not as big a fan of. I thought I liked the good stuff a lot when it was first introduced. It felt like it was okay. I quickly did not become a fan of it. Big Banana is obviously it's just like a weaker version of the Might of Stormwind. Rocking and Rolling, I don't mind this one so much. I think that one, you know, gives me a much different feeling and a much different idea of how I'm approaching the game.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like that I've been slowly moving the good stuff down my tier list of early treasures that you can get. More and more with each time I pick it. I picked it a lot in the beginning because I was like, oh, well, that's insane. Like, over the course of battle, like, this will, or the game is going to impact my board more, but not realizing that the immediate stats that you get from things like the banana or the Might of Stormwind is just more important now. And so this is just looking really awkward. Oh, geez.
The pirate token's just feeding in, too.
Yep.
Golly, it's like all my teammates in one of those 5v5 MOBA games.
Yeah, just charging aimlessly and feeding the opponent. That's what the fish does,
Make
right?
them stronger every single time.
I'm pretty sure that's what the fish is supposed to do. It provides nourishment to the opponent.
That one might make
Take the extra gold here. Wow, it's not shaping up pretty so far. This is a very lackluster board. Honestly, just really haven't been offered much, though. Treasures were kind of bad. Hero selection was, I'd say wasn't awful, but it wasn't good. Minion selection's been, a bit subpar.
Well, a little bit of reprieve, perhaps, because he is playing against his teammate, who is on Jandis. And this is a good lobby for Jandis. Murlocs in any lobby is good for Jandis, but, especially so. Taking a little inventory of the rest of the lobby. Oliech is on Dancing Daryl. For some reason, we don't have the picture of that on the icons, but he is on that. That's the first time we'll be seeing Daryl today. And then Twlevewinshs kind of, Victor coming out strong in game number 2, taking early beatings as Elise. See if he can turn that around soon. As Happy Cow is, they're still off to a really good start for points. They're number 1 still, but they don't have that big of a lead over Purple Eggs, who's 1 and 2 right now in the lobby.
Yeah, well, I think one of the big things to look out for is when Yogg and Rafam and George are all winning at the start. It's usually a bad sign for the rest of the lobby. Those are heroes that oftentimes aside from Yogg is, it's a kicker, but, Yogg just hasn't lost a round. For George and for Rafam, you look at this and you go, well, wait a second, these are heroes that are supposed to take a little bit of time for them to ramp up. And that's not happening. Like, so far, they were just winning their rounds. So that's finally, Rafam is losing a round, but they're in that ramp up their tavern tier spot. And George is still sitting pretty. So that's always what I'm worried about, is when George feels like they have time to do what they need to do and not feel pressured. So Cherkash, once again, I think in contention here to really make something happen.
Yeah, Cherkash is kind of, it's just been a really pleasant surprise to see Cherkash be as reliable as he has been, getting first, tying for 4th in game number 2, and continue to get top 4 performances. We've been seeing some real studs come up from the open bracket going back to Group A. Speaking of Cherkash, finds an opportunity to triple up that Acolyte of Cthulhu. Could end up freezing it for next turn, going for a tier 5 minion. Has Arm of the Empire to really maximize the amount of damage that he does, and can even go for a hero power this turn as well, which I wouldn't hate.
Yeah, I envision the hero power being a bit stronger than the purchase, but the purchase does, give you future gold. And I think the future gold is really an important factor of this. So, looking at that arm there, that's putting a big hurt on what Jandis was doing this turn. So I'm pretty happy to see this, and Cherkash, I think, is in a pretty well-positioned spot to, develop something strong here.
Right. I mean, this is scary, too, though. You look at Kavan, and Kavan has their board set up with Murlocs ready to go, tripling up. Whoa. Oh, okay. Almost really bad for Cherkash. Good loss.
Good thing about facing Janus at this stage. Yeah, you don't take very much. Couple turns that'd have been death.
You're good at this.
So aggressive leveling here from Victor. Very much what Elise wants to do. Finds two units that you can build around, Baron and Mama Bear. Mama Bear is pretty consistent at what she does, but you kind of saw it before, right? Where full powered Beast still wasn't even really enough to take out the lobby. Just got a second for Oliech. Baron Rivendare is kind of in that same boat too.
They're paired against teammate Slissa this round. So, part of this also is about organizing what the best way to do this is.
Right. The Rivendare seems to be the strongest right now, simply because I see a Spawn N'Zoth poking between the cards. So it does seem like that's the play. And looks like, teammates are allowed to communicate with each other. So what ends up being the case is maybe Victor just slightly... Yeah, you can see the positioning here. Baron Rivendare going second and making that suboptimal. This is very intentional because he wants to make sure that he's not going to crush Slissa and deal too much damage and stop her momentum.
Oh, Slissa with the strongest minion in the game, as I've said multiple times and will continue to say. The champion of Yashiraj, my favorite minion, and thus the strongest.
Oh! Big trade for Slissa to immediately kill off the Baron Rivendare, and that's a gamble that Victor paid off. And to add to that, Victor's second Spawn N'Zoth didn't immediately die. Oh no. Well, still, it ended up working out a lot better than I thought it would.
This is very well organized with the way that the trades are working out, because now it's the slow attacks from Twlevewinshs side where it's, these tokens just slowly trade in. That's the painful one, though.
Except for that, I was a little scared, and now that is 15 damage. Oh gosh. Oh wow.
Yeah, Rat Pack certainly made that a lot tougher. This is a really interesting spot here for Twlevewinshs as well, where, I'm looking at a board that had 5s and 4s on it. He's going for Tavern up and find the 6s right away. I was looking at, can you roll the one that just rolls all the minions up a Tavern? Because that would have given you a look at 2 6s and 2 5s on this turn. It's like very unusual, I think, that you have quite as strong of a position as he was just offered to use that particular card.
Yeah, definitely
is very confident on it on his Taverns to 6, though. Like, this has been some very aggressive taverning, and so far it's really paid off for Twlevewinshs in this one. I'm curious to see if they can continue to repeat that performance.
Yeah, definitely needs to play these minions onto the board. The question is, what does he sell to do it?
Safety restrictions offline.
Wow.
It's a powerful board, though.
Oh, he has a coin flip for going first.
It's also a powerful board.
Also a powerful board with a lot of danger if the Baron Rivendare dies.
Okay, good.
Whoa!
Wow!
Those are some good minions.
What on earth? He might get a killing blow here.
I mean, Baron's not going to die. More eggs. Or more raptors, rather.
This is a disaster!
Oh!
Oh! He's just dead!
Oh my god! Oliech out in 8th? Oh!
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
It's been a while since
I said they were having kind of like the
hard.
I said they were kind of having a little bit of a tough time on their end. I didn't expect it to just like be that tough though. You just died. I thought he was looking pretty good.
The admirable curse is so real. What happened?
Oh, geez, you're right.
Solary. 3 games in a row, Team Solary has gotten 8th place. Twice from Vinz, once from Oliech. That was an omega high roll from Twlevewinshs. I can't believe that.
I think this is showing like pretty sufficient use of like the Baron comp though. Like I don't think this is where 12Winds necessarily intends to sit with this, but it's just that your minions are very impactful if things resolve in a good order for you.
Whoa.
Like you deliver killing blows and your board is a lot stronger than it just appears on a glance. You know, doubling up on death rattles means that if Baron is surviving, the Baron is huge. Vinz here's got a golden Baron on board. I'm assuming thanks to the Reno Jackson hero power here, but not a ton of death rattles to really support this right now.
I didn't like that one either.
Well, he's got the spawn and the kaboom bot, but yeah, not really going beyond that at the moment, which is a little tricky. I like the rearrangement just to make sure to play around any kind of cleave from Slissa. Slissa, you know, Yogg falls off pretty hard around this time in terms of the hero power. So usually, I think that's another reason why Victor wanted to say like, oh, Slissa could, like, I could take the loss because Slissa needs a little bit more breathing room, right? Because Yogg tends to sneak into a top 4 as opposed to like, you know, unless just because the hero power is not super impactful compared to some of the other ones in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, numbers are large after the spawn, that's for sure. And this is going to be a big hit, I think, that Sliss is taking in this spot.
Oh, Victor claimed another one. Oh, no, that Victor's not on the farm. I'm not sure what I was saying there. That was last game. That's MrPurpul instead. And yeah, Slissa taking big damage. This Light Fang is not going down either. Oh my gosh. Woo!
Potentially within one hit.
Jandis is out, so Kavan's eliminated. Now Slissa's playing George. Cherkash from Team Purple Eggs.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Slissa's got to find some improvement. This is looking rough.
It's just kind of all over the place, right? Like there's just not real direction. That's ultimately what Yogg does best, finding tempo, but usually you have to capitalize in some way, and it looks like she's playing like a hybrid taunt comp with some beast energy because she found the Goldrin. She can use the Mama Bear and the Savannah High Mane, the Iron Hide, the Iron Horn Dire Hide.
Is this enough? That's what I'm thinking. Oh boy.
Ooh, wow. No unstable ghouls. Well, actually makes this board look really weak. But without unstable ghoul, this is a really powerful comp right now.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Slissa found another beast. I mean, that's a really important measure. You know, something that counteract Divine Shields is if just your minions are big enough to fight back on Death Rattle. That's, you know, that's about as close to Divine Shield as you're going to get.
True.
Oh, no.
No! Oh, no! Oh, my gosh. An unstable ghoul appears out of Cherkash's Death Rattle. That is complete disaster for half his comp.
All right, some good trades here, though. Still alive.
Rattle.
I mean, that worked out pretty well towards the end. Like, you know, as bad as that went in the middle of the round, you're not dead from that. And Autumn's out.
Autumn's out. Victor is out. Our top 4 is Slissa, Cherkash, Vinz, and MrPurpul, which means that I think that's one player from each team. No, Cherkash and MrPurpul are on the same team. Team Kavan is the one that's the odd person out.
Like double buff here.
Yeah.
Well, all right, that's going to have to be strong enough.
It has to be. You're going up against the Golden Baron comp from Vinz.
Vinz picked up an unstable goal as well.
Yeah. He didn't actually pick up nearly as many death rattles as I still anticipated him to do so. He found a golden harvest golem, found another kaboom bot. But, you know, ever since piloted Sky Golem kind of rotated out, I really haven't seen like Baron comps like do as much like destruction onto the lobby as I anticipate. Like usually it's like a pretty solid comp, but yeah, Vinz is still doing a lot with it, which makes me think that there's a little bit more to it than I'm giving credit for.
I'm a bit surprised by the positioning here.
Right.
I guess you're trying to get your divine shields to get some value here first. Wow,
Whoa!
Nice hits.
Both deflectobots go down. That's so big. Now the buffs.
That's enough.
Really stacking up.
Oh boy.
Wait, what is happening? Another unstable ghoul comes out of the pilot shredder. Cherkash.
Uh-oh.
Can't seem to catch a break. He is dead.
Let's go, Vinz. You got to pick it up. 3 8th
Admiral
places
not
in
even
3
trying
lobbies
to cover his
for their
bias.
team. No, I am
Slysssa
not. In fact, I am trying
mega
to make it
dead.
more apparent.
Yeah.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Turn 12 spells now. MrPurpul, bananas are tier 6.
Okay. Pair of gas coilers.
Go big or go home, I always say.
I guess at this stage you can definitely think about if you still need Bran or not, and I think I'm leaning towards no. The Elisha
It's a nice
looks
thought
really...
to try and take advantage of it for one more turn. I don't feel like you can take advantage of it for another turn. It depends on what you're facing across on the other side. It's hard to visualize exactly what a Baron board looks like. There's only a couple different things it could be, but each one of them is so drastically different that I feel like just trying to get a bunch of numbers is really where your head's got to be at.
And I think MrPurpul agrees there. Full cell can find a way to slightly buff the board.
I didn't like that one either.
End on an Elisha maybe, or an Adina, one or the other.
Let's see if you can stay on
Yeah,
top.
despite you're hoping you get your Amalgadon attacked one time and then the Nadina can restore 2 shields. This might be a Reno win.
Yeah, the Jewel Macaw, and given that kind of dynamic with the Kaboom bots, but Vinz does not have the golden Kaboom bot because that's where it really shines, and the Kangor's Apprentice, which like really makes that the bomb build really powerful to just snipe a bunch of divine shields, maybe snipe some really crucial units. It does tend to run into scaling problems because your Death Rattle minions can only get so strong because you're limited by board space, and battle cries tend to be the immediate permanent buffs. But it could be this temporary window where the Death Rattles are just a little too much. I'm just not feeling it right now.
Yeah, didn't really fade the attacks necessary. That's a painful one, too. Oh, boy. Oh no.
Oh, that's it.
Boat.
GG. And Oliech with another opportunity here to climb up in the standings. Cherkash got the win in lobby 1. MrPurpul getting a win in lobby number 3. I mean, this is looking real tight, Admirable.
Yeah, it's looking like they have a very, very good chance of bringing home a berth to tomorrow's Sunday championship. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to get set up for the rest of this group. We got plenty more games, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Order Papa John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
Is this a mirage?
Nope, it's pure paradise.
Online Hearthstone Battlegrounds, coming at you from Las Vegas, the home of WSOE. As I said, we're online, baby, so that means anyone from anywhere can take part. We've got some contestants from Europe, we've got some contestants here from the States, and of course us three, all from 3 different locations. Frodan, and of course my man Admirable here rocking it out with us. And if you guys are a little hungry, just like our competitors here, I want to remind you guys that we're excited to shout out our new WSOE sponsor, Papa John's. Just let you guys know there's a new giveaway, Papa John's merch, and a gift card on the line. Spam that WSOE25 in the chat right now. We've got a couple more matches, but at the end of the broadcast, we'll announce the winners. And don't forget, in the meantime, you can use the code WSOE25 at Papa John's to go ahead and save yourself 25% off the regular menu priced order over there at Papa John's. So go ahead and chow down while we take a look in the rear view mirror and see how we've been doing. Admirable, Group B, along for the ride. We're 3 in. Talk to us about what we've seen so far.
Group B has, it's kind of been all over the place, but really Happy Cow's been where it's at. But I think that Cherkash, I don't want to say surprise from the group, but honestly, a bit of a surprise. He's been having really consistent performances throughout, and he's really putting up their team Purple Eggs as a contender in this group. And so here we got a glimpse at what his game 1 looked like, where it was the big dragon comp. You have the Nadina, you got the Amalgadons, everything's buffed up. It's pretty tough to go wrong when you're in those spots. But really, it's all been 12 wins putting up these crazy looking styles of turns. And this one, he got elemental scaling. He went all the way to Tavern 6 about as quickly as you can go here with Rafam. Took risks. It looked like Dan and I we were worried that he was going to take too big of a hit and ended up losing this one. no sweat from him whatsoever. He's, I got this. Won the round that we were even worried about, and just from there cruised to a victory. There was no stopping him at this point. He just had too many numbers in play. And then you look at game number 3 and how things continue to adapt and change. 12 wins, they had a good performance in that one, but MrPurpul here was able to put up a big performance. Again, finding that Kaligos endgame scaling alongside the Amalgadon and having Nadina to supplement those Divine Shields. I think that Vinz here put up a much needed spot here for Solary, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. They've gotten 3 8th places in 3 games in a row. They have to pick it up in this back half or it's not going to work.
Right now, we're in the middle of Group B. Great recap there, Admirable. Group A already locked and loaded. We've got our top couple of teams from there. And now we're going to take the top couple of teams from Group B, and we'll combine them tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll get together. We'll play through the finals. I think it's 8 games in total, so you don't want to miss that. That's where we're going to crown a victor, and everybody else can kind of line up. Right now, Purple Eggs, MrPurpul, and Cherkash looking real good here for Group Letter B. Looking at how they've been performing, 40 points, 0.8, and then Happy Cow, 37.3. Solary there at number 4, and Kavan coming in at number 3. So Solary, Happy Cow are 2 analyst picks. Frodan, you went with Happy Cow, and Solary was on the side of Admirable over there. And look at them both perform. I think it makes sense why you guys kind of went in that direction. I kind of want to ask a question about Happy Cow's performance last game. Slyssa was up on top for almost the entire way through and then got brought down real hard. Frodan, you were talking a little bit about how Satoon kind of, or Yogg, excuse me, goes into the late game or doesn't really. And same thing with Beasts. Break that down to me about scaling into the late game and why that's tougher for Yogg.
Yeah, there's a lot of heroes that you specifically look at and think that they are early game heroes that try to get that advantage and try to cruise into a top 4. It doesn't mean that they can't win, but you have to play to that hero's strengths. Don't try to fight against it. So Yogg is really good at randomly grabbing a minion, giving you a little bit extra stats, which is what really rules in the early game. But as time goes on and people have their build around pieces, you gotta find better scalability than giving them +1/+1 buff. So Slyssa did a great job mitigating the healing. Actually, the real big key, I think, was Victor making sure that he also assisted her and make sure that he didn't deal extra damage because she needed all that extra life. But as a result, Purple Eggs having strong heroes, strong play, and getting lucky where it really mattered means that they're right now in first place, playing those scaling heroes and doing a good job accommodating for that.
Yeah, but scaling heroes isn't the whole story about it either. Sometimes the early game is really what's going to make the difference. And I think in that game number 3, that's pretty much what we saw, was it making the big difference. 12 Wins was able to knock out a player in a spot where they looked like they were otherwise pretty well positioned to have a good spot in the lobby. But sometimes just having big damage to disrupt your opponents and knock players out, that's going to be good enough. Take advantage of the strengths that you have. Knock out players now. Let Slyssa use her early advantage. Easy.
Well, it's easy sitting over here as commentators for sure, but when you're actually playing the game, it's a little bit different. So our players here, we'll see if it's easy for them. Game number 4 on the way. Frodan and Admirable, you guys are going to take the reins as usual. It's been great so far. We'll see the games continue right about now.
All right, game number 4. We're past the halfway point here in Group B. This is really where the rubber meets the road for some of these teams. For Team Purple Eggs and Happy Cow, pretty much just have to hold serve for a while. Just, continue their pace, make sure that Team Kavan and Solary can't really climb back. For Team Solary, they really have to, flex their muscles here. Vinz and Oliech are Battlegrounds experts, and they're really good. And, I think they also represent the pride of the French community, which has dominated all kinds of formats in Hearthstone. So I think for them, they are the ones who probably take these results personally and say, you know what, we're way better than the standings indicate. So let's see if they can do that. Kavan going with a Deathwing pick here. I was kind of thinking about Rakanishu, but looks like he's just going to instead go for it. And I'm pretty interested because I feel like Kavan's team in particular has been making some unusual choices for the heroes. But it could be just a sign of the fact that they don't feel like they're very strong heroes. So they have to take a little bit more gambles, or they could be comfort picks.
Yeah, no demons, no dragons as well. I think that is a little bit of an improvement for Deathwing. What that means is you're not going to be facing against heroes that just have like massive early game units. So all this little death rattly stuff that you can tack on ends up having a bit more early and mid-game impact. And I think that is a critical point of Deathwing. It's not going to make or break the difference between picking him for me, but it certainly is a strength that you could look forward to in this one. And so for Vinz, they're now on one of the top tier heroes with Omu. Omu does a fantastic job at scaling up tavern levels very quickly and finding more powerful units. But another Elise over... I swore I saw an Elise in here. Okay, yeah, I did. I'm not just crazy. Elise on 12 wins there. That's another hero that's, again, very good at scaling up taverns very quickly. So, I'll be curious to see how this ends up rocket launching here. Vinz already with an interesting choice.
Yeah. A couple of familiar heroes. MrPurpul, once again, on the Arc Villain Reform. And then Victor, once again, on Elise Starseeker. And,
that's a tough
Victor
freeze.
Debating how he wants to approach his turn 3, because those are some real nice Murloc pairs and they help eco him back up, and it's definitely something to think about. But usually on turn 3, you just want to play the recruitment map and whatever you can buy, and you want tier 2 units. So I like the approach that 12 wins went with here.
It's kind of interesting how players will end up having like that different favor, right? Like I watch a lot of Battlegrounds, and kind of seeing the difference of like some players really favor picking up pairs early and like just like tempoing through on triples. Some players, they just go, nope, just give me the better tier units. I just want to see the better tier units. It's insane to me that both strategies are successful in their own right. It feels like one of them should be wrong.
Yeah, I think so. But, I think from here, 12 wins just going to prioritize the most amount of stats, and he gets the pair anyway. So cross your fingers for no unstable ghoul, but, this should be pretty solid to start things off. Going up against Reno, who's being played by AutumnWater. Last time we saw Reno from Vinz, it ended up being all right. The first game we saw Reno from Vinz, it went horribly wrong. So, very much... Oh,
whoa.
My goodness.
That
means... sell into a tier 3.
Yeah, that means AutumnWater had like an unpurchasable series of minions that could make any impact there. That is the desperation move. I hate being in this position, but honestly, when I'm in this position, for whatever reason, I have found that these are some of my stronger performances. So I'm curious to see if they can capitalize on top of this, because this is already a major setback. Your health total dips very low. You do have a peek at some minions that can perhaps be stronger. Queuing into patches right away afterwards, though, this has got to be scary.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where rocking and rolling might make sense on paper, because you want to find the good unit you want to immediately golden. Rat Pack's okay, is a pretty solid mini if you want to golden, but it's not that great. Oh my gosh! He's just greeting more coins. I kind of want to see it. I want to see the gold.
No, I would have done it. I'm not kidding.
Oh my gosh!
Look at you would have got no extra combat value out of it in this particular instance. Is the thing. Maybe you would have gotten like 1 extra health here, but I think that when you find the extra coin, what that means is you can find extra minions. I think that there's a very small chance that you can have a big recovery here. But if it happens, oh gosh, now you look at Deathwing and you're thinking about the Rat Pack. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Don't think about that stuff. Just focus on the now.
Another thing too is that AutumnWater would have 2 gold to triple buy here, which I think is another thing to think about. So a lot of what ifs. And now it's like, what do you hero power at this point? And I think that AutumnWater went for a high risk, high reward scenario, and now is getting punished pretty hard.
Yeah. You make a very excellent point about the 2 coins and providing 3 buys here, though. Like that is a major deal. Like that one small little, snippet, that could be the difference in the game being won and lost. Just that 1 gold.
Yeah. And you can see that AutumnWater instead going to prioritize getting just 1 extra minion on, 1 extra piece of power, and maybe that's the key to solving his problems. And as we get ready for this upcoming battle with Deathwing, which could be pivot, we're going to get a little message from Papa John's here as we get ready for this battle.
John's and get 25% off regular menu price items. Just use code WSOE25.
Back over to see AutumnWater actually pretty stable and tying with Deathwing. You do tend to tie a lot with Deathwing because everyone has plus attack, which means that everyone kills each other, but that one extra 1/1 was the big difference maker, and small stuff like that is the way AutumnWater can climb in back into this game. Okay, now a Golden Khadgar is a different story, but no.
It's just it's a risk thing, right? Like, it would be future turns. Like you're looking at like maybe having the giant colossal pop off turn where it's, you know, like in this case 2 Khadgars could be enough to do it. The first Khadgar you get to gold out, and then the second Khadgar is going to play the role of Brand where you double tokens and then you triple tokens. So that means that each token would be providing you with 2 triples, which is exactly what you're trying to do with that whole Brand Khadgar situation. Reno can do it quite well because you get to make the gold thing instantly. So this is, you know, you at least have to pour thought into this.
We must band together, united for Dalaran.
I think this is a setup for, well, if I roll it.
I mean, he's got to get lucky here. There's just no way to paint it nicely. He's in a bad spot. This is a very suboptimal board for a turn, what, turn 5? Turn 6? He's got to really hope that he can at least kill off some stuff here. Okay. Good start. Right. Not too bad.
It's to be expected. It's just that your life total dwindles so quickly when you're in this situation. And so now they need to start winning rounds. If they don't start winning rounds here, it's going to be an 8. Really poor open roll here. Oh, and Patches is on curve, tripling into 5 as well. This is bad news. I'm very worried. Slysssa found a triple like at the start of the turn. It's just there it was.
Another pirate. She can sell immediately, buy the Yoho Hoger, find a free hero power, have an opportunity to triple up.
No salty looter.
No, but look how many golden she has.
Yeah,
oh my gosh. Back over to AutumnWater, it's looking pretty bad. Slysssa has +6/+6 on the gold grubber. That alone is like half the board value of AutumnWater.
That security rover has to pull so much weight.
and it's really not, because the security rover is just going to die to everything that attacks into it. Every single unit outside the Yoho Hoger kills the security rover.
Pirates, it's been a rough road after you ended up leveling on 5 gold.
Ah, okay. So he found a way to buff it through the Iron Sensei, but like
activations. Oh, the Khadgar goes down. This is a disaster.
Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that is bad news, Bears. That is death.
Yeah, you're just dead.
Jandis, what's happening over in Cherkash? Is Jandis alive? It is. It is an 8th. Reno once more. 8th place. Cherkash picks up the bouncer, trying to just salvage as much HP as possible.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Yeah, nothing super exciting happening over on this turn. You get a free turn here because you're against the Kel'Thuzad, so, kind of eyeing up what maybe you can set up or not. When Reno dies that early, though, it's usually because their board is just pretty weak. Deathwing climbed to 6 on this turn.
Oh? Swapping out the Murloc. I guess there's no real battle cry that you want to usually buy with this, so... Ugh, this is just awkward. The good news, though, is he is playing the Kael'thas in the Reno, and we know how weak Reno was. I guess I would just consider buying this elemental buff, yeah, and just calling it. Hopefully you swap with the Alucard to get an extra buff on the... Yeah, actually doesn't really matter because you want to just maximize your stats, but yeah, this is definitely one of the situations where AutumnWater was so weak that it doesn't really matter how Cherkash played the board.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. I mean, you have some scaling going on. You have a Deflectobot with a reset. It's looking pretty good. Like you're not disappointed with your setup right now. You know you need to get stronger, but you have some clear avenues of how to do that.
All right, so gonna pick up the pieces here. 7th place avoided for 1 turn. And looks like the rest of the lobby pretty much held even. Yeah, Team Kavan, jeopardy of taking 7th and 8th here.
Like MrPurpul was having some success over on their end. Taking a look at what's happening here on the Deathwing end.
Yeah, this is looking a little awkward here. On Tavern Tier 6, needs to find quality minions to replace some of the mech boards here so that Amalgadon could actually pop off. I guess you don't need the Harvest Golem.
I mean, a lot of the mechs are kind of expendable at this point. It just matters what you're making up with the difference on them.
Right. And MrPurpul is pretty well equipped for that because he himself has a lot of ways to fight against Deathwing with Death Rattles and Reborns.
Golly, there's some tough spots. Nobody's really had a giant spike, it looks like, in power so far. And honestly, that's kind of where heroes that either scale up the tavern very quickly or heroes like Patches can thrive. Is that nobody's getting like these ultra powerful situations where they're just going to beat you because their boards are so strong. When that happens, gold efficiency that's the major detail, I feel like.
I agree.
Go big or go home.
All right, Kavan trying to see if he can rack up a way to survive here. At this point, the name of the game for Kavan is just to survive and try to get that first place. They are right now in 3rd. It's likely for Solary to still stay behind, but Vinz and Oliech are actually sitting real pretty right now at 2nd and 3rd with Omu and the Lich King. The first attacks here are pretty big, so that way Kavan can take out the reset early.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this boils down to kind of how these security rovers are gonna end up panning out. That's a good one.
Spores are nice too.
That's a good one. There you go.
Real good. And Deathwing survives, putting pressure on MrPurpul. Vinz dealing big damage to Jandis. Jandis is out.
A Baron in their corner as well.
Welcome back. How's it going out there?
I'm sorry, excuse me, a Bran, not a Baron.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is a pop off.
I mean, ready to go. Vinz has the poison and the second Amalgadon ready to go. More adapts coming in. Oof. Guess he doesn't really need the other Toxfin. Gurgle?
Still 10 gold, by the way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Vinz wants to hold on to things like his Direhorn for so long. I think I would have even appreciated more poisons and more Murloc stuff going on, but I think this is totally fine as well. When you're playing a
I can
magic
just
build,
tell he wants a second brand.
Yeah.
Second Elistra, a little bit better. That's a strong board.
It looks very strong, and you know the Mithrax is the real key of why you want to hold on to it, because he's technically still playing the Menagerie, because the Amalgadon counts as everything else, and so I think that's why he's holding on. But that big cleave, yeah, that cleave was so really painful.
The order of Elistra attacks, the way it'll work is the one that entered play first will take will take its activation, and the other one does not activate. So what that means is if you have two of them in play, whichever one you put in play first, that will grab the attack and pull it towards itself. Then once that one dies, it is now the second one in play. It's, you know, realistically it's the third one in play, but it's the second one in play, which means the one now on the right will pull the attacks instead. So kind of depending on how you anticipate your opponent positioning, do you want it pulled to the far right position, or do you want it pulled to second from the right position? It's just going to depend on which one of those entered play and how you anticipate your opponent attacking. In that case, the cleave hit first. It hurt a little bit, but they still won the round.
Yeah, good point. And that could have been the difference maker between killing MrPurpul versus you know, him staying alive, and that's a big deal because Solary needs to make gains on the other teams, and they did eliminate Deathwing, so Team Kavan is out in 6th and 7th. But that's not the team that they need to make ground on. They need to make ground on Purple Eggs.
Slysssa here deep into a game of patches. No Salty Looter, no Hoggers in play. This is very unusual.
Yeah, she could go for a 3-star Scallywag pretty soon. She has 8 of them.
I don't know if I've ever seen this, actually. It doesn't occur, but it's funny.
Oh, it's hilarious. Khadgar with the Scallywags?
Oh, she's trying to set up the
train.
It's
so
yeah. It's like what's the word I'm looking for here?
We must band together, united for
I
basically
don't know, but
all of these little things. It's like what's the Yu-Gi-Oh god called? I can't even remember the name of this for some reason. Exodia. There we go. That's the word I was looking for.
Oh, Exodia. Is this Exodia?
It's kind of like a nickname for what this comp was. The way that this works is that the Khadgar is making all of these double summon, and so you're trying to get just a giant buff across the board. It's very tough to pull off, and I've only seen it done with like Golden Khadgar and a Baron, but I've seen it done.
Uh-oh. Well, this is looking real bad here.
Yeah, it's gonna be done, but you know.
Yeah, this kind of looks like Slysssa was like, you know what, maybe I can go for it, but this is definitely looking like she is dead. Wait, oh, that's attack, that's huge. That enough to survive?
18 plus.
Don't think so. Wow.
Player damage.
Damage. Slysssa
pretty
lost
solid with no
twice,
Salty Looter, no Hogger though. I mean, that's pretty impressive to make it that far when you don't have either of the scaling pirates.
Yeah, and Team Happy Cow tying for 4th there, which means that 2 members of Team Solary in the top 3, Nathan.
Let's go. This is exactly what you expect to see every time.
So it's pretty much on MrPurpul. If he gets 3rd, that's big point gains for Team Purple Eggs because you get 10 points versus the 7, so it's like a 3-point swing, but it's also given to your opponent, and you really need to keep that lead. As Purple Eggs right now, they are number 1, but that is big gain opportunity for Solary. If that happens 3 games in a row, we've seen some wild swings in Group A where Team Dinosaur looked like they were set and locked, but it would require Team Dream to like top 2 at 2 games in a row. That's basically what they did, while they bottom 2.
Well, that Foe Reaper's quite large. It is running into a Divine Shield to start, but that is the first time that I have seen the Foe Reaper double attack utilization from the turn 12 treasure. I've never actually seen it used before. In this situation, though, good job on repositioning. Try to clear out this Divine Shield taunt first, and then hope that this Foe Reaper can just wipe the rest of the board away.
Whoa.
Bad attack from the Foe Reaper.
Wow. Yeah, and I mean, this looks winnable now.
Oh boy, that's
winnable.
at least a tie now.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Oliech to actually eliminate MrPurpul, so pretty unfortunate, but now Vinz gets to do the same thing.
Yeah, Vinz's side looking a little bit more powerful.
Yep, looks very, very strong.
You're good at this.
And the
They have
double
an opportunity
Oliech
for 1 and 2 here.
Yeah, it's so strong.
So right now for Vinz and Oliech, they're communicating about what they just saw so that Vinz has the best chance to knock out MrPurpul here. And honestly, this board is pretty savage. I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, I think this board looks really strong, intimidating. What I don't see from MrPurpul is an ability to deal with these Amalgadons really effectively in one fell swoop. It seems like he tries to, use a bunch of utility to try to get through, and I'm really sensing that Vinz is just too much to stop right now. Could end up even
I
ditching
think so
his
as well.
brand.
Yeah, just poison it up and try to seal the deal. I guess if you're in Vin's spot and you lose here, though, like you're like, oh, well, that's the worst thing possible is that I need to get even larger.
Yeah, he's at 35 life, so I think if he wants to try and see if he can secure first place, then he wants to figure out even better scaling solutions. Not to mention that, like, Brand, if he knows he's going to play against Oliech next turn, he could just end up holding everything and not improve his board. Oliech beats him. Vinz is now at like 15 HP, and then has another chance to go for a big power spike against MrPurpul. Oh, that's a bad start.
An Amalgadon steal too. If MrPurpul can somehow win here. Oh!
Well, there's still another poison. There's still another poison receiver, and yeah, the Elystra ends up stopping it. It was a close one, but it does seem like Vinz is going to be able to eliminate MrPurpul, and now that's a 1-2 finish for Team Solary. And that's huge. They need to do this. I feel like they need to do this 2 more times. And if they do that, they can get through. But that is difficult to guarantee.
It needs to happen, I think, at least 1 more time. They are far in 4th coming into this game. And we have 2 more games left after this. But this was a major pickup. If they did not have this, they were all but out. So now the pride fight.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering like how long we want to hold on to this Toxin for, because Vinz has been looking for opportunities to do that, but has not so far. And going for the zap. Yeah, at this point, Oliech is very much inferior to of a board last time we checked in. But in the past couple of turns, did he improve enough to be able to challenge Vinz? I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to imagine it spiked too much. It was reliant on Light Fang scaling when we last saw. And so you do scale pretty hard, but it's really tough to overcome the size of the Amalgadons that were in play. Might not be enough death rattle
right.
stuff going on here either.
Everyone's gunning for you. Watch out.
Also, Vinz with the zap at the front. Wipe out the first half of the Lystra, and then the Wind Fury does the second half. And then you're free to attack.
The zap and the My Exit attack end up working out pretty nicely.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot that it's always the lowest one, which is the My Exit in this case.
Yeah. Still, though, there's just not enough poison, not enough stats, it looks like, to truly be able to challenge it. Brand takes off the Divine Shield. Just a little bit too much here. Yeah. And that's going to be game number 4 in the books here, it looks like. Crushing victory here for Solary, able to get it over the hump and start the comeback train. You know, the second half is where I think, you know, a lot of teams really buckle down. It's an opportunity to smooth out variance because there is unlucky scenarios, and overall Team Solary gets that crucial victory, start pulling them back in. So we're going to take a couple minutes, and when we come back, we're going to have game number 5 here, Group B of WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds.
WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds has been brought to you by Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza, and by goPuff, order in seconds, delivered in minutes.
Zamboni out there cleaning the ice, and Solary out here cleaning up the competition. Taking last game pretty cleanly, nice to look at. And then people down below, well, they're skating on thin ice. So it's tough stuff for some, but not for Solary at all. Oliech and Vinz have looked real strong throughout the entirety of the competition, looking cute and feeling cute, and this one taking it. First couple of games maybe had some stutter steps, but this is where it all comes down. And at the end of the day, this is what's important. 39 points in total. You can see that game 4, 18 locked in. Not exactly a great game number 2, but if you watched Group A, you know that these come from behind victories can happen. Solary is not too far away from number 1. Purple Eggs at 49.8 and Happy Cow 47.3. Kavan bringing up the 4th at 27, almost 28 points here. So again, if you're a Solary fan, if you're rooting for him like like Admiral might be, then you can look at this one and say, all right, you know, the bad beats have been behind us and the future is clear. 2 more games. There's a lot of points that can be grabbed, and this is when you do it. Game number 5, it's all Froden and Admirable. Let's jump in.
All right, thank you very much, F-Dot. Game number 5. We are almost at the goal line here as the last few choices are being made. Oliech and Vinz coming hot off their first and second place finish. For Team Happy Cow, they're also pretty straight and consistent shooting, but it is starting to pull up even. Look at that point parity at this point. It's starting to even out a lot more at the top. 49 points for Purple Egg, almost 50. Happy Cow at 47.3. Solary at 39. For people wondering with these small little decimal points, it's the ties. You know, we don't want to really punish people too much for the way the ties work, so we do split them, and we did have a 3-way tie, which creates some awkward decimals. We'll let you know about it all if it ends up being difference maker, but for now, just do your best to place high.
We got a bit of a wacky lobby here as well. You know, I've seen a couple top tier heroes, and then a lot of the middling stuff as well. Daryl's in here, Reno's in here, Mr. Bigglesworth is in. Slysssa just picked up Nazoth with the fish. I'm looking at Elise, Omu, and Aka Zamzarak to have the advantage in this one. And then Alec here, not necessarily the most exciting hero, but a very solid hero as well. Giving you that Wind Fury and Divine Shield on the front minion. So I'll be curious to see how this one shapes up. I think there's a lot of action that can take place in the mid stages, you know, with Daryl maybe trying to force some of the action from players. And with Mr. Bigglesworth, if they can survive for long enough, they just become an absolute force.
Very much so. It is one of the best late game hero scenarios that you can ask for, where as people die, you get a lot stronger. The trick is surviving to that point. Speaking of surviving to that point, it looks like Slysssa goes for the Nazoth and gets the fish. And, you know, I wasn't really sold previously when we saw you know, Team Kavan pick the Nazoth. Maybe Slysssa can change my mind. I'm still staying open-minded, right? It's still the first, 3 days of the patch? So we don't know anything definitively, and we have seen some heroes, like, the moment we figure out how to play with them optimally, they start to skyrocket in their stats. But so far early on, I haven't been super impressed with Nazoth. It seems okay. But okay isn't really cutting it a lot of times for me personally.
Yeah, I mean, I got no problems with selling the fish when the time calls for it. Well, it's already a tough spot for it. I mean, I want to say I'm tempted to sell it.
I think it's fine. You have the Harvest Golem, and you have a reasonable stat line that you can play. You know, I think the Steward of Time is a 3/4, and that's usually better than you can ask for. That buffs whatever you want to play next and sell after you sell it. So this seems to be okay thus far. Her teammate Victor's on Dancing Daryl, a hero that is very consistent at top 4, and I think that's what the strategy is. I think from Team Happy Cow, they don't want to take risks that puts them in a first to wraith dynamic with like Reno. Instead, what they can do is try to take heroes that are really good at finishing top 4, and that should be enough to get them through. And I think that's what Daryl's good at. I think that's what Nazoth is good at, and I think that's what Team Happy Cow is trying to execute as part of their strategy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see Twlevewinshs on Daryl, a hero that doesn't typically do too much aggressive leveling. Like, that's really what Twlevewinshs has done. You know, the entirety of this group so far is just really aggressively level and try to find these very high Tavern 6 spikes. The fact that they're on Daryl now, you know, Daryl is my most played hero. I don't have a lot of wins in terms of first places, but I do have a lot of top 4s with how that hero is connected. So I'll be kind of curious to see what kind of difference that makes for his play style and seeing how much that really changes things kind of coming into this game.
Well, I mean, this is looking like a pretty reasonable board, and Twlevewinshs at this point, checking in with how he's doing with Daryl. Also looking pretty resilient.
Ooh.
And AutumnWater gets the first
that was the ugly hit.
Big. I think this Divine Shield is pretty nice, though. Should still make the fight favorite for Victor, but yeah, that was definitely a crucial hit for AutumnWater to minimize amount of damage.
You're good at this.
Interesting. Yeah, Daryl will follow this standard leveling curve, very often. The question is whether or not you value the gold or you value the stats. The gold helps Daryl kind of cycle into one of these big power turns where you're trying to sell off a bunch of things that are generated almost for the sake of selling and dump a bunch of +1/+1 onto one key minion in Bob's Tavern and then sticking that onto your board. That's really where you find your power spike from, is in these strange situational turns. A lot of times it feels stronger on Daryl to be buying almost weaker minions, I would say, in order to load up on something on the next turn. So it's like it's a small step backwards and then a big step forwards is what you're trying to take.
Yeah, and I think that because he found the Might of Stormwind, I think Twlevewinshs feels a lot more confident in that tempo. He's going up against Reno, who very unlikely has used his early hero power, so I think he's feeling okay on tempo. Yeah, you can see that Reno does not, because demons not being in the pool means that it makes it a lot less likely for Kavan to have used his hero power on a Wrathweaver to start stacking things up. I think that's when you start to get a little bit afraid.
Yeah.
Now Kavan instead just trying to rack up as much tempo as possible. He looks actually really strong as well, so I'm curious if Victor is going to take a big loss here at all.
It's pretty evenly matched boards. Another ugly first a couple of attacks there for Twlevewinshs. It's kind of tough to watch it happen. Oh, that's a tie.
And that's a good tie for Daryl. Really big for Twlevewinshs there.
How's it going out there?
And now for Kavan, is there an opportunity for him to potentially pick up these pairs, find a way to triple, find a way to get this Reno hero power online?
Yeah, for now, this is looking like a pretty standard style turn. Not like a ton of improvement to be made. There's not really anything key on Tavern 3 that you're looking for. It's kind of just, make your board as strong as you can, set yourself up to find, like you said, a triple, and then have something positive happen afterwards. So the old Merc Eye, not much of a surprise to pick up, but the spawn in this case, how much is it really adding? Not too much, because, I would say Kavan's interest here is in finding, again, like a key point to leverage. Go into Tavern 5, try to make something big in gold, and try to take over the game from there.
Yeah, I still can go for another roll here, but we're going to hop on board with MrPurpul, who is playing that early Macau strategy. Really hoping to not hit that Rat Pack, because that'd be kind of disappointing to see nothing happen from it. But you get the Kaboom Bot, and you end up having a bunch of tempo from it.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Yeah, 2/3 of the time, it works every time.
Yeah, and it looks like MrPurpul's Discover on tier 4 was a Menagerie Jug, which is not super strong, but like decent enough to get early tempo. And man, Victor just looks pretty solid. Taking the hits, rolling with it.
Yep.
Oh! Bad trade there for Victor. Good for MrPurpul, and now MrPurpul is able to avoid taking a little bit extra damage there.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Another level opportunity here presented. You can just keep on going. Play this board, level.
Yep.
Find the Light Fang. That's so
only 2 different
big.
tribes in play, though. East and Mech.
That is true. That is true. I guess I didn't really see immediately the lack of diversity there.
I mean, I'm snapping up the Light Fang anyway. I don't blame him here. It's now you have like a bit more direction, and what you're hoping for is that you have another like close style turn here. As long as you're not taking like 10 or something, you're almost certainly leveling up next turn. You'd have to have a pretty insane window, but you're on Tavern 5, so insane windows definitely happen and prevent you from wanting to move up. These are always some of the spots I feel like I have a lot of trouble with too, is where all of my directions look pretty good, but they all mean speculatively different things. I always struggle, I think, to find exactly what I should be doing in those scenarios.
Need a drink?
Oh, Oliech hopping on board with him, and the Divine Shield Wind Fury taunt on the Salty Looter, not really super impactful, just trying to build that board. And now going up against a Light Fang board, which, oh, he managed to snipe off the Jewel Macaw, which is pretty nice, though.
That was a big hit to open things up with. You know, just the way that the boards are kind of stacked side by side. This was a pretty big win for Oliech in a very decisive way. I think that could have gone way differently. That's kind of like the nature of Kaboom bots and Jeweled Macaw. A lot can change in that, but able to get the favorite of it. And now from here, you're looking at, you know, Time Thief. You could possibly discover the Light Fang from your opponent's board. You're looking at 3 out of 7.
Yeah, I like that. I think that a lot, given that you have pairs as well that can make it really strong. But if you hit it, though, that's the big problem. And does not. Meltooth Leaper.
Finds a pair, though.
Okay.
You got to get some sort of payoff here. This is looking slim.
Yeah, that was not the payout that Oliech was looking for. Going up against Kavan, who's number 1.
We've discussed how powerful a number 1 Reno is, too. I mean, that's really scary. Like, the idea that they haven't had to use their hero power, but that they're still just strong enough to move forward. Oh. Yeah, so Oliech here with the big miss. A lot of times when you miss in these scenarios, I think that this is a really wise thing, and I still break this rule to myself all the time. When I don't hit on curve, my goal is to just simply get as strong as I can to try and salvage positions from that point. And I think that this is exactly what this is a signal towards, is that, you know what, I can still just get pretty strong in play and prevent myself from taking heaps of damage. I don't always do this, but sometimes I do. And usually when I do, I don't regret it. I feel like I ended up making a pretty good decision.
Here's a gold for the trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's silly to say, but like a lot of times when this happens, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm playing for top 4. You know, it's like you have 36 life.
Yeah.
You did power spike. You feel like you're just spending stats to marginally improve. And it's like, you know, the first few turns of the game, but you got to be able to make those quick decisions and shifts, because it's not always about like, you know, what your late game end looks like if you can't get there. So I definitely appreciate that. And not only that, but the amount of pressure that you can apply on the lobby for getting stronger, that can't go, you know, that's definitely a really important thing to note as well as you continue to climb these ranks. And Oliech deals a meaningful amount of damage right to Kavan. Kavan takes 12.
Yeah, I think this is one of the reasons why Alec here I would consider powerful as well, is because you're kind of double dipping on those like stats, I guess settlements that you're making, where you're like, I guess this just be good enough. You get the Wind Fury, you get the Divine Shield, so you get that extra hit there, and that's what's trying to carry you to those top 4s.
For sure. Checking in with MrPurpul, going for that tier 6 discovery, finds Zap, Goldrin, and
trying to kill that fish.
That's a good point.
I'm serious.
Finding a way to target it.
I'm really serious about that.
I don't really disagree with that line. I think that it makes sense, assuming that it hasn't been sold yet. We haven't really checked in with Slissa. Oh, here we go. It is brand time. And that is a golden brand, by the way. I was wondering where's the portrait over it, but he finds another Tidehunter. And Kavan trying to replicate the success that we saw with what we saw in Group A with Dream Team.
There's a Cali. Misses on the others.
The fate of the world
That's it.
hangs in the balance. That's what I would have picked.
I'm not so sure about this Baron
Looks
pickup.
like
that
it.
seemed kind of... Oh! Wait a minute.
Wait.
I feel very confused about the Baron pickup.
I think you can win this thing.
Was that...
Missed a token here?
Yeah, I think this might be a lag scenario for Kavan. We know that they're playing cross-server, but that does not seem like the optimal way to even order the way that Kavan wanted to do that, because if you were going to roll a little bit more, you should roll first before you make the decisions on what you want to buy, like buying that Baron, right?
Oh, the boat gets taken out.
No.
And meanwhile, look at the dancing on that taunt minion too. Daryl's one of the few heroes that can actually buff neutral minions as well. Obviously, you don't really have time to buff them in the late stage, but you do have time to buff them in the early stage. That 2/3 taunt that's been tripled up and buffed a number of times just gave so many stats to board. It's really tough to lose if your opponent is leading with some weaker minions into that. They're just feeding +4/+4 to your board, like just attack after attack.
Whoa! 22!
Slissa!
Nice
The
work.
fish!
Keep up the pressure.
It didn't matter.
A good tactical
I am very curious how we got to that 22, but I'm looking at that Macaw and I'm thinking about some of the real ridiculous things that you can do with Khadgar. And it looks like Slissa found a way to stabilize and deal big damage to her opponent. And now MrPurpul is at 1 life. Cherkash right behind him at 6. And I also got to say that Kavan got really lucky towards the end there. A couple of other bad trades, we would have taken 10 more damage. And it would be at 15 HP. Or rather, 7 HP. So some real big damage rolling out here. And right now, it's pretty much 2 teams. It's Happy Cow and Team Solary. But that can all change here. Oh, wow. MrPurpul is barely lived against Slissa. Can he live against Daryl, played by Victor from Team Happy Cow?
I'll be curious about this one because they both, honestly, they both look pretty strong to me.
You can win this thing.
I don't know who has the advantage. I'm looking at this giant Divine Shield taunt and thinking that's going to play a role, as well as the cleave. The cleave, kind of swiping at this middle row is going to be a big deal.
Oof. Oof. That was pretty nice, but is it good enough? 'Cause now... Ooh. Okay,
That's good enough to
that
me.
was good enough.
At least for a tie.
It is a tie.
When you're at 1, you'll take
And
those.
Reno is out.
I've got some
Reno in 8th place. That was the first
That means
place
Mr. Bigglesworth.
Reno. Oh my gosh. That was a Khadgar turn
Vinz.
that went
He's had his
horribly
own
wrong.
Khadgar turn.
Oh, what pops out? No, Khadgar. So Vinz
I'm
able to get
curious to
6
see what
damage.
Vinz has in store because he went through a transition here as well. Like that's the only way that these boards happen with a bunch of. Wait, where do those? Oh, those were the Rat Pack tokens. Never mind. Dang it! I'm an idiot.
Go ahead and hire one of
Yeah,
these
no worries.
recruits.
Vinz now going up against Akazamorak from Cherkash. If Cherkash doesn't have Ice Block up, let's say Cherkash barely survived, that could be another really bad scenario here. This is a really good opportunity for Vinz and Team Solary to get points once more over another team that they're eyeing at the moment. This is a really crucial time in game number 5. Who will end up surviving and getting points, and who will separate themselves in order to get a spot in tomorrow's finals?
Cherkash is looking a bit weak to me. I think this board is held on for dear life thanks to that pack leader turning you into like a bootleg Deathwing.
Sure, and looks like Cherkash does have a secret up, which could be Ice Block and guarantee better placings. I mean, that's the strategy, I think, for Purple Eggs as well. I mean, in terms of the 1-2 combination of hero choices, I do feel like Purple Eggs has some of the best there. Elise plus Akazamorak. If you go by data, those are number 1 and number 2 heroes at the moment. And for them to both be in danger of bottom 4ing here would be quite surprising.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
I'm very worried. I'm very worried.
And that's very surprising.
That's not an Ice Block.
That is not an Ice Block. That is an auto defense
It's also
matrix.
not the Goldrin dying either, though.
True.
Which means that this cleave has an opportunity to make something pretty big happen. Oh, and the Mama goes down. Big cleave. The Goldrin activates first, and then the tokens come out.
Whoa! Oh
the
my!
boat gets taken out early.
Pretty much the ideal scenario across the board.
It's the full buff.
I can't even think of a better attack sequence with better attacks. That was so lucky.
You take
oh
those.
My goodness. That's right, 13 damage. Every little bit survived. Nobody has died. Everyone except for Victor is within 1 life in striking distance. We might see 3 people die.
Poor Mr. Brigglesworth. He just wanted to discover 1 more minion. I mean, at this point, I don't know how Cherkash really, improves beyond this. This seems so difficult. I think it's bananas. And you saw how long that pack leader lived. You know, I'm looking at the pack leader. I'm looking at this Foe Reaper. And they're thinking the Foe Reaper here. Get this thing as big as possible and try to let it carry something. Now, against a Death Rattle comp, the Foe Reaper can play massive roles. It's able to just swipe down an entire board that's meant to die in, a specific order and completely change the way the game shapes up. So I don't blame him for that.
Yeah, the issue is that when you see... Oh, no ice block again. The issue is that you see your opponent play a 6 beast board. I think slysssa will be playing around Cave Hydra anyways. So I think that, if slysssa has her ear to the ground and really paying attention to that kind of stuff, I think she will be ready for that possibility of a big cleave.
Golden Goldrin.
Golden Goldrin. Oh, and she found the Lich King hero power that she swapped with, which makes sense because the other one's a passive.
The Goldrin's not dying.
It might die. You never know. The cleave
might die
is
here.
actually a really big thing.
Yeah, slyssa's really well positioned against this cleave as well. Almost anywhere it hits, she's got something to stabilize against it. So in this case, it's wiping out the macaw, but you're not super worried about that because the fish is picking up all these death rattles. So a lot of this boils down to whether or not something disastrous happens. Whoa! And so far, nothing disastrous has happened.
Oh, finally the Goldrin dies, and that's so many stats.
And there's still plenty more death rattles here. It's another gas coil that's happening with 2 big death rattles.
I mean, it just keeps growing.
And the fish is now absorbed. It's too much.
Right. The Goldrin.
So the fish, what the fish is doing here is providing damage.
I mean, this is death. There's just too much to overcome. What are these 6s going to do against just the Myexna?
Nothing. They're going to die.
A big win here for Solary, actually, because Happy Cow eliminates one of their primary competition in purple eggs. And so Cherkash dies, but we're expecting another person to die at least. It looks like it was Alec here. Oliech takes a 6th place. Also worth noting is that AutumnWater on Mr. Bigglesworth now gets 2 discovers.
Yeah, Mr. Bigglesworth is getting a big spike this turn. I am really curious to see what panned out of this. Oh, that's the dragon comp.
Down a minion and up a
Mr. Bigglesworth,
Yeah.
if they do not lose in the early game, they become so powerful. And I am very worried for slysssa in this one. This is a heaping pile of stats to have to overcome. Now, that being said, Death Rattle comps do all sorts of shenanigans. With Sneeds in the mix, you're dropping legendary minions, so you can just drop my Exness and stuff. All those Death Rattles end up feeding into the fish, and it's kind of interesting to see how it pans out because the fish is also absorbing the Kangors as well. So with just one mech in play, you could have the fish summon back 2 mechs because you had a Kangors die in the middle of that as well. There's just a ton going on, and it's virtually impossible, I think, to like realistically calculate that. Who has the advantage in that one? Like, the Monte Carlo simulations take forever to finish in a situation like this. Like how how many possibilities there are? How could you calculate this?
Yeah, I mean that's really, really tricky because that fish is the big wild or big X factor. But I mean, I kind of like what I'm seeing, and Slissa is. I mean, I really don't know how this is going to play out. I'm still leaning towards Mr. Bigglesworth just by raw stats. But you can't really count him out with a Lich King hero power and N'Zoth the fish. It's a pretty ideal setup from Slissa's side as well. I'm just going to still give AutumnWater the very big edge, though.
You're doing great.
I just can't wait to see this fight. I don't know if it's possible for Slissa to win, but I mean it is possible. But I want to see what the possibility is. Big numbers coming.
Woo! Huge numbers.
That's not a good one.
Pretty weak.
The fish goes down early, but it's 2 Goldrins.
No, it activated the Gurgle. It doesn't do anything here. Yeah.
Sneeds drop.
Okay.
That drop's a bad one. Oh, value trade.
Big my ex no. Oh my gosh.
Slissa
She did
with
it.
2 big drops here as well. That is nuts. Honestly, it was just raw numbers at that point. Like, I forgot about the Lich King, where she had discovered from that big treasure you get at the end, new hero power, means that you can double up on that gold Goldrin you have. That was just raw numbers that brute forced its way through at the end.
Yeah. And I gotta say that I'm impressed. We're talking about how I wasn't sure about N'Zoth, and even the performance we saw earlier today did not seem to be particularly strong. But I think that Slissa has found a very powerful combination, and her transition was very smooth, flawless even, to be able to execute and get very fortunate with the Lich King hero power, but also set herself up for success. And now she is in top 4 alongside Victor with Team Happy Cow, and only remaining with Vinz and MrPurpul. MrPurpul is going to be playing Vinz, where the winner of this is going to get 3rd place and an opportunity for Solary to gain bigger points against their team. Vinz really needs to survive here if Team Solary needs to have a chance to win this lobby and stay in contention for top 2.
Vinz needs first attack. Normally, when you have a Divine Shielded Baron, you're pretty safe from Zap. There is a Golden Zap on the other side. That Baron is not safe. If Vinz does not get first attack here, I dare say that he cannot win this round.
I'm in full agreement there. First attack. Where's the Illidan hero power when you need it? No!
No! No! It's wiping out the whole board!
Oh, it's so wrong. For Vinz, it's going all terribly.
Oh, gosh!
Everything is
that
awful.
Is brutal! Whoa, the humanity! Golden Zap!
And I mean, Slissa takes out Victor. Again, Daryl really good at that top 4. Really bad at being able to close out the game, largely because they try to buff on minions, and it usually just kind of gets outscaled. And so we have top 2, one with MrPurpul, who once again, MrPurpul's been doing such a good job barely surviving and really leveraging every little bit of health. And yet he's another player that might be able to make a 1 HP comeback to this lobby.
It's so crazy to see. Like, with Happy Cow, they get 1st and 3rd by their own hand in this elimination here. Shared 3rd, of course. And MrPurpul, he may have found a pop-off turn. The Zap just secured the round for him in one of the easiest rounds he's ever played. The Amalgadon's hit and play. That'll be Brand's job done.
Yeah, really thinking about how he best to manage his board space before he does that.
Looking for another Malgadon, I guess.
Yeah, because he has 2 golden, so he wants to keep his board space more flexible. But in this case, the Amalgadon.
Misses.
Yeah,
Ship that one home.
In here.
Casual 84-61. Deflect a body here.
With
last couple points of stats.
I don't even know if it has any reset potential, but it's just a really big minion, and so at this point, it is what it is. I think MrPurpul's done a great job getting the board as strong as he could with, kind of an unconventional board setup. With Golden Zap, you don't really see that really often. And so now it's up to Slissa to see if she can put the dagger in.
The Zap is just finding this Golden Zap. I think might have been the key to this game. Oh.
No, it actually completely depended on who attacks. Yeah, and there's also the Myexda, which is the same exact stat line as the fish, or attack rather, not stat line. Oof.
It's all up to the fish. It's all up to the fish. Oh, no.
The fish didn't do very much. And you know what? It's okay. I mean, honestly, this was still better than I kind of anticipated.
Wait.
It's true. Poisons could pop out here.
Oh.
Wait.
Huh?
Wait.
No way. There's no way.
Wait.
There's no way. Are you kidding?
Wait.
That is huge.
Oh, what?
No way! That Foe Reaper's gonna take forever to get to its turn again!
No, it's...
Oh!
I don't believe... Slissa wins Game 5 in one of the most improbable battle sequences of Death Rattles. Eat your heart out, the fish is supreme.
What just happened? Are you kidding? How is that possible?
Oh. Someone has to check Slissa's account, because that I don't even believe it. That was ridiculous.
Everyone's doing the fish, man. While we were watching that, I'm gonna ask you guys to break it down a little bit. While we're watching that, I think it was you, Frodan. You were like, all right, it's good. And then Admirable, really low key. Maybe we'll see some poisons. Poison, back to back. And then just like that, it all crumbled. I mean, so it started with the poison, Admirable. What happened after that, piece by piece?
So the poisons make it possible because you have to make up such a large gap of health difference. So then, as long as like the Khadgar stays there, and the Kangors gets attacked, it opens up 4 more Sneeds or 3 more Sneeds, however many it was, to maybe then again give you the leverage for it. So then the Kangors gets attacked before the Khadgar has a chance to attack. That's the dream scenario. The Sneeds come out, and it's like this could happen. It has to resolve in that order. If it doesn't happen in that order, it can't happen.
My hair is entirely disheveled because I couldn't really believe what happened. And I went back and checked. It was a 0.1% odd to win that fight. Slissa was 99.8% unfavored in that battle. And I don't know how she keeps doing it. Slissa can't keep getting away with the 0.1% because it's not the first time. That's the most ridiculous thing about it. That's not the first time that I've seen Slissa do something that has a 0.1% chance to go in her favor. That is just unbelievable, the way that panned out. That was ridiculous.
That's why we play the game. Those moments are like, that's the fun stuff for me. Seeing the 0.1% and watching it. I mean, insanity. insanity. Slysssa and Happy Cow put some points away here again, literally against all odds. I mean, a lot of times we say that, but quite literally against all odds. Good play, of course, set her up to be in that position, got her to that point, got her to the top spot, and then it was all about how it sequenced out. So we've got Victor, aka Twlevewinshs, and Slysssa here up on top just barely. 63.8 points for them. Purple Eggs 60.3. So a lot of contention there. Purple Egg could easily become number 1 with just 1 game left. Happy Cow could swap down to 2, which seeding sure doesn't. Top 2 go on to tomorrow. That's what matters. So we're looking at Solary and Kavan. Solary technically can do it. Again, it depends on Happy Cow and Purple Eggs not doing it, which we can't get anything out. After that last play, you can't say it's not possible. And of course, we saw it in Group A as well. We saw a Dream Team kind of do this dream scenario, right? Kind of root for the worst for their opponent, root for the best, and they pop up on top as well. And so, I mean, literally anything's possible here. Coming into Game 6, our last one here, Frodan. What are you? How comfortable are you for that third place team getting into the top 2?
I mean, I don't even know what I believe. At this point, for some reason, I think anybody can still get first place in the group after just watching that happen. There's just some of the most ridiculous outcomes. Like, I don't even think that 0.1% that was on the overlay for Slyssa's stream was correct. I think it's smaller than that. I think that it's like smaller than
it's definitely rounded up somehow.
Yeah, I think it was like a 0.001% chance of that happening. That was like a 1 in a million game that we just witnessed, and I think we could have repeated that hundreds of thousands of times. That's why you need to be tuning in, because you don't want to miss what could happen next.
Yeah, nothing is guaranteed here except for day number 2. Guaranteed. We'll be here at 10 a.m. PT tomorrow for the finals of the Hearthstone Battlegrounds. We got our top 2 teams from Group A, and we're finding our top 2 teams here from Group B. Game 5 was insane. Game 6 going to be just as nuts. Guys, take us away.
All right, well, it all comes down to this, whether or not Team Solary can make a final charge and break into the top 2, or Happy Cow and Purple Eggs end their day on top of Group B. I'm still reeling admirable from that previous game. I couldn't even process what was happening. It was just so ridiculous, the entire outcome of that final battle. And now the stream delay is finally caught up. It is absolutely absurd. Where were you when Slysssa scammed Game 5 of Group B here at WSOE Online IV Hearthstone Battlegrounds?
It's the moon landing of Battlegrounds. All right, let's talk about some numbers here real quick. I'm going to talk about some boring stuff to try to reel this back in. The minimum points a team could gain in a round is 3. So for Purple Eggs, they have a bare bones minimum of 63.3 score. What that means for Solary is that they need to come up with what looks like 16 points for this. So you're looking at a fourth and first combination can get 16 points, and a first and great. Basically, they need a first place and they need a fourth and greater among their team. If they get the minimum, that means Purple Eggs would have to be the 8th and 7th place finishers in this one. So it is against the odds that Solary is able to find themselves in the top 2 in this group, but it is possible. The first thing is reliant on Purple Eggs to do poorly, and the second thing is for Solary to do very well.
I love catching some waves.
Yeah. All right, so Slysssa on patches, and you know, for Happy Cow, it's pretty much impossible to get there because of what you described. So they're pretty much locked in, especially after that first place from Slysssa, who, you know, we kind of hyped her up early on. We had an interview with her, but man, I did not expect Game 5 to go down that way. And I'm sure we're going to see some more fireworks as this weekend continues to play out here. Vin's going to be on Jandis, a pretty solid hero to be on. So I like the hero choice here from Vinz, but you know, Chinvala, I'm a little bit less convinced on for Team Solary. I think Chinvala is very feast or famine. So I agree with the choice from Oliech, but at the same time, there is a real big chance that Oliech completely whiffs and Chenvala bottom 2s because that hero really needs to get rolling. Otherwise, all those cheap levels that you can get is not going to amount to anything.
Well, Vinz gets a rocket start here, able to steal one of the 3 minions that you would like to see stolen from that side. It means you get to net the extra 3 gold minion on your side, and you have a pair of 2 5s to fight with. For Oliech, I definitely agree with you on this one. Chenvala is an extremely feast or famine hero. But when it's a feast, it's a king's feast. Like, being able to find elemental after elemental and just catapult straight forward to Tavern Tier 6, it is very much like a game over kind of scenario for the rest of the lobby. They will be playing for second if you find those giant power spikes. It's a big if, but when it happens big. No elementals to start, though.
All right, okay, so first spells that we get for this round here. Definitely on the weaker side for Oliech, given that he really wants to find some better tempo options. But the nice thing about adding a minion to the Tavern is chances of increasing to find elementals. If he could ever be so lucky to do so, apparently elementals are not in the game for Oliech.
Yeah, I was kind of curious if this was ever like a 3 refreshes kind of spot, because, just the minions that are offered here, there's one decent one and the rest of them are pretty subpar. If you take 3 rolls there and you manage to, find yourself a bunch of elementals, that could change the outcome of things. In this spot, though, just going to settle and hope that it works out.
I think you can win this thing.
Oh boy, it's not. Yeah, spoiler alert. That's a lot of stats coming out from patches. And pretty good trades on slyssa's side. Really poor for Oliech. This is additional pressure. At this point, I think from Team Happy Cow, this kind of early game lead is really nice for them, just to get extra insurance. All you have to do is not get 7th and 8th. A triple here for Oliech. That could be big. Elemental. All right, that's also huge.
This is really big because you get party. You get the party elemental. You get the Celemental. That triggers 3 gold towards the tavern cost. And so the question is, how do you want to sequence that? Because if I'm understanding this correctly, you could be in for a tavern here and freeze the board, or you could be in just for like a more immediate impact right now. And at 27 health, I tend to favor the more immediate impact now. My rule for myself is typically about 30 health at this point. I will be making sacrifices and just trying to go bigger and better.
Yeah, Oliech is valuing tempo now. He's just very far behind on that. Gold Grubber
is nice. You were looking for like Major Domo.
Yeah, that's true. Gold Grubber is not that big of a miss because it helps you grow over time, but like you said, it's not the best.
This next tavern from Oliech is going to spell out a lot of this game for them. Needs Bob to show up with the good stuff.
You're doing great out there.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that hurts.
Oh, wow. A lot of damage coming out from Cherkash.
6 looks like a lot more when you're already at 27.
Yeah, I mean,
it's true, though. I mean, you're at half health. Ugh.
Welcome back. How's
I mean, you're taking basically like a quarter of your life just now, and Oliech definitely struggling, going up against the Rat King from Kavan. I gotta tip my cap to Kavan, though. Like, that team has taken the biggest risks on the number of heroes that they've had. That's just unconventional. And so overall, I gotta feel like that's just one of the cooler things to see, people taking those bolder risks. It didn't pay off, though.
Oh, Vinz already with a...
Whoa, and he can go for big buffs. Finds a that buffed the champion of Yasharaj as well.
Let the corruption spread.
I'm shocked by that sell, honest.
Yeah, was a lot more aggressive than I thought it would be. It is a little bit.
I thought that was just
more stats. I don't know, actually. Is that more stats?
I mean, you sacked a pair as well.
Yeah, the reason why I asked if that's more stats is because I'm not counting the death rattle effect of Unstable, which deals 1 to everything. Sometimes a little bit harder to evaluate at this stage of the game.
Yields a win nonetheless. I mean, it's hard to lose with that particular board on this turn. I mean, Vinz is, you know, got a lot of numbers in play. Wow, players are getting strong in this lobby. This lobby could be quick.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's the pace that's just set by the people on top, right? Like, Patches puts a lot of pressure on the lobby because Pirates can rack up quick damage, and with, you know, Pirates being much more economical now that Patches is at 3 mana, it's like a really big difference. Vinz is putting pretty decent amount of pressure onto the lobby as well with his quick leveling and big stats. So, yeah, the question is really more about the rest of the people here, right? You know, how does Team Solary really make this comeback? Because if Oliech goes down, which looks like he's leading towards bot 4, a bot 4 from here from Solary, I think, seals the deal. It's not over yet, but it's starting to get to the point where we're starting to see who really is positioned well for top 4. It's usually around now, right?
Ooh.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Cherkash, I think, showing a lot of discipline in this turn and rolling past a pair that looked kind of appealing, but it's not really playing into your hero power. It's actually kind of working against it with the Selfless Hero. So having the discipline to roll through, try to supplement the Wrathweavers, which are really the linchpin of what he has right now. This is how he's going to get himself in the game, because this turn's going to hurt.
Looking at how these trades are panning down, pretty solid for Cherkash so far. Definitely not the Fiendish Servant transfer that he was looking for. These trades are all just going a little bit too wrong. Okay.
It's tough to really see which ones are right, though. I mean, that one was definitely right, but he just doesn't have enough in play to really combat what was going on there.
No!
No! Oliech's out in 8th!
Yeah. I mean,
and that's it. For Solary, they can't make it out of groups.
Yeah, we called it a little bit early on, which is you know, Chenvala is one of these things where when Chenvala does well, Chenvala does very well. Feast or Famine very much summarizes it accurately. And now Cherkash probably feeling a big weight off his shoulders. I think this all but settles Purple Eggs and Happy Cow to go 1 and 2. We'll have to wait for the final confirmation from admins, but that's just our initial inclination. Finds the evolve opportunity to find tavern tiers higher by 1. I've personally tried really hard to make that thing good, but it feels to me like a Hail Mary scenario if you're really in a bad spot. So I think it's indicative of Cherkash's position where he thinks he is. Taking that is just a complete gamble, but he doesn't even use it in this spot here. Ends up just looking like he's going to hero power, because even if he found a way to transform the minions, he doesn't have a way to buy anything. So this is looking like a spot where Cherkash might just take a bot 4 here. But that's okay, because we just needed Solary to take a bottom 4 as well.
Yeah, you know, sometimes just them's the breaks, right? Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Double no.
Players, this is one of those lobbies where players just, they kind of found it all, and they just got it going on. Like, 12 wins victor here. The double no me early gets out of control.
Yeah, and it's funny because, you know, when I watched some of Victor's streams, he was one of the players who's telling me that, like, early Nomi sometimes can be a big trap. It could be a bait. And so it's kind of funny to see Victor playing that kind of strategy right here. But, granted, early Nomi is the best kind of Nomi. That's the only time Nomi is really viable. And so that is going to look like a very easy top 4 for Victor if he's able to just find a few more and cruise there. Take a look at MrPurpul going up against slysssa. Again, Patches pretty dominant early, but MrPurpul is rapidly catching up with a double Light Fang setup right now.
Yeah, pretty nice setup here as well. It's just the fact you have Ragnaros. Oh my gosh, what is...
Wait.
There's so many cards in hand.
Oh, she has a Hogger. And a golden gold grubber. I mean, this is the inverse of what happened last time. When we previously saw slysssa on Patches, she didn't find any Salty Looters. She didn't find any Hoggers. She just found actually non-stop Scallywags. And so for people who've been writing off Pirates or Patches in particular, take note of this patch, Patches is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the tempo you get from this hero power is vastly different than it was before. Now, the question I'm having is this enough to stand up to Ragnaros with Divine Shields that have been cranking for a couple turns? I'm not 100% convinced yet, but I'm not convinced that she's out of it either. I think that this is at least a reasonable spot to be in where you have a chance to, snowball aboard and really make something happen.
Let's see.
Yeah,
it's still at 38 health too. I mean,
it's a lot of APM for... It might be the highest amount of APM requirements for the lowest amount of output in the game. Where you get 1 gold and an extra 1/1 buff every time you're buying and doing these actions. It's not like Caligos where you get +7/+7 or some kind of equivalent of that. Especially you layer the Caligos. Or you do the Chad Guard transitions where you get all these triples. But at the same time, it's really important to do that as Pirates, otherwise you can't really ramp up. So slysssa, you can see all of that doesn't even translate to necessarily a win. But she's still positioned pretty well. Speaking of being positioned well, I mean, these elementals are growing bigger with each passing round. And now Victor's going up against... going against his teammate, slysssa.
Yeah, how can you not ruin your own board at the same time give slysssa a pass on this one? That's the idea. Casual 35 showing up in the shop.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
Okay, well, from here... Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how strong Twlevewinshs wants to get. It seems like he is intent on playing this best board. Which is a little overkill. I guess maybe at this point they can just kind of play for their own individual pride and placing. Okay, he's gonna reposition. Deliver the minimum amount of
I was about to say,
damage.
I think the way you end up doing this is you just stick the Nomis at the front because it's not like a rack of powerful minions that are in here, but it is a lot.
Trades. Honestly, slysssa is a lot stronger than maybe I'm giving her credit for because of some of her highest statted pirates, but still, this is a lot of damage. Jeez. I think Victor could have definitely not played his Wildfire Elemental and still would have won pretty comfortably, but at this point, like we said, I think Happy Cow's placement is pretty secure. And it's really up to AutumnWater and Vinz to see if they can play for pride for their team, maybe even get the difference between, 5th or 6th place.
Wow, this board is... It feels a little unusual. I mean, I'm looking at Defender of Argus, and I'm looking at 2 Strong Shell Scavengers and a Brand. There's just not much of an option here. This is the direction to go.
Right. It's Menagerie in a different approach,
Ooh.
which is Stone Steel Scavenger buffing. Okay, another Defender? That means they taunt the entire board. I am down. Another really unusual aspect about Menagerie is that you don't really play Lightfang and Brand, and you can see that AutumnWater actually ends up selling it. And the reason why is because it requires too many additional board spaces for you to actually be able to execute upon, because you need a board space for the Lightfang, and you need 2 spaces for Brand plus a Battlecry, which means that you're only buffing 4 minions, which obviously is suboptimal because Menagerie wants to buff 5 minions, ideally. So I like this from AutumnWater. Really cool stuff. Kind of rolling to see if he can maybe even find another opportunity to do so.
That is a massive increase to the board that just took place.
Yeah, that was really big. So plus 10 plus 10, or plus 12 times 2, so 24 plus 24.
Across.
Yeah, Brand's is not really a slouch either. Oh my gosh. The one splitting image target.
That's not the one you want to hit.
That's target. Oh jeez. If that's not indicative of how today's gone for Solary, then I don't know what it is.
Yeah, this is looking like it's pretty rough. Not a ton of damage on the other side, but you still have to stave off a little bit more.
Oh no.
Not happening.
That's it. Exact lethal. AutumnWater sneaking into the top 4 here. And MrPurpul out also tying for 4th. And so now Happy Cow taking their victory lap. It looks like Twlevewinshs is going to bounce his Crackling Cyclone. AutumnWater discovers a Nadina, Dread Admiral, and Eliza, and Imp Mama. Okay.
Yeah, not really much going on there. You deny a Nadina away from somebody else, I guess. Slissa, meanwhile, is trying to have a heyday. Finds the Divine Shield treasure, though. I mean, that's a big one. That's something that Pirates do not have access to, and was a big access in this patch, was being able to change the way that your Pirates are operating.
I mean, Slissa is swimming in the gold. She's got golden Hog Champ. She's got golden everything except Eliza and the second copy of the Salty Looter. Things are looking real good for the Pirate Queen.
I will never be forgotten.
And, it's only so fitting, by the way, that Slissa does well on the stage of WSOE. She's been killing it everywhere, but, in particular, WSOE has been, a competition where Slissa is familiar with, so it feels nice to see that familiar face dominate the way she has been so far. Golden Gold Grubber getting up to just unreasonable statistics at this point.
Yeah, this feels like a one-sided fight.
Yeah. And that's kind of what Pirates can do, but I will say that, a couple of Divine Shield Poisonous would still give this board some trouble, so definitely not something that you can just hop into to ladder and assume that, everything will go fine and dandy because you pick patches. You gotta be making sure that the conditions are right for it. But when it does, it hurts.
Whew. Happy Cow once again, 2 players to the top 3 as well. They have just had an enormously impressive performance today.
Golden
Slissa
Eliza
finds the triple. Yeah, right off the bat. Just gold churning away.
But it'll fight hard. Go ahead and hire one of these recruits.
Finds a Nat Pagel.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Trying to see if you can find an opportunity to build double the looters. Going a little too fast for Bob to even show her new shops. Finds a Scallywag opportunity here, which I imagine she's thinking about. Okay, passes it. Finds 5 out of 6 pirates in the shop. And can afford all of it because she gets 2 gold back every time she does that.
That's quite the army you're building, friend.
I wonder how big the battle cry buff is going to be.
I think it's at like
Here's a gold for the trouble.
plus 20 plus
I think
20 or
it's at
something
8
like
right
that.
now.
I don't know. It
9
feels
on
like
the
a million.
self-buy? Oh my gosh, it was so much.
By fate or fortune.
If all your picks are bad, just take the Nadina so that someone else can't have it.
Hire one of these recruits.
Right.
Oh no, I want that one! I want the bumping one!
Yeah, it looks like Slissa, if she was a little bit greedier, could roll out and find it, but yeah. Looks like she gets the very easy win, and Victor is just gonna kind of keel over at this point. Honestly, still a pretty strong board for the elementals, but way too much damage. Look at this. 19 damage. I kind of thought Victor was gonna die. Straight up.
You're good at this.
I think they mathed that one out a little bit because it's really easy for Victor to refill his board. He had the Nomi churning the whole time, so if he sells his whole board away, it's easy to replace. He just buys a bunch of big elementals again.
That's true. That's true.
So you just map it out and see like how much damage you're gonna take, and you're like, "Ah, that doesn't kill me." Load it back up.
That's a golden Nomi.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
I mean, that is a party elemental if I've seen one. That is like the post-COVID, everyone is finally free to go out and celebrate and touch each other and hug and high five.
Nothing scares me.
The old
I mean,
6-digit
that
minion. The rare sight.
It's so big. It's a 141, 139.
It doesn't. It just looks wrong, doesn't it?
Have you seen
It looks
two-drop
incorrect.
that big
I
before?
feel like something's wrong.
Have you? I've never seen a 2-drop that big before in Battlegrounds. Have you?
No.
I've seen like crazy big Lieutenant Gars or like big pirates like Gold Grubbers or Salty Looters, like, you know, maybe even Caligos or dragons get that big. This is the party elemental. Simmer down. We're still in 2020. The new year hasn't started yet, bro. Relax. Please.
Well, that's some Divine Shield poison.
Yeah, it kills everything, but the Divine Shield on 12-1's side is also really good.
Another poison.
It's true. Snakes are the natural enemy of these big stat lines. Oh, no! Wildfire Elemental. I mean, Wildfire Elemental might be the counter to all these poisons as well. Just get them big enough.
That's the block. And now Slissa will fight AutumnWater. Twlevewinshs gets a break this turn against Kel'Thuzad.
Yeah.
You're good at this.
Wow, it is AutumnWater versus Team Happy Cow. The ping-ponging back and forth.
Exactly what
A
you
golden salty looter number 2. At this point, Slissa's going for achievements in her journal, which I don't. You know, I haven't played 8-player private lobbies myself. I'm not sure if you can actually finish your achievements that way. I don't think you can.
Gonna need a big...
Oh, pirates are awesome.
I mean, what else does she really need? She doesn't really need anything else here. She's just kind of like slowly counting to 1,000. Which makes sense. Lisa used to be a math teacher, so she's used to counting with children in chat all the time.
We have 2 triple-digit stat minions in this game.
It can get to 3 because if there's another ice block, she beats Akazam. She beats Akazamrak. Akazamrak has ice block.
It did get to 3.
Beats.
The salty looter just barely crossed over the line.
I mean, it's gonna get bigger, right? Because this game is not over. I think we're gonna get a 4th.
All right, I want to see a quad-digit minion. I've never seen one.
The bigger question is, could there ever be a 1,000 stat line in any capacity that we haven't seen? That isn't, you know, obviously a premeditating. That's like you're being competitive and you're trying to win.
Slysssa lost.
She lost. She's dead?
No, she's not dead.
The Cobra's a 1.
This is one of the weirdest games I've ever seen.
Oh my god. Pirates suck, dude.
One of the things that you need to do if you're playing Pirates, I've played a ton of them. When you're going through these big cycles, once you got the double Hogger thing churning, grab yourself some selfless heroes, grab yourself a Baron. That's really one of the only ways you could protect your Pirates from the late game poisonous stuff. You can't let them get scurvy, so you gotta help them out a little bit. They don't have access to fruit, so you gotta turn those holy paladin kind of things.
I'll take your word for it. I'm not super familiar with, you know, pirate lore, but you're the closest thing I know to a pirate, so.
Thank you, Dan.
Yes. Ooh, 7 salty looters.
You want a tussle?
I like I appreciate the assistance on staying course with Hogger, you know, and never pivoting from this. Oh my god.
I don't know who actually wins here.
I mean, in terms of Ross, oh my gosh! The Gold Grover got the Divine Shield. Wait, but the Wildfire Elemental, if it overkills, wait, it's not gonna overkill because of the Divine Shield!
The Gold Grover stayed alive! It's a tie!
It's a tie!
How can you tie after all that?
Battle is really raging out there.
I told you, we're getting another
just
triple
stupid.
or 6 digit. This is very silly. This is really silly. Like, guys, the tournament's over. You all can go back to streaming normal games. Like, we're way past the time. We're on overtime for some of the production people. You don't have to keep doing this. But they actually should, because the rule says you shouldn't concede intentionally.
I'm loving this. Like, it's very rare that you get to actually see these sites. This is one of the reasons I like card games to begin with. It's because eventually you run into these weird scenarios like this.
Totally.
Like, where's this actually end? I have no idea.
No, I actually don't know who wins this lobby anymore. I thought I had a pretty clear idea of who would win, and now I feel like that's becoming more obscured with each passing turn. Like, who actually is the strongest? And it's like come down to Divine Shield Poisonous comps, Elementals, and full power Pirates. And I'm pretty sure it's AutumnWater, right? Like, that should be winning this.
I mean, it looks to me like they're winning. They're putting together Divine Shield Poisonous stuff.
Yeah.
Getting to see some max in the counterplay. Slysssa had really good, interesting counterplay option, though, which was the unstable goal into the Selfless to protect afterwards. Selfless is a good endgame minion. It's kind of medium in the early stage. At the end of the game, though, that card can just be absolutely primed for one of the strongest minions in the game.
Except mice.
It's true, but that's the way you counter it with your own Selfless hero.
Watch out.
AutumnWater has been given so much time that he has Ice Block. He's holding an extra reward in his hand because he's just not even sure how he wants to use it to discover a minion from his opponent's warband.
That's a big one.
Yeah, the Wildfire Elemental is big. The Wind Fury.
The Wildfire Elementals, that was the difference.
Yeah. Wildfire Elemental is really nice against this. But Ice Block gets popped. And still nobody dies.
This game is a great representation of 2020.
Minions really pulled their weight.
It just never ends.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Slyssa's turn.
She just needs one more selfless.
She's not even buying other pirates at this point, right? She could be optimizing her stat line way further. She just rolled past 7 pirates.
They're big enough. I'm not even convinced that's true, honestly, after seeing Twlevewinshs board. If you're talking about just strictly the W.
I want her to play the Yoho Hoger so she can get the 100 on the Salty Looter. Another Hogger.
Oh, she's trying to close this one out.
Nothing scares me.
Okay, enough messing around. Enough bants. Oh, you're right. The Hogger did get sold. That's why she couldn't buy all those pirates. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, no Ice Block. Good selfless hero targets on both sides. More poisonous minions. That's problematic.
7th poisonous to board.
I think Slyssa might be in trouble here.
Well, that poisonous minion lives, and then it dies, and then that kills the poisonous minion. That kills that. So the poisons win here.
It's a tie.
Wait.
No.
No, it's not.
Slyssa's dead.
Something happened. Gosh, this has just been
now
such a fantastic
it's down to the final showdown. AutumnWater still kind of showing you why Divine Shield's Poisonous and Murlocs are really devastating. Also, the hero power from Akazamorak was even better than Ice Block. It was the Poisonous minion.
All right, so discover a minion from your opponent's warband, and that's going to be a selfless hero sometimes.
Whoa, do not want that. Amalgadon would make AutumnWater's board weaker.
There's the double selfless.
Nice.
Nothing scares me. Except noise.
Splitting Image is really
Image.
good. I guess AutumnWater is just big, chilling. Not too much to improve here.
It kind of depends on... A lot of it depends on where the Divine Shields fall and how the Wildfire Elementals line up against that. That's the entirety of this, right?
Yep, that's a good point. One of the biggest boards you'll see in a hot minute with this level of play. Oh, and a Splitting Image copies of Divine Shield. Oh, the overkill. Oh, did not. More
but
overkill.
That opens up the way because it hit the other Divine Shield off.
Yeah.
So now that Wildfire Elemental takes over. But this has a Divine Shield to tie.
Oh, and a tie. All right. How many more turns? Oh my gosh. We did it. We got to this turn when we have the final spell.
The Argent Braggart's not even good.
Is this turn? Are we just getting to turn 16, Nathan?
Was that 16 or 20?
I don't know. I feel like we're at turn 50.
I think that might have been 20.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you even counterplay at this point? I guess like Victor could find more ways to disable the Divine Shield. Like I think the unstable goal
Another
would
Lystra
be really
would sounds like it'd be pretty good.
Yeah. Another Lystra, but Lystra is basically unstable goal, right? It's just absorbing poisonous and Divine Shield stuff.
If you can stay on top.
It's kind of a big deal. It's like who's willing to bite first on take a chance.
Yeah. This is a battle of wills. But no splitting image. This is a much worse thing than splitting image, and I think AutumnWater. Oh wow. Nadina gets Divine Shield.
Shields fall perfectly.
That was perfect.
This is unreal. That kills both these Divine Shields, though. I think that's the difference.
Yeah. That's huge. Okay, there we have it. We finally have a winner of the last lobby from Team Happy Cow yet again. Victor is going to close out day one of WSOE 4 online for Hearthstone Battlegrounds with a win. Happy Cow with a very strong performance today, being able to get 1, 2, 3 firsts, it looks like, out of the 6 games that we've had, and constantly being in top 4. Wow.
You guys good? We got another 6 games. You ready for it?
Yeah, let's bring on group
no more.
That was insane. Watching that 20. We hit a turn 20. I don't yeah, that's what happened. I mean, insanity. Clearly Happy Cow able to work it out towards the end, but some good teamwork, finding the ties and accidentally falling on the ties, and here we are finished with our Group B, all 6 games kind of locked in. So fun stuff here, watching Happy Cow wind up on top. Slissa, some excellent luck earlier. I think that was 4 or 5. It seems like it was yesterday, but game 5 we had some incredible play out of her and her squad. Game number 6 as well, and that puts them all the way on top. 80.8 hot baby. That's a lot of points. Purple Eggs is your number 2 team. They will also qualify for tomorrow. 67.8. Special shout outs to Solary and Kavan. As far as y'all's predictions went, well, sorry, Admirable.
That happens.
Yeah.
Happy Cow, though, certainly feeling good about that one. 12 wins, also known as Victor, rocking it out here alongside Slissa. They do well on the leaderboards, and they're doing well here in the tournament world as well. Tomorrow, like we said, we have the top 4 teams, top 2 from Group B, which was, we just saw Happy Cow and then some, and then Group A, we've got YEPBoat and Team Dream. They'll be playing tomorrow, day 2 finals, 8 games in total. We start that at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Don't want to miss any of the action there. We'll finally crown somebody and make it all happen. So good stuff here today. Fun things throughout the entirety of the day. Here's the recap starting from game 4. Admirable, drive us through.
The back half of this group was absolutely nuts, where like players were spiking some very strong comps, but at the same time, everyone was kind of going equal across the board and kind of finding themselves in some weird positions. Here we saw Vinz put some hope alive for Team Solary here as they captured a 1st and 2nd place in this lobby, and it looked like things could have been about to turn around. He absolutely dominated that lobby across the board, no questions about it. But in game number 5, things started to shape up and change again, where Slissa and 12 wins were again finding themselves consistently, where we saw the insane, impossible turn. As Dan asked earlier, where were you when Slissa won this particular round? we had all but counted her completely out of it. But that attack right there leaves that Khadgar alive, which was up next to attack. There you see the Khadgar attack. It opens up 4 Sneeds that give a possibility for a win. And somehow, by whatever grace exists, Slysssa was able to win that round and win that game. And then in game number 6, 20 turns, this game is gone. I didn't think it was even possible unless you had intentionally set up a situation where this is going to take place. But the 3 of these are battling against each other and somehow managed to go the entire distance. 20 turns for that 5th treasure.
Insane.
I
mean, 20 turns. Yeah, very rarely do you actually reach 20 turns. You're all the way up on top. Shout out to Papa John's for our replays, though. Good stuff here. And that's going to do it for us for day number 1 of WSOE Online number 4. Hearthstone and all that stuff. Of course, we've got our winners for today, the top 2 teams from Group A, the top 2 teams from Group B, and the top 2 people in chat. Of course, the ones that spam WSOE 25. We've got our victors. It's DJ Laws and Gia 5667. You guys are going to take home our 2 Papa John's bundles. The first one is a t-shirt, hoodie, bandana, and a $15 gift certificate. And of course, the second bundle is going to be a $30 gift certificate, 2 Papa John's masks, and a Papa John's t-shirt. Eat the pizza, wear the pizza. It's all about the pizza, baby. These players look good, though. No cheese here. All about real plays. Tomorrow, as we said, 10 a.m. PT. You don't want to miss it. Our top teams battling it out for all of the prizes. 10 grand on the line, and tomorrow is what it's about. Froden, Admirable, you guys absolutely killed it. We've got more games tomorrow, so we're going to wrap it up here. Thanks for hanging out, chat. We'll see you tomorrow. Peace, and much love to you.